The Heavenly Bull continent was part of the Eastern continent, the land that belonged to the Celestials. It was a remote region filled with mountains. If one looked from above, most of the Heavenly Bull continent was filled with mountains. Rumor had it that in the early years, the Heavenly Bull continent was a vicious heavenly beast that the celestial ancestor killed and then placed here. There were even more rumors saying that all 72 continents were, in fact, 72 seals to suppress 72 fierce extraterrestrial beasts. Even the 36 states of the ancient countries had similar legends. However, because it had been too long, no one knew if it was true or not. Perhaps only people like the 9 sons and the royal families of the 2 races knew. For other cultivators, this was irrelevant, and they couldn't sense the existence of the fierce beasts anyways. The rumor of the Heavenly Bull continent came from ancient times. The reason there were so many mountains was because each mountain was formed by a bone of that fierce beast. In the Heavenly Bull continent there were 2 famous sections, the Guei sect and the Great Soul sect. These 2 sects were very large and were part of the 9 sects and 13 factions of the Eastern continent. These 2 sects had a large number of disciples, but because the Heavenly Bull continent was equal to dozens of cave worlds, it was rare for them to encounter each other, so there weren't much friction between them. The Great Soul sect was very strange. They cultivated large amounts of different methods, but the most important were soul and illusion. Fan Shanmeng was a disciple of the Great Soul sect, and her various illusion spells showed the power of the Great Soul sect. Rumor had it that there were 9 layers to the illusion spells of the Great Soul sect, and in the end, they would turn illusion into reality. It was extremely terrifying. As for the Guei sect, they focused on the 5 elements. In addition, they had their unique armor-forging method that made them famous. Below the Guei sect and the Great Soul sect were the scattered small sections. They were controlled by the Guei sect or the Great Soul sect. Every once in a while, they would need to send out offerings to the 2 sects. The 7 Tao sect that was created by the 7-colored celestial sovereign was one of such sections. However, he had taken a Great Soul sect disciple as a Tao partner and was therefore protected by the Great Soul sect in the Heavenly Bull continent. His talent was also amazing, so he was valued by the Great Soul sect for a reason. However, during the recent decades, a core disciple of the Guei sect named Yunifeng had become famous. Rumor had it that he had gone into closed-door cultivation for a long time, and after coming out he was extraordinary. He had challenged many core disciples of the Great Soul sect and had won against all of them. Even ordinary elders of the Great Soul sect were not his match. As a result, Yun Yifeng's reputation rose, and he gradually became rank 1 among the new generation of disciples of the Heavenly Bull continent. There were also people who put him among the previously named 4 heavenly geniuses of the Eastern continent and called them the 5 Peaks. However, this Yunifeng was very modest and would often shake his head when people compared him to the 4 heavenly geniuses of the Eastern continent. It wasn't that he felt like he was lesser than them, but he felt contempt toward them. 10 years ago, during a competition between the Great Soul sect and the Guei sect, Yun Yifeng injured 9 disciples and 3 elders of the Great Soul sect with 1 hit. When people compared him with the 4 heavenly geniuses of the Eastern continent, he said something that shocked the entire Heavenly Bull sect. "My sword can injure a lot of people. I even dare to fight against those 4 heavenly genius. Although I might not win, I won't retreat a half a step. However, I met a cultivator that only cultivated for a little more than 2,000 years in this world. And when I stood before him, I didn't dare to draw my sword. Forget me, even those 4 heavenly geniuses are not worthy of being called geniuses. In my opinion, in the new generation, no one is his match." This line set off thousands of waves and caused an uproar. Everyone who heard this was shocked, and they all thought of the same thing. Who was this person? Who can make Yun Yifeng say such words? To make him not dare to draw his sword before that person. And that person had only cultivated for a little more than 2,000 years and could do this. If this was all true, then the 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent were really not worthy of being called geniuses before that person. While this line set off a huge stir, at the same time a lot of people questioned it. However, no one in the Great Soul sect questioned it, as if the people of the Great Soul sect knew this person. This strange phenomenon seemed to set off a huge uproar. The Great Soul Sect's silence caused a lot of people to speculate. Who was this person? He could make Yunifeng not dare to draw his sword. He could make the four geniuses not worthy of being called geniuses. He could make the Great Soul Sect not dare to rebut this. It was as if the Great Soul Sect had silently agreed that such a person existed. Even the Guei sect didn't say anything after their disciple had said something like this. They seemed to know that such a person existed. Who was this person? He will appear. Once he appears, you will know. This was the last thing Yunifeng said about that mysterious person. Although several years had passed, the rumor about this mysterious person didn't stop spreading throughout the Heavenly Bull continent. As it spread by word of mouth, the rumor became even more exaggerated. However, this was a question without an answer. As for the people who knew the answer, none of them spoke. After more time passed, this rumor was no longer as intense, and it slowly hid inside everyone's hearts. Perhaps one day they would find out who this person was. The Blue Dragon sect was a mid-level sect, and its land was comparable to less than half of the Brilliant Void. From the perspective of a cave world cultivator, it was not as large as the Thunder Celestial Temple or the Cultivation Alliance, but it was still a behemoth. However, on the Immortal Astral Continent it was just average. The Immortal Astral Continent was rumored to have 30,000 celestial sections. No one knew if that was true or false, but every sect was indeed very different. The name Blue Dragon Sect would make you think they were related to a dragon, but the cultivation methods their disciples used had nothing to do with dragons. The Blue Dragon Sect disciples were all good at making puppets to help them in battle. Disciples often needed to refine their life puppets first before they could go outside. As for the puppets, they had different rankings and powers as well. Besides using special wood or mechanics, beast or cultivator corpses could be refined into puppets as well. Puppets weren't that mysterious. Cultivators of other sects all knew a bit about them. However, the Blue Dragon Sect's puppet spell had its own specialty. It would convert one's body into a puppet in order to achieve immortality. Rumor had it that the first person who reached the Void Tribulent stage in the Blue Dragon Sect, Grand Elder Du Qing, was a person made of wood. Normally, he looked like a normal person, but once he used spells, one could see his wooden body. In the Heavenly Bull continent, the Blue Dragon Sect had a vicious name. The disciples and even elders would use various means to obtain what they wanted, which included killing others for treasures. However, Grand Elder Du Qing has a deep relation with the Great Soul Sect, so they would do as they wished, and few sects dared to provoke them. The Blue Dragon Sect also carefully chose the people and sects they targeted. If the target was not to be provoked, they would avoid them. Their main targets were people from the other continents. If a cultivator from another continent passed by, that was their best target. Throughout the year, the disciples were mostly outside, wandering, searching for information to send to the sect. If they encountered an enemy that was difficult to deal with, they would often call for more people to attack in a group. Kong Ren was a third-generation disciple of the Blue Dragon Sect. He was cunning and cruel and was very famous among the third generation. He was also quite valued by the sect. He had a good eye and could often tell at a glance if a person could be provoked, thus avoiding getting the sect into trouble. He was a handsome man, which made it hard to imagine that he was a vicious person. Even some second-generation disciples didn't want to provoke him. On this day, Kong Run was flying through the sky. He went to the border of the Heavenly Bull continent to see if he could find any foreigners passing by. As he flew, there was a sudden change in the distance. He saw a rift appear over there, and with a flash of ghostly light, a figure fell out. The figure seemed to be carrying a coffin as it fell into the distance. All of this happened in a flash. The moment the figure fell, the rift in the sky disappeared as if it had never appeared. This sudden change shocked Kong Ren, and he rubbed his eyes. He had never encountered such a thing before. He looked at where the rift was and felt like he was hallucinating. However, he soon became excited and his eyes shined brightly. He charged toward where the figure carrying the coffin fell. There is something strange. There is a problem. There is a treasure. Kong Ren's heart pounded. The Blue Dragon Sect was founded by Du Qing, And this was the first sentence of the sect's rules. Over the years, this line had been memorized by every disciple of the Blue Dragon sect. Something that was strange had to be a problem, and if there was a problem, there was likely treasure. Kongren flew at full speed but still cautiously protected himself with treasures. As he flew, he heard a muffled rumble. In the distance, the figure carrying the coffin landed on the mountain. More than half the mountain collapsed from the collision, revealing a motionless, white-haired youth. What a powerful body! Kongren's eyes were filled with greed as he carefully closed in. Kongren first circled the area a few times. After carefully observing for a while, he slowly closed in on the collapsed mountain where Wang Lin was. He stared at Wang Lin, who was lying there, and his eyes were filled with excitement and greed he couldn't hide. Such a powerful body. This is very rare for people not of the ancient country. Looking at his appearance, he lacks the stars between his eyebrows and doesn't have the aura that those brutes from the ancient country have. This person should not be an ancient country cultivator. For a cultivator to have such a powerful body, I wonder how he managed. Kongren licked his lips and his heart began beating even faster. He felt like his chance had arrived. This was a fortune given to him by the heavens. He didn't expect such a thing to fall before him while he was just flying through the sky. This person's aura is all gone and he is in a semi-dead state, just perfect for me to refine into a puppet. With this puppet, I can sweep through all second-generation disciples in the Blue Dragon sect. If I can catch the eye of the old ancestor and get accepted as a disciple, then I'll pierce the heavens. As Kongren thought about this, he became even more excited. Although he was excited, he didn't forget to be careful. He stopped a few hundred feet from Wang Lin and even prepared to escape to call his sect if things went badly. After all, if he couldn't have it himself, reporting it to the sect was still a great achievement. His right hand formed a seal and a rift appeared on his wrist, but it disappeared quickly. An ink-colored jade appeared and a violent aura quickly spread from it. Holding this jade, Kongren threw it without hesitation. The jade flew at Wang Lin and landed on his chest. With a bang, the jade exploded and shook the mountain, creating a powerful impact. Under this shock, Kongren retreated 1,000 feet, and the excitement in his eyes became even stronger. He didn't fight back. He must be dead and not just passed out. Kongren smiled quickly before charging forward and instantly arriving next to Wang Lin. Although the impact of the jade was powerful, it wasn't able to injure Wang Lin at all. In truth, a jade with only the power of a Nirvana cleanser cultivator would not injure Wang Lin even if there were tens of hundreds of them. As for the heaven-avoiding coffin, it was still being protected by Wang Lin, so it wasn't damaged at all. Forget Kongren. Even a cultivator who had gone through several arcane tribulants would find it difficult to damage the coffin. When Kongren closed in on Wang Lin, his eyes narrowed and he looked at the heaven-avoiding coffin behind Wang Lin. He saw the woman inside. Although the woman was extremely beautiful, that sleeping appearance caused evil thoughts to appear in his eyes. Haha, I didn't get a good look before, but it turns out there was female cultivator here. Good, good. I'll refine this female cultivator into a puppet too and have her serve me. What a joyous thing. Kongren licked his lips and his hand formed a seal before he pointed at the sky. A rift appeared on his right wrist and a large net flew out, trapped Wang Lin and the coffin on his back. Then Kongren waved his sleeve and he was surrounded by black wind. He thought he had obtained a great fortune and flew into the distance. I've sure earned a lot today. Haha. Heaven has eyes, and it really wants me to make it big. Kongren was very excited, and he didn't dare stay outside for long. The only thought in his mind was to head back to the sect to refine the puppet. The Blue Dragon sect was located on a huge mountain range surrounded by poison. The nearby mountains were hollowed out into countless stone rooms to act as caves. It was difficult to see the end of this endless mountain range with the naked eye. There were nearly 50,000 Blue Dragon sect disciples, but most were out or in closed-door cultivation. Aside from the annual meeting, it was rare to encounter each other. Kongren closed in on the sect as a ray of light. Although the mountain was surrounded by poison, the poison moved aside when he entered. It was obvious he had something to protect himself against the poison. After charging into the poison, a giant mountain appeared before Kong Ren. There were countless caves visible on the mountain. Just as Kong Ren was about to enter the valley, a roar came from within. Who dares to break into the valley? Report your name. If you don't report in 3 breaths, you will suffer the consequences. There was a flash of coldness in Kong Ren's eyes as he stopped outside the valley and roared, "Virtual cloud. What is the meaning of this?" "Oh, so it turns out to be Junior Brother Kong. The fog was too thick, so I didn't see clearly. Didn't Junior Brother Kong head out? How come you're back already? What did you capture with the puppet net?" The voice was casual and a hunchback youth walked out from the valley. The youth was very handsome, but his hunched back destroyed all the positive vibes his appearance would exude. Instead, it seemed like something was off about him. "You're too nosy." Kong Ren let out a cold snort and charged into the valley. The hunchback youth revealed a vicious expression as he stared at where Kong Ren went. "There is something strange. There is a problem. There is a treasure." As he pondered, he left a puppet here and flew toward the valley. As for Kong Ren, he flew through the valley and closed in on a mountain. He instantly entered one of the caves and waved his left hand. The door to the cave slowly closed and a formation activated to make the door extremely strong. He was still not certain, so he waved his hand and 9 puppets of varying ages appeared to guard the door. At the same time, 2 more dark wooden people appeared inside the cave. As Kong Ren walked out, the 2 men made of wood revealed ghostly light in their eyes. Kong Ren didn't even look at them as he walked past them. He arrived in the depths of the cave. There was a night pearl here that released a soft light that quietly illuminated the cave. However, the light wasn't strong, so it made the cave feel dark. There was a formation about 100 feet wide that gave off burst of purple aura under the light of the night pearl. This aura made the formation look very strange. Beside the formation, Kong Ren waved his right hand. Wang Lin, who was brought by him, landed inside the formation. Kong Ren excitedly rubbed his hands together as he stared at the formation surrounded by fog, his eyes shining brightly. "I must refine it as soon as possible. That virtual cloud is very vicious. Once he learns that I've brought a puppet back, he will have some scheme in mind." Kong Ren waved his right hand and portions of materials used by the Blue Dragon sect to refine puppets flew out toward the formation. At the same time, his left hand formed a seal and pressed it against the formation. The formation rumbled and began to activate. The fog formed a vortex. Then a source of fire was pulled from the ground under the formation, causing the cave to be filled with heat. The heat wave landed on Kong Ren's body and immediately caused sweat to appear on his forehead. "Every time I refine a puppet, I need to use the earth fire, which is simply too hot. Only those powerhouses with a fire essence cannot be affected by the earth fire. They can even use it to cultivate. I don't know when I'll become a powerful cultivator too." Kong Ren's eyes were filled with longing. He sped up the extraction of the earth fire and began refining. He kept throwing materials into the formation, and his expression was very excited. "No matter who you used to be, now that you're in my hands, you will become my puppet. I'll refine you. I'll definitely refine you." When the formation activated, outside the cave, the hunchback youth was respectfully standing on top of another mountain, and before him was a white-haired old man. This old man's face was purplish-black, which formed a shocking contrast with his white hair. The aura of an early-stage nirvana void cultivator spread out from his body. "You dare to disturb this old man's closed-door cultivation for such a trifling matter? Even if you have a personal grudge against the Kong Ren." As the old man spoke, his eyes lit up and his gaze penetrated the cave Kong Ren was in. He felt the formation that was used to refine puppets rumble. The hunchback youth knelt there and whispered, "Teacher, there is something strange about the puppet he brought back. Kong Ren is rarely ever so hasty. I have known him since he was little. There must be a problem. That puppet must be a treasure. I hope teacher can steal it and give it to disciple." The old man was still looking into the distance, and after a long time, his pupils shrank and he stood up. Seeing the old man standing up, the hunchbacked youth revealed a look of joy. To extract so much fire, there is indeed a problem. Forget it. Follow me to see what kind of puppet he is refining. The old man waved his sleeve and walked out of the cave. The hunchback youth quickly followed while barely suppressing his excitement. As for Kong Ren, he was soaked in sweat, but he was even more excited. He was no longer sitting but walking around the formation. He continued to place seals and throw in various materials. The excitement in his eyes became even more intense. I have used all my materials. Once I succeed in refining this puppet, haha! Kong Ren had forgotten about everything and moved even faster. Wang Lin was lying inside the fog and was surrounded by fire as if he was burning. However, the flames around his body didn't burn him at all. They seemed to be excited and continued to enter his body. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the ink tattoo formed by the Mosquito King on his right arm opened its eyes as well. The Mosquito King's eyes were filled with a terrifyingly cold gaze. This would be the first time Wang Lin would open his eyes on the immortal astral continent before he shook the entire continent. This was the first time he saw the immortal astral continent with his own eyes. This was the first time he felt the aura of the immortal astral continent himself. When Wang Lin awakened, he checked the heaven-avoiding coffin behind him. After he made sure there was nothing wrong, he checked the earth fire around him. How could mere earth fire burn Wang Lin, dare to burn him? The earth fire that had been extracted was simply really insignificant. He had the fire essence, so not only did the earth fire cause him no harm, it also sped up his awakening. Also, because this earth fire was from the immortal astral continent, a shocking change occurred when it merged with Wang Lin's fire essence from the cave world. This change was something that had never happened on the immortal astral continent before. This was a battle between a foreign fire essence and the fire essence of the immortal astral continent itself. If the fire essence of the immortal astral continent won, then Wang Lin's fire essence would be devoured and become part of the immortal astral continent. If that happened, Wang Lin's cultivation level wouldn't change and he would still have his fire essence. However, he wouldn't be the lord of all fire in the world, because the fire would belong to the immortal astral continent. But if Wang Lin won, then his fire essence would be above the immortal astral continent. He would become the real emperor of fire. Wang Lin looked at the fog above. He could feel a weak cultivator walking around him, constantly throwing seals and items he had never seen before. These items accelerated the fire and also helped with the function of the formation below. Strange power came from the formation, wanting to enter his body to carry out a series of changes. Even though Wang Lin was in a coma and didn't know what had happened, with his wisdom, he immediately made a rough guess. When I was unconscious, I was brought here by this person to be refined. From the looks of the formation, it seems to be related to puppets. Is he trying to refine me into a puppet? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. In the cave world, no one had dared to try to refine him into a puppet. Even people like the sovereign hadn't and dreaded him. Wang Lin didn't consider the formation worthy of his time. Although there were some mysteries to it, now was not time to study it. Wang Lin found the earth fire here more interesting. He ignored the Kong Ren, who was still excitedly refining and hadn't realized that Wang Lin had woken up. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out directly underground. He wanted to see where this earth fire came from. How did the fire of the immortal astral continent compare to his own fire? As his divine sense spread out, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He saw that under the mountains of the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers was a mass of fire veins. This mountain range was located on top of a branch of an earth fire vein. The branch looked large, but in truth it was really thin. It was connected to the main source that led to the unknown. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out once more, and he was shocked to find a complex network of earth fire below. The lower he went, the hotter the fire became. The fire veins looked like a giant fire formation. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. He had just awakened and wasn't sure of his surroundings, so it was inconvenient to explore by force. Although it is not inconvenient to go deeper, I can extract more fire to nourish my fire essence. Wang Lin pondered as his right hand gently hit the formation on the ground. With this, the entire blue dragon sect trembled and all the fire under this mountain range seemed to be stimulated. It all surged like crazy from all directions and entered Kong Ren's cave. This sudden change startled Kong Ren, who was walking around and placing seals. He quickly retreated and formed countless layers of protection around him. The 9 puppets guarding the door and the 2 wooden ones charged out in front of him to protect him from the fire that had suddenly erupted. The moment Kong Ren retreated, a sea of fire surged inside the formation and turned into a pillar of fire. It burned up all the fog and blocked all lines of sight as it burned like crazy. The cave obviously couldn't withstand it, and countless cracks appeared, as if it was going to collapse. The 9 puppets before Kong Ren were hit by the fire and immediately exploded. There were also those 2 wooden puppets. They also collapsed without any ability to resist. Kong Ren's scalp went numb and his eyes were filled with despair. He watched the high temperature coming to devour him like the mouth of death. At this moment, a ray of ghostly light shot out from the fire and surrounded him. The fire went past him and didn't injure him. But despite this, having walked the edge of death, Kong Ren fell to the ground in fear. He looked at the fire that filled the cave, and fear filled his heart. What kind of person did I bring back? As the earth fire erupted, Virtual Cloud and his teacher arrived outside Kong Ren's cave. At this moment, the expression of the white-haired old man changed greatly. He quickly grabbed his disciple and retreated several thousand feet. As he retreated, the entrance to Kong Ren's cave collapsed and a heat wave surged out. All the pavilions on the mountain disappeared in a sea of fire. The surrounding mountains trembled under the fire as if they were going to erupt. This sudden change shocked the Blue Dragon sect disciples. They all rushed out from their caves and looked down in fear. The ancestor is out. Why was there a change to the earth fire? Virtual Cloud's teacher looked gloomy as he stared at the sea of fire below. He looked at the cave Kong Ren was in. At the same time, 3 powerful auras came from the Blue Dragon sect. They turned into 3 people that appeared beside Virtual Cloud's teacher. Among the 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men and the woman had white hair, while the other man was middle-aged. They all had the aura of third-step cultivators. Their cultivation levels were not low. The middle-aged man was at the mid-stage of spirit void. As soon as he appeared, he let out a roar at the sky. Disciples of the Blue Dragon sect, listen to my command. The earth fire goes through a change once every 10,000 years. This time, it's a bit early, but don't panic. Quickly, set the heavenly water formation. His words echoed like thunder. The minds of all the Blue Dragon sect disciples who heard this trembled, and they immediately sat down in the sky. Their hands formed seals and countless clouds came out of their bodies. The tens of thousands of disciples quickly created large formation. This formation rumbled as it appeared. From a distance, it looked like a large, dark cloud that covered tens of thousands of kilometers. This cloud was very dark, and it contained the tens of thousands of Blue Dragon sect disciples that were present. At the same time, aside from the middle-aged man and Virtual Cloud's teacher, the other 2 third-step cultivators charged into the dark cloud without waiting for a command. They used some unknown spell and turned into 2 long dragons inside the cloud. These 2 dragons were almost 100,000 feet long. A moment later, they revealed their giant dragon heads and opened their mouths at the burning mountain below. Rain fell from the sky and large amounts of water came out from the mouths of the 2 dragons. Elder Li, you were the first one to arrive. What happened here? As the rain fell to fight against the fire, the middle-aged man gloomily looked at the white-haired old man beside him. The earth fire changes once every 10,000 years, and it should be 3,000 more years before it appears. There must be a reason for it to appear early. The middle-aged man's gaze moved away from the white-haired old man and glanced at the hunchback youth. This gaze caused the youth's heart to tremble, and he almost couldn't remain standing. Elder Zhao, if this is not the normal change to the earth fire, it might be related to the 3rd-generation disciple Kong Ren. Kong Ren. The middle-aged man frowned and couldn't recall this name. The white-haired man looked at the sea of fire below and pointed at Kong Ren's cave. This person has brought back 2 bodies from somewhere unknown, and the change to the earth fire happened when he was refining the puppets. The sect master and old ancestor went out to the Great Soul sect. I have already sent out a message, Jade, so they should be on their way back. Since it is possible that this is being caused by the 2 bodies Kong Ren brought back, then this old man will see what kind of bodies can cause the earth fire to change. There was a flash of killing intent in the middle-aged man's eyes. This change to the earth fire had caught the Blue Dragon sect was off guard. Although there were no deaths, a lot of buildings had been destroyed along with large amounts of celestial herbs that were growing and in storage. The price was simply too big. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's body flickered and water vapor surrounded him. The water vapor turned into a bubble 30 feet wide, and he charged down into the burning mountain to where Kong Ren's cave was. The door to the cave had long broken and there was nothing blocking him. The middle-aged man moved very fast and instantly arrived at the cave. He looked very fast, but he was, in fact, very cautious. He felt like this matter was somewhat strange. However, he didn't take it too much to heart. He was very proud of his strength. Just as he entered the cave, the middle-aged man saw a youth wearing the Tao robe of the Blue Dragon sect. The young man looked like he was in a daze and his body was trembling. His eyes were filled with extreme fear as he looked into the depths of the cave, where there was a pillar of fire. Following the young man's gaze, the middle-aged man saw the pillar of fire in the depths of the cave, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He was someone who already had an essence, and he was at the late stage of spirit void. In the Blue Dragon sect, he was above many and below few. Even on the entire Heavenly Bull continent, he was among the top. The moment he saw the pillar of fire, he vaguely saw a figure covered by fire with a coffin on its back. The middle-aged man felt an aura that made his heart tremble looming inside. What kind of corpse is this? The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy as stared at Kong Ren, who was stunned from fear. He let out a cold snort and walked toward the fire. He knew he himself had a high cultivation level, and he didn't feel an aura that was too strong coming from the person inside the fire. With that in mind, he charged toward the fire. He was originally not far from the fire, so he closed in on it with one step. The bubble touched with the fire and popping sounds echoed. The fire seemed to be pushed aside, making an opening for the middle-aged man. What wild cultivators dared to mix into my Blue Dragon sect? If I don't refine you into a puppet, then we will become a joke in the Heavenly Bull continent. The middle-aged man took another step and his body was halfway inside the fire. The fire raged, but it didn't break the bubble around his body. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and a cold gaze flashed. The expression of the middle-aged man changed as he felt a terrifying aura erupt from the white-haired man inside the fire. This aura was very strong, heaven-shaking even. Compared to it, he was like a firefly next to the moon. Terrified, the middle-aged man's footsteps stopped. "Scram out of here!" Wang Lin's cold words echoed and he raised his right hand. As he spoke, the entire cave seemed to become as cold as ice, and this coldness spread outside the cave. The falling rain seemed to almost freeze, and the sea of fire dimmed as if it was going to be extinguished. The middle-aged man felt this even more intensely. His body felt cold and cracking sounds came from the bubble around him. The bubble shattered and the middle-aged man turned pale as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He had lost control of his body. When Wang Lin spoke, it felt like 100,000 mountains had smashed into his body. The middle-aged man retreated again and coughed out more blood. He flew like a kite with a broken line and was swept out from the cave. Before the eyes of the tens of thousands of cultivators outside, the middle-aged man was thrown out and coughed out a third mouthful of blood. He was thrown out tens of thousands of feet before he stopped. His face was deathly pale and the fear in his eyes was indescribable. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man immediately let out a scream. This sudden scene not only shocked all the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect, but even the 2 elders that had turned into dragons. Virtual Cloud's teacher's eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. "Who is inside the cave?" Even the late-stage spirit void Elder Zhao was instantly knocked back and seriously injured. Noisy! Amidst this uproar, Wang Lin's cold voice came from Kong Ren's cave. The moment this voice appeared, everything became quiet. Even the rain that was falling from the sky seemed to stop. The drops hung in the air and seemed unable to fall. Looking at how the rain was not falling, the white-haired old man's face was filled with fear. Word of law, everything freeze. This means he is at the arcane void stage or higher. Who is this person? Who did that Kong Ren bring back? This person must be famous in the Heavenly Bull continent. He can't be nameless. Inside the cave, Kong Ren's despair had reached the extreme. He saw the extremely high-status Elder Zhao get knocked back and then coughed out blood from just one word from the fire. He watched as the fire broke out, and knew he had caused a huge disaster. What kind fortune is this? That was an ancestor. Inside the fire, Wang Lin closed his eyes once more. When the fire erupted, his divine sense had already swept the area. There was no one here worthy of his attention. However, he understood that this was the immortal astral continent and that there were many powerful people here. He also heard the words outside. The sect master and old ancestor of the sect were out and were on their way back. The area here was vast, so much so that even third-step cultivators couldn't arrive in a short period of time even if they could merge with the world. However, the immortal astral continent was different from the cave world. Wang Lin had noticed this when he awakened. At this moment, the fire had surrounded his body and was constantly being absorbed and refined by him to nourish his fire essence. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's right hand reached out. Kong Ren, who was trapped by Wang Lin, immediately flew into the fire, and Wang Lin grabbed his throat. His cold gaze looked at Kong Ren. Kong Ren's eyes met with Wang Lin's gaze, and his mind rumbled as if 100,000 bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind. He didn't resist at all, and his eyes were filled with fear. He looked at Wang Lin with despair in his eyes. Senior, have mercy. Wang Lin ignored Kong Ren. His divine sense rushed out from his right hand and entered Kong Ren's mind. After finding the memories he needed, he threw Kong Ren out of the fire and restrained him once more. Early-stage Arcane Void Sect Master and Early-stage Void Tribulent Ancestor, Du Qing. Wang Lin frowned. Early-stage Arcane Void was not worth mentioning, but early-stage Void Tribulent was somewhat difficult. It is not convenient to open my storage space, as it is likely an accident will occur. So I can't take out my treasures and I can't use the EC puppet. As a result, I'll be at a disadvantage while facing a void tribulent cultivator. While pondering, Wang Lin absorbed a large amount of earth fire to nourish his fire essence, causing his fire essence to become even stronger. Forget it, I should leave this place to study the problem with my storage space. In addition, my other essences seem to have changed here as well. I need to familiarize myself first. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made a decision. He had just arrived on the immortal astral continent and wasn't too familiar with the place. With his personality, he didn't want to be too arrogant. At this moment, he made his mind. His hand formed a seal and he waved it. The earth rumbled and even more earth fire rushed out. The fire filled the cave and some even spread out. From the outside, the middle-aged man saw this. Being able to cultivate to this point meant that he was not dumb, so he immediately saw through what Wang Lin was trying to do. He is going to run. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy. What had happened before made him feel fear. But what he feared even more was the anger of the old ancestor once he returned. Once the ancestor became angry, he might just refine him into a wooden person. He had seen the old ancestor do something like this, and now his heart was filled with fear of the old ancestor. We can't let him escape before the old ancestor returns. Once he escapes, we won't be able to withstand the anger of the old ancestor. Thinking about this, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Li Changtian, Sun Mengda, Han Xian, this person is going to escape. Don't let him escape. Otherwise, the old ancestor will be angry, and you all know the consequences. All Blue Dragon sect disciples, stop the heavenly water formation and activate the Tao mumble. As the middle-aged man spoke, he suppressed his injuries and charged out. Behind him, the expression of the white-haired old man changed. He gritted his teeth and charged out. At the same time, the two dragons in the clouds twisted and turned into a man and a woman. The two thought about how terrifying the old ancestor was, and they erupted their full cultivation as they charged at the cave below. The four great elders of the Blue Dragon sect, for third-step cultivators, were going to stop Wang Lin from leaving. The tens of thousands of Blue Dragon sect disciples gave up the heavenly water formation under the command of the middle-aged man. Their hands formed seals and they all began to mutter. The mutter of tens of thousands of people echoed across the sky. The Tao mumble spell was a spell of the Great Soul sect. The Blue Dragon sect and the Great Soul sect had a very close relationship, so the Great Soul sect had given the Blue Dragon sect the spell as a sect protection spell. If you listened carefully, you would hear that these tens of thousands of disciples were only saying two words, Tao and Soul. Tao Soul. Soul Tao. Tao Soul. Their voices enveloped the earth below and entered the cave, reaching Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin's heart trembled and he felt a force enter his body. It was melting his Tao intent and splitting his soul. This feeling immediately made Wang Lin feel irritated. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he let out a cold snort and took a step. With this step, he used the heartbeat thunder he had learned in the ancient tomb. The sound of a heartbeat came from his body and quickly spread out, becoming more violent. It directly collided with the Tao mumble spell outside. At the same time, as the four elders charged into the cave to seal it to prevent him from leaving, Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached toward the earth. He revealed a ferocious expression. Extract the soul of the earth fire. The Tao mutter echoed across the burning Blue Dragon sect, forming a strange sound. This sound was not sharp or harsh, but it had a strange power that made Wang Lin's soul separate from his body. Even his thoughts were affected as well as his 7 essences. This technique was very difficult to perform alone, so it had to be used by a large group of cultivators. The Blue Dragon sect disciples obviously wanted to use this technique to stop Wang Lin from leaving. Wang Lin had encountered this kind of spell in the cave world, but none had such power. It has to be said that he could currently fight against people who had gone through several arcane tribulance, yet he was still affected. This showed how terrifying it was. However, Wang Lin had comprehended the heartbeat thunder in the ancient tomb, and it was similar to this spell. His heartbeat was like thunder that echoed across the world. It became more violent as it touched the tens of thousands of Blue Dragon sect disciples, making their hearts beat wildly. With this, they were evenly matched. Although Wang Lin was from the cave world with his cultivation level, he was not weak even on the immortal astral continent. He stepped out from the cave as the 4 elders rushed in. His hand reached toward the ground. The earth of the entire Blue Dragon sect rumbled and the fire that was underground surged out. The fire erupted from the cave and was even more intense than before. Wang Lin used the spell that extracted the souls of mountains and planets from the cave world. This time, he was extracting the soul of the earth fire vein. The entire heavenly bull continent contained a huge network of earth fire veins that branched off into many directions. It was like a large formation that was sealing some existence. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't extract the soul of the main vein, but the branch under the Blue Dragon sect rumbled loudly. As the rumble echoed and the fire surged, the expressions of the tens of thousands of cultivators and the 4 elders changed. The moment the 4 elders entered the cave, they personally saw Wang Lin surrounded by fire. Under Wang Lin's hand was a giant dragon head that was already too large for the mountain to contain. This was a fire dragon, and its whiskers were waving. The moment it appeared, the mountain collapsed. The rocks scattered everywhere, but they didn't fly far before turning to ash. The tens of thousands of cultivators watched as the mountain Wang Lin was in disappeared. The rumbling was still echoing in their ears, as an entire mountain disappeared before their eyes. When the mountain disappeared, a fire dragon 100,000 feet long and with a head as big as a mountain came out from underground. The fire dragon had no physical body. It was made of fire and gave off an ancient soul aura. What kind of fire dragon was this? It was clearly the soul of the earth fire vein. Above the dragon's head stood a man. His white hair fluttered and his eyes were like the stars, with a coffin behind him. He stood there as if he was standing on top of the world. He gave off an aura that looked down upon the world. The fire that shined behind him made him hard to look at directly. The Tao mutter of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the sky completely stopped. Fear filled the hearts and souls of these tens of thousands of cultivators. It was as if the man on the fire dragon was one of the 9 sons. Their vision went blurry, and the only thing that remained was their trembling hearts filled with fear. This kind of person, this kind of momentum, and this kind of fire dragon was something they couldn't fight. The 4 elders were knocked back. The impact from the earth fire and the might of the soul of the earth fire was something the 4 of them could not resist. They had to retreat. Although their cultivation levels weren't low, they were like ants before Wang Lin and the fire dragon. This was Wang Lin. He was at the peak of the cave world. Although he had just entered the immortal astral continent, it was still the same. All of this happened in a few breaths of time. Standing on the fire dragon, it let out a heaven-shattering roar. Roar! This roar was heaven-shattering and caused the cultivators in the sky to cough out blood. They all retreated, and no one dared to block Wang Lin. They even made a path for him. The fire dragon's 100,000-foot body appeared and carried Wang Lin into the sky. We can't let him leave. Old ancestor is on his way back and will be here soon. We just need to hold him for a moment. The middle-aged man's face was pale as he let out a hoarse roar. He charged out toward Wang Lin. The remaining 3 all gritted their teeth and desperately rushed out. Although they were afraid of the old ancestor's rage even more. If the old ancestor become angry, not even their nirvana void cultivation could withstand it. The entire Blue Dragon sect was almost destroyed at this point. One could imagine the anger of the old ancestor once he returned. The 4 of them charged out once more toward Wang Lin. They were going to give it their all to stop Wang Lin from leaving. Wang Lin's expression was calm when the 4 of them arrived. He fused with the fire dragon and charged into the sky. He didn't care about the 4 of them blocking him at all. The middle-aged man was the fastest and instantly appeared before the fire dragon. His hands formed a seal and pressed down on the fire dragon. The veins on his face swelled and he let out a heaven-shattering roar. Shortly after, the white-haired old man appeared behind the middle-aged man. His hands formed a seal and he bit the tip of his tongue to spit out essence blood. The blood turned into a blood mist that seemed to be filled with evil ghosts and blocked the fire dragon. There was also the man and woman. Both turned into giant dragons to seal all paths. Mere fireflies dare to compete with the shining moon. A cold voice came from the fire dragon. The fire dragon closed in on the middle-aged man, and a thunderous rumble echoed. The middle-aged man's body was surrounded by large amounts of water vapor, but it all instantly evaporated. His hair began to burn and fire spots appeared all over his skin. This fire not only injured his body but also his origin soul and soul. After all, this wasn't ordinary earth fire but the soul of an earth fire vein. The soul of a branch of the earth fire vein was not something he could resist. Not to mention how Wang Lin's shocking cultivation made the impact of the fire dragon even stronger. The middle-aged man couldn't even last one breath. He felt like he was inside the furnace of the heavens and earth. If he didn't retreat, he would be burnt to ashes. The feeling of fear at this moment surpassed his fear of the old ancestor. He didn't hesitate to spit out blood and retreat hundreds of feet. Then he coughed out blood again and retreated like crazy. Only his arms, which had touched the dragon, had been mostly burnt. Although he had retreated, his arms were hit by wind and turned to ashes. The blood mist from the white-haired old man collapsed when it was hit by the dragon, and it smashed back into the old man. Popping sounds echoed as his body collapsed and his origin soul escaped with a scream of terror. At this moment, he no longer dared to stop Wang Lin. As for the 2 elders that had turned into dragons, they were swept by the fire dragon. The two dragons they formed collapsed and they coughed out blood. Just like the white-haired old man, their bodies exploded. Their origin souls escaped with a sense of fear they would never forget. The power of those four wasn't able to delay Wang Lin and the fire dragon for even a moment. With one sweep from the fire dragon, they were all seriously injured. The tens of thousands of Blue Dragon sect disciples looked at this and were dead silent. The fire dragon charged into the sky and Wang Lin appeared on the head of the dragon. He looked down below. I didn't kill anyone. Today's matter happened because your sect desired to refine me into a puppet. Behave. Wang Lin left those cold words and left with the fire dragon under the fearful gazes of everyone here. He went further and further until he disappeared over the horizon. An entire sect couldn't stop one person for even a second. This kind of power and aura caused Wang Lin's figure to be deeply imprinted in the minds of all the people of the Blue Dragon sect. This battle was destined to make Wang Lin famous in the Heavenly Bull continent. One incense stick of time after Wang Lin left, the three elders that had lost their bodies and the middle-aged man that had lost his arms were still pondering when the middle-aged man trembled. From the other direction of the world, a shocking roar of anger echoed. The moment the roar rang out, the world changed colors and the burning fire on the ground extinguished and turned into strands of black smoke that rose into the air. This roar caused the four elders' hearts to tremble. When they looked up, they saw two rays of light close in, and one of the rays of light almost tore the world apart. There was a figure inside the ray of light. It was a youth. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He had sword-like eyebrows and should have looked very handsome, but the anger he revealed made him look ferocious. He was too fast. He looked like he was far away and then instantly arrived above the Blue Dragon sect. He looked at the ruins below and silently pondered. His silence brought great pressure and fear to the four great elders. At this moment, another ray of light arrived and turned into a woman. This woman was extremely charming and beautiful, but when she saw the ruins below, her expression changed greatly. She moved away from the youth without hesitation. Only I, Du Qing, can steal other people's things and destroy other sects' caves. The youth said slowly. It was impossible to tell if he was angry or happy, but a strange distortion appeared over his body. He seemed to change into a person made of wood. No one has ever dared to destroy my sect. The young man let out a heaven-shattering roar. As he roared, the world rumbled. Large amounts of clouds were torn apart, and large amounts of black smoke scattered. No one has ever dared to do this. Destroy my sect. Kill my sect's disciples. No matter who you are dead. If you're in the Heavenly Bull continent, you're dead. I'm going to capture you. I'm going to split you into pieces. I'm going to make you suffer for thousands of years. I'm going to make you regret cultivating. The young man roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. The nearest 1,000 disciples didn't even have time to scream before they all died. I'm going to kill you. The young man turned around and reached toward a disciple. The disciple was filled with fear as the young man grabbed his head. His powerful divine sense rushed into the disciple's mind and soul searched by force. He didn't care that this was a disciple of his sect at all. The disciple let out a miserable scream and died. His body exploded into a mist of blood. After he obtained the memory he wanted, Wang Lin's appearance appeared clearly in the youth's eyes. One of the elders who had turned into a dragon trembled and said, Old ancestor, that person is named Wang. He said he didn't kill anyone, old ancestor. He only destroyed the sect because someone tried to refine him into a puppet. Just as he spoke, the heart of the middle-aged man who had lost his arms skipped a beat and let out a sigh. This Sun Mengda hasn't been in the Blue Dragon sect long enough. So he still doesn't understand the old ancestor's personality. The old ancestor doesn't care about the fate of the Blue Dragon sect. He cares only about face. Just as the old man spoke, the youth turned around and stared at the old man named Sun with a ferocious gaze. The thousands of disciples that just died were killed by him. And you, an elder, even if you lost your body, you should have exploded your origin soul to stop him. You didn't do your job. so I'm going to refine you into wood and seal you for 100 years as punishment." The youth reached toward the void. The old man named Sun trembled and was about to retreat, but he was caught by the young man without the ability to resist at all. The youth used some unknown spell. Then gray light filled the old man's body and invaded his origin soul. The old man let out a miserable scream and his origin soul turned into wood. The youth loosened his hand and the old man who was turned into wood fell on the ground. A vortex appeared and the wooden old man disappeared. This terrified all the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect, and none of them dared to speak. "Launch the power of the full sect to find this person for me. I'll only give you all 3 months of time. If you can't find this person in 3 months, then all of you will die. Send out a notice to the entire Heavenly Bull continent. Anyone who dares to protect this person will pay the price." Wang Lin was quickly moving through the sky of the immortal astral continent. His divine sense spread out as he slowly adapted to this foreign world. With my cultivation level, I can cover most of the cave world with my divine sense, but here my divine sense seems to be suppressed by an invisible law. It is only half the size of what it was in the cave world. This is obviously not unique to me. Everyone's the same. Wang Lin made this judgment because no divine sense from the Blue Dragon sect had spread out to lock onto him during this time. Spatial bending also lost its effect on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin frowned and tried many times, but was not able to merge with the world. This should not be unique to me. Even though the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon sect is at the early stage of void turbulent like Seven-Colored and Old Ghost John, he wasn't able to rush back in time. It is clear he can't use spatial bending. While Wang Lin pondered, he moved very fast across the sky. He vaguely understood that although the world here and the cave world looked the same, they were completely different. The cave world was false and this place was real. He could merge with the world of the cave world, but he couldn't merge with the world of the immortal astral continent. As a result, he couldn't use spatial bending. There should be a method to do it, but the cultivation level required should be higher. Wang Lin silently pondered. He had just arrived here, so everything here was foreign to him. Fortunately, he had searched Kong Ren's memories. Although he still didn't know much, he knew a lot about the Heavenly Bull continent. This is the Heavenly Bull continent in the Eastern continent under the rule of the Celestials. The Guei sect and the Great Soul sect are the 2 strongest sects in the Heavenly Bull continent. They are part of the 9 sects and 13 factions. Wang Lin felt complicated. He was no stranger to these 2 sects. The Great Soul sect, Fan Shanmeng and Fan Shanlu's sect, the sect that has terrifying illusions. There is also Yuni Feng from Kong Ren's memory. He has become the genius of the Guei sect. Alas, I have arrived late. Teacher probably thought I that died, so he didn't wait. Wang Lin let out a sigh. However, what made him feel emotional was that the Heavenly Bull continent was where the Seven Dao sect was located. The Heavenly Bull continent is simply too big, the size of several dozen cave worlds. Traveling without spatial bending is too slow. Going from here to the ancient country's 36 states would take hundreds of years, even at full speed. Wang Lin frowned. The immortal astral continent was simply too big. Forget it. No matter what, I must head to the Seven Dao sect to take a look. If teacher is not there, then no matter how long it takes, I must head to the ancient Dao clan since I promised him. This is the long-term goal. Before that, I must head to the Dong Lin sect. I must use all methods to get into the Dong Lin pool. When Wang Lin thought about the mysteries of the Dong Lin pool, his heart pounded. However, before that, I still need to resolve the issue with the storage space. I wonder how the madman and the woman in silver are. Wang Lin knew that these 2 had bloodlines of the immortal astral continent, so even if the storage space shattered, they would be fine. While pondering, he moved through the sky as a ray of light. This kind of flying that only used his cultivation was something even Wang Lin found unbearable after a long time. The Mosquito King was too unique and therefore was not good to summon here. Half a month later, a large mountain range appeared before Wang Lin. There were many mountains connected, and it went as far as the eye could see. From just a glance, there must have been over 10,000 mountains. The heavenly bull continent was filled with mountains. Wang Lin had learned this from Kong Ren's memories, and he had personally seen it over the last half-month. This place is pretty good. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged into the mountain range below. He rushed toward an ordinary-looking mountain and entered it. Wang Lin waved his hand and the inside of the mountain disappeared, forming a giant stone cave. It became a temporary cave for Wang Lin. He sat down inside the mountain and his hands formed seals. Countless restrictions appeared and landed on the mountain. He couldn't take out any treasures, so he could only use restrictions to hide his aura. After sealing the mountain and setting up some defenses, Wang Lin didn't put the heaven avoidance coffin down, but still carried it on his back. The immortal astral continent was not like the cave world. There were many powerful cultivators here, and he had to be careful to prevent accidents. Only when he carried it on his back would he feel secure. That Kongren also has a storage space, but it is different from those of the cave world. He opened the storage space inside his own body. As a result, there are no restrictions and he could take items out at any time. This kind of method is very mysterious, but it's not something I have never seen before. The Celestials back in the cave world did this. The people from the Seven Dao sect all used the same method. I should have prepared back then. Wang Lin shook his head. Although he was cunning, he was still unable to cover everything. Wang Lin sat there and raised his right hand. He began to hesitate. He couldn't guess what the consequences of opening the storage space were. My storage space was opened in the cave world. I could have opened it in the void, but there would have been some interference. After all, the void is still connected to the cave world. But now that I'm on the immortal astral continent, what to do? Wang Lin felt a headache. He looked at his right hand and waved. He saw a rift appear before him, but the moment it appeared, it collapsed into specks of light before he could take anything out. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his eyes shined as he speculated. The storage space he had just opened was one he had created to store random junk. Even if it dissipated, he wouldn't lose anything of value. He had used it as an experiment to confirm his speculation. Not all items will collapse. Some will be damaged, but they will disperse into the unknown. Wang Lin pondered. The blood sword must be taken out, and the golden print that was turned solid by teacher. It contains the power of an early-stage arcane void cultivator and is very useful to me. Also the soul lasher. It specializes in dealing with the origin soul. It would be a pity for it to disappear inside the storage space. In addition, there is the EC puppet that is as strong as a void turbulent cultivator. And also the ghostly sail. Wang Lin rubbed his temples and felt a headache. While he was hesitating, the news of someone named Wang triggering the earth fire, burning the Blue Dragon sect, killing thousands of Blue Dragon sect disciples, and defeating 4 elders while destroying the bodies of 3 and the arms of another spread. The Blue Dragon sect was angry. They sent all disciples out on a crazed search. Many sects laughed at this matter as they were not happy with the Blue Dragon sect. However, due to Du Qing's cultivation level and his connection with the Great Soul sect, they backed down. Seeing that the Blue Dragon sect had suffered such great loss, including thousands of disciples dying and the 4 elders seriously injured, made them all secretly happy. As for cooperating with the search for the mysterious person, it was all just on the surface. However, there were some sects that fully cooperated to search for Wang Lin. The Heavenly Bull continent was simply too big. Even such sensational news didn't spread too far. It only spread within a region. As for large sects like the Guei sect or the Great Soul sect, they rarely paid attention to such things. Several days passed, but there were no clues at all. The Blue Dragon sect's old ancestor, Du Qing's, anger intensified. He went out himself and his divine sense swept the area, but he also found nothing. After all, the Heavenly Bull continent was simply too large. If a person wanted to hide, finding them would be as difficult as finding a needle in the ocean. The mountain Wang Lin was in was swept by the divine sense of Blue Dragon sect disciples. However, due to them being far away and Wang Lin's restrictions being extraordinary, they didn't find any clues. Unless Du Qing came personally, no one else would find an abnormalities. However, although he was angry without a specific location to search, it was not likely he would come to check personally. As time passed, the blue dragon sex search didn't decrease but became even more intense. Wang Lin noticed this while he was pondering about how to open his storage space to take out his treasures. During this month of time, not only was Wang Lin thinking about his storage space, he was also absorbing the celestial energy here to nourish his body. He was also looking at the difference of the essences here compared to his own essences. He slowly saw through some clues. The ethereal essences were no problem. Whether it was in the cave world or on the immortal astral continent, there was no change. After all, the ethereal essences were formed from Wang Lin's own comprehension. However, the corporeal essences had changed, like the fire essence. The thunder, fire, and water essence that had reached small completion were all the same. As for the slaughter and restriction essences, there were some changes but not much. It's almost time. I can't hesitate anymore. On this day, while Wang Lin was sitting inside the cave, he opened his eyes. His gaze was decisive. He was not an indecisive person. If it wasn't for the fact that the storage space was too important, he wouldn't have been so hesitant. However, he had to make a decision now. Even if it is destroyed, I must take out some items. Most of these don't matter since I can accumulate so much. I can obtain new treasures on the immortal astral continent. And if I'm fast, the storage space might not collapse completely. After making up his mind, Wang Lin no longer hesitated. His full cultivation spread out and gathered inside the cave without leaking out. As his cultivation continued to condense in the cave, the surrounding area began to distort. This distortion was like a ripple that slowly echoed inside the cave, like everything here had become solid. This wasn't a complete solidification, but it could make everything here move slower. He spread out his full cultivation to make it feel like the cave was a swamp so that the collapse of the storage space would be delayed. And what Wang Lin needed was time. Once his aura finished spreading out and the surroundings slowed down, Wang Lin took a deep breath. His eyes lit up and he raised his left hand. He formed a seal and the stop spell gathered on his index finger. Then he raised his right hand and reached at the void before him after clenching his teeth. He had done this many times before, but never had he been this nervous doing it. As his hand reached out, a rift appeared before him. This rift was Wang Lin's storage space. The moment the rift appeared, the stop spell Wang Lin had gathered on his left hand pointed forward. After using the stop spell many times, it had long evolved with his understanding. Now it not only stopped people but even time, space, spells, and treasures. However, Wang Lin didn't know if he could stop the collapse of the storage space he had brought from the cave world to the immortal astral continent. The moment the rift appeared, a ghostly light came out from within, and signs of collapsing appeared. However, the solidification of the cave that caused time to slow down and the stop spell caused the collapse to pause for a moment. But it only paused for a moment before a violent collapse occurred. Wang Lin's focus was very high. Just as the storage space opened, his divine sense went in like crazy and was about to take everything out. However, that pause was not enough time for Wang Lin to take everything. He watched as countless rifts appeared in his storage space. The madman and woman in silver were very close to a rift and disappeared within. Some treasures collapsed, and while some didn't collapse, they were devoured by the rifts. All of this happened in a flash, and Wang Lin didn't have time to stop it. He didn't even have time to see what he had taken out before his divine sense split into several copies. They followed the treasures through the rifts and imprinted on the treasures that disappeared. With a thought, the storage space that hadn't collapsed was closed by him and disappeared to prevent it from collapsing anymore. After a short period of time, Wang Lin was soaked in sweat. His breathing was short and his eyes were red as he looked ahead and pondered. Before him floated a blood sword and a golden print. The blood sword was filled with killing intent, and the golden print gave off the aura of void tribulent. There was also a trace of grand empyrean aura, showing that this was formed by one of the 9 suns. Some not very important treasures have collapsed, but it doesn't matter that they broke. However, there were still 3 treasures that didn't collapse and were taken by the rifts. I was prepared and left my divine sense on them, so perhaps there will be a day when I can find them. Madman and that woman in silver. Alas. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had tried his best. I should be able to open my storage space a few more times, but each time I open it, the collapse will get worse until it is destroyed completely. The EC puppet is still there and wasn't swept away. Wang Lin took a deep breath and scattered the solidification aura around him, allowing the cave to slowly return to normal. Looking at the blood sword and golden print before him, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and used the method for creating a storage space inside his body that he had learned from Kong Ren. A rift appeared on his right wrist. The inside of the rift was completely dark and a suction force came from within. It sucked in the blood sword and the golden print before it disappeared from Wang Lin's wrist. Opening a storage space with one's bloodline. This kind of thing is something only the people of the immortal astral continent can do perfectly. Wang Lin pondered, and there was a flash of blood light from his right hand as the blood sword flew out and then disappeared. Golden light appeared as the golden print appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. This happened several times until Wang Lin became familiar with the process. He had to make sure he wouldn't accidentally open his storage space during a battle and cause irreversible damage. Only then did he feel assured. So what if I lost some treasures? I can obtain more treasures on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin looked outside, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the mountain to see the darkened sky outside. Greed should also be on the immortal astral continent. As long as he is here, I'll not be short of treasures. I just need to meet him to solve a lot of problems. Greed. I'm looking forward to our first reunion on the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile. However, that greed is very strange. He is also one of the soul fragments of the seven-colored celestial sovereign like Qin Shui. But he was able to leave the cave world, even though he had that Grand Emperor's help. Shen Luo helped as well. This matter is inexplicable. This question had been in Wang Lin's mind for a long time, but he couldn't guess an answer. Forget it, once I meet greed in the future, I may know more. Thinking about it more would be pointless. First, I must resolve the problem of this earth fire and my fire essence. The blue dragon sex Du Qing is not weak if he comes to find me. It will be a vicious battle. I've just entered the immortal astral continent and don't want to cause too much trouble. But now it seems like I have to be a bit more high-profiled, so I can have a solid footing. There was coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. In the imperial capital of the Celestials, there was a very luxurious palace. This palace was hundreds of feet tall. It was like a heavenly palace. The golden light from the palace was dazzling. Even from very far away, one could see the blinding light. In the great hall, there was a huge dragon chair, and a middle-aged man wearing a 9-dragon imperial robe was sitting on it. This man had his eyes closed as if he was in a false dream, but at this moment, he opened his eyes. His pupils were like suns and the aura of his noble blood spread out. An unimaginable pressure spread out from his body. The imperial teacher has divined that Dao Fei's disappearance won't be life-threatening, and it will be a fortune. Now his aura has appeared in the god's burial, so let's bring him back. There is a woman next to him. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the imperial robe flashed and his right hand reached toward the void before him. The middle-aged man in the imperial robe reached out and a vortex appeared in the hall. A ghostly light came out. It seemed to lead to the unknown. A howling sound echoed inside the vortex and 2 fuzzy shadows appeared before being pulled out by the man in the imperial robe. The unconscious man and woman were the madman and the woman in silver. The middle-aged man ignored the woman in silver and focused his gaze on the madman. He frowned and walked forward. As he walked forward, the madman's body strangely floated into the air, and the middle-aged man pressed his right hand against the madman's chest. A powerful celestial energy rushed into the madman's body. In an instant, popping sounds echoed inside the madman's body as if thunder was echoing inside the hall. The powerful celestial energy was like a river rushing through the madman's body. It opened up the closed meridians and triggered the madman's bloodline power. However, the madman was still unconscious and didn't wake up. The middle-aged man frowned and waved his sleeve. The shadow of a giant sun appeared behind him, and this shadow quickly enveloped the entire palace and then spread far into the world. Even from far away, one could see a golden sun shrouding the palace. Dao Fei, wake up! The middle-aged man waved his right hand and pressed it on the madman's chest. Golden celestial energy rushed into the madman's body and rushed toward his head. It immediately opened up some closed blood veins and vessels. After they were opened, foul aura that had gathered for countless years was scattered. Big brother! At this moment, the madman's face turned red and he opened his eyes. He let out a cry of surprise as he coughed out a mouthful of blood and passed out again. The middle-aged man's eyebrows slowly loosened and the shadow of the sun slowly disappeared behind him. Send Prince Dao Fei to rest. This woman, send her as well. As the majestic voice echoed, 2 strands of golden smoke appeared in the hall. They turned into 2 women, and after bowing at the man in the imperial robe, they carried the unconscious madman and the woman in silver out of the hall. The man in the imperial robe sat in the dragon chair and slowly closed his eyes as he pondered. Dao Fei has been missing for many years. I don't know what happened, and he was injured so badly. His bloodline also weakened a little. When he wakes up, I need to get information from him. Wang Lin was currently inside the cave he had created inside a mountain. His hands formed a seal and a sea of fire surrounded his body. The sea of fire burned intensely and slowly turned into a giant vermilion bird behind him. The vermilion bird circled Wang Lin, causing the sea of fire to burn even more intensely. The heaven-avoiding coffin he had carried the whole time had been put into the new storage space he had opened in his body. At this moment, his hand formed a seal and the fire around him turned into 7 fire dragons that rushed into his left eye. They were absorbed by his left eye in an instant and formed a fire-shaped imprint in his left eye. The imprint flashed and was very eye-catching in the cave that no longer had the light from the fire. My own fire essence has already formed and is even a bit stronger than when I was in the cave world, but it is incompatible with the earth fire of this heavenly bull continent. A master must be decided between the 2 fires. Otherwise, if I encounter another person with a fire essence, they will be able to tell that something is wrong at a glance. Also, the earth fire here is too different, which puts me at a disadvantage. Wang Lin had already been at the immortal astral continent for a month, and he felt the differences. In the cave world, all the fire in the world could be controlled by him. He was like the emperor of fire and never had to worry about the consumption of his fire essence. As long as he breathed, he could quickly replenish it. However, it was different on the immortal astral continent. Not only was he an outsider, even his fire essence was an outsider. It would be very difficult for him to replenish his power of fire. This situation was not a problem if he met someone who was weaker, but against someone who was strong, it would be fatal. In the Blue Dragon sect, while it looked simple for Wang Lin to extract the soul of the earth fire, it was not simple. He didn't really need to extract that soul to leave the Blue Dragon sect, but he wanted to check the rejection of the fire here, so he had extracted the soul. The rejection force was very strong. Under Wang Lin's forceful manipulation, the fire dragon tried to rebel after he left the Blue Dragon sect. In the end, under Wang Lin's suppression, the fire dragon disappeared into the earth. The rejection from the fire here is very strong. Since the fire of the immortal astral continent doesn't recognize me, then I don't need it to recognize me. I'll suppress it and absorb it to strengthen myself. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a cold gaze. With a cold snort, he closed his eyes. Wang Lin's origin soul rushed into his left eye and turned into a vermilion bird that rushed out. The vermilion bird was formed by Wang Lin's origin soul. It filled the cave with a high temperature before it disappeared underground. The entire heavenly bull continent had a large earth fire vein spreading across the continent under all the mountains. Just as Wang Lin's origin soul went underground, he felt suffocating heat coming from below. This aura was very harmful to the origin soul, but it caused no problem for Wang Lin. As he charged toward the bottom, a heat wave was released from his body to resist the earth fire. Because his origin soul was underground, everything he saw was different from when he was in his physical body. There was no earth here, only sparks of fire. It looked like a world of fire. As he went into the depths of the earth, a roar came from the distance. This roar could not be heard by one's ears, but the origin soul would feel it clearly. When the roar came, an even more intense heat wave blasted toward Wang Lin. The temperature inside the heat wave could melt all treasures and burn the souls of all living beings. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. This roar was more of a challenge, the collision of two different types of fire once they met. As the roar echoed, the vermilion bird formed by Wang Lin let out a sharp howl. This howl was the vermilion bird cry. The cry became a sharp sword that pierced into the ground toward the source of the roar. Wang Lin moved very fast as he charged deep underground. He crossed boundless distances every few breaths and soon arrived at the source of the roar. It was a fire dragon that was hundreds of feet long, giving off a red glow, and was surrounded by a violent aura. This fire dragon was coiled there and staring at Wang Lin's vermilion bird. When Wang Lin got close, it let out another roar. This scene was very shocking. In this underground world, the dragon and vermilion bird faced off. The roar and cry collided and a battle of fire began between them. If one's divine sense swept by, they would see this, but if they were here, they would see something completely different with their naked eyes. They would only see a giant fire vein that expanded for an unknown distance. This vein was red and gave off endless heat while being buried under the earth. This huge fire vein was the fire dragon that was roaring at Wang Lin. This fire dragon was the soul of this branch of the fire vein. Similarly, if one looked at Wang Lin's vermilion bird with their naked eyes, they wouldn't see a vermilion bird. They would only see a fire that came from another place, a fire that could not mix with the fire here. In this world, there was only one word that was called fire. Flames could sometimes represent fire, but they would never replace fire as a word. Fire was overbearing. Couldn't coexist, it could only fuse into one. The fire dragon roared and charged forward. Dense fire surrounded its body and charged at Wang Lin's vermilion bird. It opened its mouth to devour the vermilion bird. The eyes of Wang Lin's vermilion bird shined and didn't flinch at all. The mere soul of a branch of the fire vein wasn't qualified to make Wang Lin retreat. The vermilion bird let out a hiss as it charged into the mouth of the fire dragon. All fire in this world must listen to my command and worship me as its master. Even the fire of the immortal astral continent must obey. Wang Lin's divine sense echoed underground with the overbearing nature of fire. The fire dragon devoured the vermilion bird and revealed a painful expression. Its body became twisted and fire burst out from its body. The vermilion bird slowly appeared within the fire dragon. It became very large until it shrouded the fire dragon and soon became clear. When it became clear, it continued to absorb the fire coming from the fire dragon. As it strengthened itself, the fire dragon's roar became weaker. However, as the fire dragon was being absorbed, it began to struggle even more violently. Thunderous rumbles echoed above ground, where Wang Lin was. The earth trembled and split open as fire spewed out from underground, burning everything. This process didn't last too long. After one incense stick of time, the fire that was spewing out from underground immediately shrank and dissipated within the cracks back into the depths of the ground. The dragon had stopped struggling and the vermilion bird had finally become fully clear. It opened its eyes and revealed a cold gaze. After absorbing the soul of a branch of the fire vein, my fire essence has strengthened so much. The vermilion bird turned into a sea of fire and charged to the surface. It went back into Wang Lin's left eye. Wang Lin's body trembled when his origin soul returned, and he opened his eyes. This was a rare and large supplement for me. Wang Lin looked at the ground, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The change in the earth fire vein must have attracted some attention. It is not convenient to remain here. Wang Lin stood up and waved his sleeves. He cleared out all the restrictions left here. Wang Lin didn't want to leave any clue to the people chasing him, especially the fact that he was good at restrictions. In this strange continent, one extra layer of mystery was an extra layer of protection. The restrictions disappeared without a trace. Even if someone noticed, it would be difficult to see if they had been made by a person or treasure. As Wang Lin waved his sleeves, he burned the walls of the cave more than a feet so no traces remained. After doing all of this, Wang Lin walked out of the cave and stood in the sky. The sky was clear without any clouds, looking very beautiful. Breathing the aura of the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin quickly flew off into the distance. He was extremely fast and disappeared over the horizon as a ray of light. His speed was faster than before. At this moment, he moved at full speed and flew more than 100,000 kilometers in a flash. On the third day after Wang Lin left, rays of light arrived over this mountain range. One of these rays of light was the blue dragon sect's old ancestor, Du Qing. He gloomily looked at the mountain and then pressed his hand down on the mountain peak. The world rumbled as a giant wooden arm more than 1,000 feet thick appeared. It was covered in fire and smashed into the mountain. A thunderous rumble echoed as the mountain collapsed and countless fragments scattered. 3 days ago, the earth fire here changed. That cultivator named Wang was obviously hiding here. Despicable. I have used my full speed but was still late. Killing intent appeared in Du Qing's eyes and he waved his sleeve. Scatter from this place and continue to search. I don't believe he can escape from the heavenly bull continent. Du Qing took a deep breath and clenched his fist. If this person hides, it will be difficult to find him. Looks like I need to ask the Great Soul Sect for help. Wang Lin didn't want to avoid the other party. If he really wanted to hide, he could find a mountain far away and hide inside. After 8 to 10 years, there would be no problems left. The main reason he had left was because he had found something that could nourish his fire essence greatly. As Wang Lin flew across the sky, his divine sense spread out, covering the earth. His eyes shined brightly with excitement. This heavenly bull continent has many branches of the earth fire vein, at least thousands. If I absorb them all and even absorb the main earth fire vein, will I form an essence true body like back in the Dong Lin pool? Thinking about this made Wang Lin's breathing become short. He vaguely guessed that no one had ever absorbed the fire from the heavenly bull continent. They had all obtained the recognition of the fire to comprehend its essence and become third-step cultivators. If they reached a certain cultivation level and their essence was strong enough, they perhaps would become a king of fire. But in the end, it was very different from Wang Lin. Wang Lin was not someone from the immortal astral continent, and he didn't comprehend the fire here. He didn't obtain the recognition of the fire here, so there would naturally be rejection. It was like following the will of the heavens and defying the heavens. But it was also because of this that Wang Lin was about to devour an earth fire soul and increase his fire essence greatly. Xian Luo said that no person of the cave worlds has ever managed to walk out by force by themselves. I didn't reincarnate in the immortal astral continent, so I didn't grow up here. The immortal astral continent is not a dangerous place for me, but a treasure trove. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he moved forward to another mountain range. The mountain here was completely green with no trace of fire. However, with Wang Lin's fire essence, he looked down and sensed a giant fire dragon sleeping under the mountain. The moment Wang Lin's gaze landed on the fire dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes were a sea of fire that stared at Wang Lin through the flames. Roar! A roar echoed and the earth trembled. The mountain peak swayed like a powerful wind was blowing through the mountains. However, ordinary people couldn't hear it. Even cultivators would find it difficult to detect. Only someone with a different type of fire essence, like Wang Lin, could clearly hear this roar of extreme rejection. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a cold snort. A mere soul of a vein dares to roar at me? What courage! Wang Lin stepped forward and landed on a mountain. He suddenly reached out below him with his right hand. Extract earth fire soul. When his right hand lifted up, the mountain rumbled and a sea of fire erupted from the earth below. The mountain below Wang Lin collapsed and gravel flew everywhere. The head of a fire dragon rushed out from the collapsed mountain. The moment it appeared, the blue sky turned scarlet red as if it was burning. Crackling sounds echoed from the earth as the earth tore open and lava flowed out. This fire dragon was a bit bigger than the one Wang Lin had devoured. The fire from it was equal to the full power of a spirit void cultivator. As it roared, the fire dragon's giant head closed in on Wang Lin and smashed toward him. It was like a flaming meteor from the sky that was heading straight for Wang Lin. This shocking momentum was enough to cause the expression of any cultivator to change. However, Wang Lin's expression was calm and didn't change at all. There was even coldness in his eyes. As the fire dragon rushed toward him, he raised his right hand and threw a punch at it. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Wang Lin's body trembled slightly, but he didn't move half a step. However, the fire dragon let out a miserable roar as its head exploded. When the fire dragon collapsed, it turned into a sea of fire and showed signs of reforming. The dragon's eyes were the first to reform, and they gave off an angry gaze. However, Wang Lin didn't give the fire dragon a chance to reform. He stepped forward and fire shined in his left eye. A vermilion bird appeared in his eye and charged out toward the fire dragon. Soul of the earth fire, you still don't know your place. As the vermilion bird devoured, Wang Lin's powerful voice echoed in the world. The fire dragon's body trembled, and its collapsed head was absorbed by the vermilion bird. As the absorption increased, the earth trembled and the world changed colors. The entire fire dragon turned into a sea of fire that was absorbed by the vermilion bird. After absorbing 2 earth fire souls, the body of the vermilion bird had expanded to hundreds of thousands of feet wide. It seemed to cover up the entire sky. The fire raged, causing the vermilion bird to let out a heaven-shattering cry. This cry turned into ripples that spread with the vermilion bird as the center. Wang Lin took a step forward and stood on the head of the vermilion bird. His body was covered in a sea of fire. The vermilion bird let out a cry and immediately charged forward. From a distance, it looked like a cloud of fire moving forward. Wang Lin could clearly feel his fire essence becoming stronger. This growth excited Wang Lin because back in the cave world, the fire essence had stopped changing. Wang Lin had thought that was the limit of his fire essence, that it had reached full completion. But he always felt like something was missing, though he wasn't able to find out what exactly. It wasn't until he encountered the Donglin pool inside the 5th flower that a door to a higher path opened for Wang Lin. It allowed him to know that his fire essence could form an essence true body. He could never forget the powerful feeling he had when an essence true body formed. The simplest change was that whenever he used a spell, it was not just 1, but 2 overlapping with each other, making it far stronger than before. This was not something Wang Lin had ever imagined possible. Right now, his fire essence had become stronger and grown closer to forming an essence true body. In this strange land filled with powerful cultivators, there was nothing more exciting than increasing his cultivation level. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to move forward while riding the giant vermilion bird. His divine sense spread out, looking for the next fire vein. 2 days after Wang Lin left, a ray of light closed in from the distance. The person inside the ray of light was the blue dragon sect's old ancestor, Du Qing. He arrived very fast this time, and when he landed, he was a bit shocked. He looked at the mountains below and his eyelids twitched. Something is wrong. If he causes the earth fire vein to change once or twice, it could be an accident, but this is the 3rd time. He is obviously doing this on purpose. But what is he doing it for? Du Qing frowned. He couldn't figure it out. He landed on a mountain and his divine sense spread out. He carefully looked at the ground and extended his search underground. This caused him to gasp, and his expression changed greatly. The earth fire vein withered and the earth fire dissipated. It is dead. He is absorbing the earth fire, which is impossible. Even if a cultivator has the fire essence, they wouldn't dare to forcibly absorb the earth fire. Once it's done, it is likely to cause a rejection in their body, and they would be attacked by the earth fire of the heavenly bull continent. How did he do it? What is he going to do? Qing's eyes were filled with horror. He had never heard of anyone who could absorb and devour the earth fire vein. The cultivators with fire essence had all offered sacrifices to the fire to obtain recognition. No one had ever dared to devour or could devour. Du Qing looked up at the sky in the distance. He vaguely felt like the person he was chasing was a terrifying existence. His heart couldn't be helped but be overwhelmed by hesitation. He didn't know if he should continue his pursuit. After a long time, Du Qing clenched his teeth and there was coldness in his eyes. I'm not willing to give up now. No matter what, I must catch up and have a look. If all of this is just a false illusion of strength, then I'll kill him. If his cultivation level is good and equal to mine, then I need to change my perspective. The Blue Dragon sect is destroyed and it can't be changed. If he were to join the Blue Dragon sect, the influence of the sect would increase greatly. Du Qing was the old ancestor. Even though he was moody, his mind was not ordinary. After making up his mind, Du Qing reached at the void before him and a paper crane appeared before him. He threw it and it expanded into a smoke crane. It let out a cry and flew forward. Du Qing followed it into the distance. With this exotic treasure from the Great Soul Sect, this person won't be able to escape for long. A thunderous rumble echoed across the earth of the heavenly bull continent. Then a giant vermilion bird covered in fire rushed out. The world became distorted and the earth dried up, seeming ready to collapse. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered as he stood on the head of the vermilion bird, his eyes shining brightly. It had been half a month since he devoured the second earth fire soul. During this period, Wang Lin hadn't wasted any time. He had been rapidly moving forward. Every time he encountered an earth fire vein, he would absorb its soul. During this half a month, Wang Lin had devoured 9 earth fire veins. Combining with the 2 from before, there were now 11 earth fire dragon souls. His fire essence was far more powerful than back in the cave world. It had more than doubled its strength. This kind of shocking change seemed to have made Wang Lin's eyes turn red, as he continued to devour like crazy. Wang Lin had long become aware of the fact that someone was chasing him. Even though he hadn't seen the person chasing him, he clearly knew who it was. This person had to be the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon sect, the void tribulent Du Qing. This matter was not difficult to analyze. To dare to pursue him and for this long meant that that person was confident in their strength. Among the people Wang Lin had provoked since he came to the immortal astral continent, only the Blue Dragon sect's old ancestor had the strength. From Kong Rant's memory, the old ancestor is at the early stage of void tribulent. But whether that is true or not is not something Kong Ren is qualified to know. He may have indeed gone through 9 arcane tribulants to reach the early stage of void tribulent, or he could still be in the arcane tribulent stage. Wang Lin would obviously not believe Du Qing's cultivation level from just Ken Ren's memory. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the vermilion bird under him let out a shocking roar. The more earth fire veins it devoured, the faster the vermilion bird became. Although it couldn't compare to the Mosquito King, it was almost as fast as Wang Lin. The vermilion bird let out a roar and disappeared without a trace. Half a day later, a ray of light closed in and Du Qing appeared. He had chased for half a month, getting closer and closer to Wang Lin, but his mood was becoming more and more gloomy. During this half a month, he had seen 9 withered-up fire veins. That feeling of disbelief became stronger and stronger, and this shocked him greatly. Even his earliest thoughts began to shake. Another place. Damn it, how many will this person devour before he stops? How can I chase? How could I dare to keep chasing? Du Qing looked at the withered earth fire vein below and his scalp went numb. By the time I catch up, not only will I be no match for him, but I will get injured by him. Then my pursuit will become a big joke. Such a thought keeps surfacing in Du Qing's mind. He hesitated for a moment before he let out a roar at the sky. He was going to risk it. Until he saw the other party's exact cultivation level, he was unwilling to retreat like this. I have declared to the outside world that I'm at the early stage of void tribulent, but in truth, I'm only at my 7th arcane tribulent. Nevertheless, my firewood body has strength far beyond ordinary cultivators. My physical body is like that of the people from the ancient country. I don't believe I can't battle him. Even if his cultivation level is comparable to mine, his body can't be as powerful. Du Qing seemed to have found confidence in that roar. He charged even faster under the guidance of the smoke crane. After 7 days, the vermilion bird under Wang Lin had become even larger. It seemed to cover the sky as it flew. During the last 7 days, he had absorbed 3 earth fire dragon souls. The 14 earth fire souls had caused the power of Wang Lin's fire to increase greatly. It was twice as powerful compared to back in the cave world. Behind him, Du Qing arrived at the withered fire vein Wang Lin was at before, and his face was pale. These days of pursuit were a type of torture he had never suffered before. This kind of torture was not affecting the body, but the mind. He had seen the withered earth fire veins one after another. This feeling was enough to make him go crazy. He would rather never pursue Wang Lin, or damage his own cultivation while fighting Wang Lin than to continue suffering this torture. For days later, in another part of the heavenly bull continent, the roar of a dragon slowly dissipated. A giant vermilion bird charged out from underground. Half an hour later, Du Qing's figure appeared once more. He stared dumbfoundedly at the earth for a long time. 16. At this moment, Du Qing wondered if this mysterious person named Wang was a soul of the earth fire vein. 2 days later, in the northern part of the heavenly bull continent, where there were the most mountains. The mountain ranges were endless here, and there was no trace of vegetation. It was completely black, giving a depressing feeling. The ground was dry and cracked, and a hot aura seemed to exist and spread across the void. This place was very remote and few cultivators came here. Most of the time, this place was silent, but at this moment, a shocking roar came from the depths of these mountains. This roar was the roar of the fire dragon soul, and it was different from the ones Wang Lin had heard before. This roar shook the world and almost became corporeal. Not only could he hear it, but all living beings could hear it. This was no longer a soul roar, but a soul powerful enough to let out a real roar. After devouring so many earth veins, this was the first one Wang Lin could not devour, as it contained such a terrifying soul. A giant vermilion bird flew out from the mountain, and on the head of the vermilion bird, Wang Lin suddenly looked back. Behind him, the mountain trembled and hundreds of thousands of feet of mountain range collapsed. A fire dragon with a head that was 100,000 feet large with a body of unknown size charged up. This fire dragon was clearly a soul, but it looked like it was real. It was obvious that this branch was far stronger than an ordinary branch. This is a child branch and not a sub-branch. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had carefully scanned the area before. When he saw how powerful the soul was, he was even more confident in his speculation. A main fire vein could have countless sub-branches. However, a child branch was very different. A long time ago, it might have been connected to the main vein, but it had separated and become an independent existence. A child vein was basically a child of the main vein. Aside from its strength, there was no difference between it and the main vein. I wonder how many child veins are in the heavenly bull continent. However, there obviously shouldn't be a lot. Devouring a child vein is the same as devouring a large amount of subveins. Since I have encountered it, there is no reason to let it go. The vermilion bird under Wang Lin let out a cry and turned around in the sky. It charged at the incoming earth fire dragon soul. The earth fire dragon soul was fierce and large amounts of fire spread out, covering the surrounding hundreds of thousands of feet of area in the sky. This included Wang Lin and his vermilion bird. The surroundings were sealed off by fire and the black smoke of the fire burned all breathable air. At the same time, even the space in the area began to distort, causing everything here to become blurry. Only the giant fire dragon closed in, its ferocious eyes revealing its tyrannical nature as it charged at Wang Lin's vermilion bird. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. Although this child vein was strong, equal to a mid-stage arcane void cultivator, it wasn't enough for Wang Lin to retreat. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the fire dragon. 16 earth fire branch veins. Appear in my name. The moment Wang Lin's words echoed, 16 fire dragons appeared around the vermilion bird and rushed at the incoming fire dragon. It was at this moment that a ray of light closed in from the distance. Du Qing had finally caught up. He spotted the cloud-like flame that was hundreds of feet wide. He heard the roar from the flame, and at that moment, his body trembled. Cracks appeared on his originally juvenile body, and he turned into a purple wooden man. The moment he turned into a wooden man, fire spread out from his body and surrounded him, but it didn't damage the wood at all. Du Qing also had a fire essence. The reason the fire essence had appeared on its own was because that roar represented the fire of the Heavenly Bull sect. And Du Qing was a fire essence cultivator recognized by the Heavenly Bull continent. If it was an ordinary vein, it wouldn't have the power to affect Du Qing's fire essence. However, this child vein was no different than the main vein, so it could achieve such an effect. Du Qing's expression changed. His gaze landed on the cloud of flames in the distance. He could see the strange scene of 16 fire dragons and a vermilion bird devouring a fire dragon hidden inside the flames. There was also a person with white hair standing on the head of the vermilion bird. His white clothes were extremely conspicuous in the fire. Although Du Qing only saw the back, he had the illusion that he was looking at a mountain. That's him. Du Qing's eyes lit up. He is currently trying to devour the earth fire here. The earth fire here is not normal, so he can't devour it as easily. Right now is the best time to kill him. Du Qing revealed a decisive gaze. He charged into the fire without hesitation. Du Qing saw Wang Lin. Inside the fire, Wang Lin also felt Du Qing outside the fire. An aura that was infinitely close to void turbulent came from Du Qing's body. When his body became a wooden body, Wang Lin sensed this even more clearly. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He had long known that Du Qing was chasing him, and being caught up to was expected. At this moment, he didn't panic or even pay any attention to Du Qing. The 16 fire dragons and the vermilion bird charged at the incoming fire dragon formed by the child earth fire vein. The two were not far apart. As the two sides closed in, they immediately collided. Even though Du Qing wanted to charge in, he was a step too slow. The 16 fire dragons were the first to come in contact with the child earth vein soul, and a thunderous rumble echoed across the earth. The moment the two collided, Wang Lin pointed down as he stood on the head of the vermilion bird. The 16 fire dragons roared and wrapped around the child earth fire vein like chains, tying it down. The soul of the vein let out a deafening roar. At the same time, the vermilion bird under Wang Lin charged out and overlapped with the child earth fire vein soul. It began its crazy devour and fusion. All of this happened in an instant. From Du Qing's perspective, everything had happened smoothly, without any delay. The child earth fire vein soul's body twisted and it continued to roar. It was no longer fierce but revealed a painful expression. One could vaguely see the vermilion bird inside it and the white-haired Wang Lin standing between the horns on its head. Wang Lin raised his left hand and controlled the 16 chains formed by the fire dragons. It looked like he was holding the chains. This was a shocking scene, enough to shake the heart of any cultivator that saw it. Wang Lin was surrounded by fire as if he was the emperor of fire. Even the dragon below him seemed like it had to yield to become his mount. The dragon's roar was heaven-shaking. It was at this moment that Du Qing rushed through the sea of fire and closed in on Wang Lin. As Du Qing closed in, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. The fire dragon under Wang Lin had to raise its head as Wang Lin's left hand pulled the chains. It let out a violent roar that wanted to tear the world apart, and fire rippled in all directions. At the same time, an endless source of fire erupted from the 16 chains in Wang Lin's left hand and entered his body. The cry of a vermilion bird came from the fire dragon below Wang Lin. When the vermilion bird cried, a powerful surge of earth fire from the fire dragon below rushed into Wang Lin. At this moment, the power of fire he controlled was heaven-shattering. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved it at the void before him. This wave contained his fire essence that had increased in power several-fold. The power of this fire essence was equal to the full power of all of Wang Lin's essences in the cave world. One essence was comparable to the 7 from before. The growth of his fire essence was what made Wang Lin very excited along the way. With this wave, the world rumbled and the sea of fire gathered around him. It fused with the fire essence inside his body and formed a giant handprint. This handprint had clear fingerprints. It was Wang Lin's right hand. This right hand was thousands of feet tall and burned everything in its path as it flew toward Du Qing. Du Qing's pupils shrank. His right hand formed a seal and a large distortion appeared around him. The distortion turned into a vortex and then a giant, wooden arm stretched out toward Wang Lin's handprint. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When the handprint and the wooden arm collided, a thunderous rumble echoed and a terrifying shockwave scattered. Wang Lin's handprint collapsed, but the wooden arm formed by Du Qing's spell was surrounded by a sea of fire from the collapsed handprint and began burning. Du Qing let out a muffled groan. He retreated 3 steps and suddenly looked up. He saw Wang Lin unfazed, standing on the fire dragon. However, the fire dragon's body trembled and began to collapse on a large scale. It was as if its flesh and skin were being split open. This was because Wang Lin had transferred all of the force from Du Qing's attack onto the fire dragon. He had borrowed Du Qing's power to seriously injure the fire dragon he still could not devour. The fire dragon let out a miserable cry and retreated. Its body continued to collapse, and every time it collapsed, the vermilion bird inside its body became even more clear. Du Qing's expression changed and his eyes revealed a gloomy gaze. He had seen through the fact that this white-haired cultivator was borrowing his power to devour this earth fire. When he looked up, Wang Lin's cold gaze met with Du Qing's gaze for the first time. With this blow, Wang Lin had seen through Du Qing's cultivation. This person had not reached the void tribulent stage, he was still at the arcane tribulent stage. From the power of that attack, he was stronger than the sovereign but could not compare with the likes of the seven-colored Taoist or old Ghost John. Wang Lin had seen through how strong Du Qing was, but Du Qing wasn't able to see through Wang Lin. Judging from the aura, this person is at most at the peak of spirit void and hasn't even reached arcane void, but such a cultivator could not have withstood my attack or devoured the earth fire. His body should have collapsed from my spell, but his expression didn't change at all. Also, he transferred most of the force into the dragon soul below him, so it's impossible to see through his true cultivation. But I don't believe he is only at the peak of spirit void. He must be hiding his cultivation level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped back in the Blue Dragon sect. The two looked at each other and began to speculate about the other. Du Qing was a cautious person, and everything he had encountered along the way made him hesitate. After seeing his attack repelled, his eyes shined as he stared at Wang Lin, and he didn't act recklessly. "Who are you? Why did you destroy the Blue Dragon sect? If you don't give me an explanation, then you can stay here." There was a flash of coldness in Du Qing's eyes as he spoke. "Your Blue Dragon sect disciple wanted to refine me into a puppet. I just destroyed your sect and didn't kill a single person. That was me being kind." The 16 fire dragons controlled by Wang Lin's left hand that were binding the large fire dragon trembled. The earth fire soul let out a roar as its body collapsed even more. The vermilion bird's shadow began to overlap with the dragon as the devourer was about to complete. When Du Qing saw this, his body began to distort again and he was going to turn back into a wooden person. The roar from this child vein affected the fire essence in his body, causing it to become restless. "What a joke! You killed thousands of my Blue Dragon sect disciples, and you say you didn't kill a person." Du Qing stared at Wang Lin and the fire dragon soul below him. He began to hesitate again. Wang Lin gave him a mysterious feeling, and everything he saw made Du Qing lose confidence. After hearing Du Qing's words, Wang Lin simply decided to not speak anymore. He stood on the fire dragon's body and continued to control his fire essence to devour this fire dragon soul. After a short period of calmness, the fire dragon soul let out an extremely poignant and anxious roar. Du Qing's fire appeared outside of his control and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. If he continued to ignore the call of the fire, then his fire essence might start rejecting him. "Give me an explanation." Du Qing no longer hesitated. He charged at Wang Lin. As he closed in, Wang Lin sneered and he pointed at the sky. The sky rumbled and the clouds churned. Then a giant palm print appeared in the sky. It was the war spirit print. The moment this print appeared, the world changed colors, and it charged at Du Qing. The moment Du Qing saw the palm, his expression changed greatly. The world sect's grand handprint, War Spirit print. You are someone from the world sect from the Soul Cloud continent. After hearing Du Qing's words, Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. As the War Spirit print descended, he formed another seal and pointed at the sky. 7-colored light instantly gathered before Wang Lin and shrouded the surrounding area. The 7-colored light rapidly gathered to form the 7-colored lance. The moment the lance appeared, Du Qing's pupils shrank and were filled with horror. He no longer charged forward but retreated several steps. The Dong Lin sect's 7-colored spell, Are you someone from the world sect or a disciple of the Dong Lin sect? What do you think? After using 2 different spells, Wang Lin raised his right hand and millions of restrictions flew out from his hand into the sky. The world changed colors as a giant. Ancient umbrella suddenly appeared before Du Qing's eyes. Du Qing's body trembled and he revealed a look of disbelief. He subconsciously retreated a few steps and looked at Wang Lin with extreme fear in his eyes. The strongest sect in the 72 continents personally appointed by the Celestial Emperor, the 3 Dao sect. Song Yun Dao's spell that is not passed down. Realm Burning Umbrella. Du Qing's face turned deathly pale and his scalp went numb. He didn't think Wang Lin had learned these in secret. These spells looked extremely authentic, and they were not things one could secretly learn. Who the hell are you? Du Qing had cultivated for many years and had experienced a lot. His body was even made of wood. He had seen through many things in life, and few things could terrify him so. But the white-haired cultivator before him had made he feel shock, and his scalp had tingled many times. First, it was all the withered earth fire veins. Then, once he caught up, it was the spells from the Dong Lin sect, the World sect, and the 3 Dao sect. All of this made it impossible for Du Qing to judge Wang Lin's identity and origin. From his point of view, Wang Lin was shrouded in veils of mystery. After one layer was lifted, there were countless more. He might have really stolen them, like entering all those sects to learn these spells that are not passed outside. Or he has a very deep background to get these spells from those sects. Du Qing's face turned as he retreated 100 steps and countless speculations appeared in his heart. If it is the former, then that person is very cunning and is good at hiding. His cultivation level should not be what it seems, and he will be very difficult to deal with. Such a person, although difficult to deal with, should have no problem if I kill him. But if it's the latter, Du Qing's pupils shrank. If it's the latter, this person can't be provoked. To make the Dong Lin sect and the World sect give him those spells is already difficult. But to make Song Yun Dao from the 3 Dao sect, who was appointed by the Celestial Emperor, give up the realm burning umbrella. That's simply too terrifying. What kind of background can do this? Du Qing thought of something, and his face became even more pale. Although Du Qing was hiding his shock, Wang Lin still saw through some of it. He was standing on the dragon soul and was absorbing the power of the fire. It would take some time before he would finish, and although he wasn't afraid of being disturbed, the effect would be better if he could absorb it in peace. He originally thought he would have to have a vicious battle with Du Qing, but looking at it now, it didn't seem like he would need an intense battle for Du Qing to leave. Do you still want to battle with me? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stood on the head of the dragon. He spoke while absorbing the fire. The majesty in his voice echoed across the world. The chance of the latter is not likely. He might only knew these 3. Perhaps he used them before me to scare me away. This should be his limit. Du Qing had cultivated for many years. How could he be easily fooled? When he heard Wang Lin's words, he laughed. He charged at Wang Lin. Distortions appeared around him, revealing his purple, wooden body. Fire surged out from his body and surrounded him. From a distance, this was a shocking sight. I don't believe that you know a 4th spell from one of the great sects. As Du Qing spoke and closed in, Wang Lin laughed. When Du Qing heard this, he felt a hint of mockery in that laughter, and his heart trembled. Wang Lin sat there controlling the 16 fire dragon chains and waved his right hand at the sky. The world was surrounded by black wind. The black wind churned and roars came from within. 13 black dragons moved within the black wind. At the same time, the 13 black dragons opened their mouths and breathed out the wind of extinction. Countless raindrops moved within the wind. It was like the Dragon King summoning the rain. If that was it, it wouldn't be surprising. But every drop of rain gave off a dazzling golden light as it fell. Each drop of rain turned into a soul that let out a sharp roar as they charged at Du Qing. Call the wind. Summon the rain. Magic arsenal. Lands collapse, mountains crumble. Wang Lin's cold voice echoed as the earth rumbled. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the earth and illusionary volcanoes appeared on the land above the earth fire vein. The volcanoes all exploded with black smoke, and endless lava erupted. Dark moon, clear sky. Wang Lin pointed at the sky with a roar. A bright moon suddenly appeared in the sky covered by the black wind. It was clearly day, so the appearance of this moon was extremely strange. The moment the moon appeared, Wang Lin pointed at the incoming Du Qing. The mark of a moon quickly appeared on Du Qing's face and quickly spread. How is this spell? Wang Lin waved his sleeve as he stood on the head of the fire dragon and looked down at the pale-faced Du Qing, who was shocked once more. Dark Moon Sect, the first spell of the Dark Moon art. Thunder rumbled in Du Qing's mind. The Dark Moon Sect was one of the 9 sects and 13 factions of the Eastern continent. Du Qing suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had been shocked by Wang Lin's display of spells, but he had already chased Wang Lin for a long time, so he had no face to retreat. Even now, he had only attacked once. So what if you have large amounts of spells from the other sects? Your cultivation level must be lower than mine, or else you wouldn't use such methods to stop me. You doing this just means you wouldn't dare to attack. Du Qing roared. He had never encountered such a situation that was difficult to back out from. He decided to go all out as he suppressed the shock in his heart and charged out. He waved his right hand and a large amount of fire condensed in his hand from his body. A large amount of purple gas also came from his wooden body and flew toward Wang Lin. This old man's cultivation was obtained all on my own. Although I don't have as many fancy spells as you, I have 3 essences. This old man has suffered the arcane turbulence with 3 essences. How could I be scared of someone like you who only has the fire essence? This old man wants to see how many essences you have to be so arrogant. Du Qing let out a roar at the sky, and the fire in his right hand combined with the purple gas and turned into a sea of purple fire. The purple fire colored the world as a heat wave surrounded Du Qing, while he walked toward Wang Lin. Great Earth Essence. Du Qing stepped forward and his left hand reached at the ground below. Cracks came from the land below, making everything tremble, and specks of yellow, sand-like crystals flew out. They gathered before Du Qing's left hand like a cloud of yellow mist. Inside the mist was a dense earth essence aura. The aura spread out and the earth became twisted. The surrounding area seemed to turn into a large desert. Weight essence. Du Qing looked up at the sky and let out a roar. The reason he was able to become an arcane void cultivator and pass through several arcane turbulence, aside from his body, was due to his weight essence. The reason he was sheltered by the Great Soul Sect was also related to this essence. Weight essence, the comprehension of all weight in the world, from as small as a grain of sand to as large as a continent. When it expanded, it would include the understanding of the changes in weight, and he would be able to change weight with just a thought. This weight essence was not common on the immortal astral continent, and it required a special talent to comprehend. Du Qing originally didn't possess the qualification, but his wooden body contained a trace of weight essence, which had allowed him to slowly comprehend it. It was invisible after it appeared, but it gave Du Qing's purple sea of fire weight. Since ancient times, there were 2 different kinds of comprehension of fire. The key difference between the 2 was whether the fire had weight. One side said there was weight to fire, and the other side thought that fire was merely a phenomenon, so there was no weight. Even now, people were still divided on this subject, but it had no effect on spells. With his weight essence, Du Qing gave his fire weight. As a result, the power of his fire increased greatly. At the same time, The earth essence mist in his left hand changed under the effect of the weight essence, and it felt like Du Qing was holding a continent in his hand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After displaying his three essences, Du Qing charged at Wang Lin like a war celestial. It doesn't matter who you are. Die for this old man. Wang Lin was still standing on the head of the fire dragon soul, and his pupils shrank. With a thought, the fire dragon roared and retreated. At the same time, the spells Wang Lin had used earlier all flew toward Du Qing. The seven-colored lance, the war spirit print, the opened ancient umbrella, and the dark moon clear sky inside the black wind all flew forward. They were all famous spells on the immortal astral continent, and this was Wang Lin's full power. Due to the existence of the fire dragon, Wang Lin was connected with it. With the dragon offsetting a majority of the aftershock, Wang Lin could battle Du Qing. He had even sealed the sovereign and dared to fight against Old Ghost John and the seven-colored Taoist. How could be afraid to battle this little Du Qing? If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin couldn't open his storage space, Du Qing would certainly lose once the EC puppet came out. Thunderous rumbles echoed, but Du Qing's cultivation was too powerful. Even though he hadn't used any spells, those three essences were his most powerful attacks. The thunderous rumbles echoed and all four of Wang Lin's spells collapsed. But the power of Du Qing's essences still created a shockwave and reached Wang Lin. The fire dragon soul under Wang Lin could no longer bear it, and it let out a cry as it suddenly collapsed. The fire dragon turned into a giant ball of fire that surrounded Wang Lin. Du Qing charged through the impact of the four collapsed spells. He was going to close in to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Lin. But just at this moment, Wang Lin's voice slowly came out from the fireball. Do you think I only have one essence? Do you think three essences is a lot? If someone else said this, Du Qing could ignore this. But since Wang Lin had said it, Du Qing felt his heart tremble for some unknown reason. The collapse of the earth fire dragon turned into a giant fireball that surrounded Wang Lin. Outside the fireball, the 16 fire dragons roared and fused with the fireball. One could vaguely see the shadow of a vermilion bird inside the fireball. From afar, this fireball looked like an egg, and a shocking change was happening inside. As Wang Lin's voice echoed, the side of the fireball that was facing Du Qing distorted and a face appeared. This was a cold face, it was Wang Lin's face. He coldly looked at Du Qing, and Wang Lin's face slowly spoke. Merely three essences. Thunder essence, appear. After Wang Lin spoke, thunderous rumbles echoed and thunder descended from the sky. The moment the thunder appeared, the world changed colors as if countless bolts of thunder had appeared in the sky. As thunder gathered from all across the world, the illusion of a giant war chariot appeared. The chariot looked bronze, but it was formed by thunderbolts. There were 6 thunderbolts connected to the chariot as if they were pulling it. There seemed to be a blurry figure standing on this thunderbolt chariot. The figure was wearing a blue cloak, but it was impossible to see it clearly. This is the Thunder War Chariot of the Thunder Essence. Only someone with a powerful Thunder Essence can cause this kind of change to occur. This person, not only does he have the Fire Essence, he also has the Thunder Essence. Du Qing was not surprised Wang Lin had 2 essences, but he was shocked that Wang Lin's Thunder Essence could cause this. Life and Death Essence appear. Wang Lin's face on the fireball spoke once more. After he spoke, white gas came from the sky and black gas came from the earth. The black and white gases formed a vortex before Wang Lin. The auras of life and death came from the vortex. Wang Lin had already tested that the ethereal essences were not affected by the immortal astral continent at all. The auras of death and life, 2 auras that shouldn't coexist, fused perfectly. Ethereal essence. This person is the same as me. 2 corporeal and 1 ethereal. Du Qing's expression became ugly. This was already the limit of his expectations. He thought Wang Lin only had 1 corporeal and 1 ethereal. So the reason you're so arrogant is because of these 3 essences. Even if it's 3, Du Qing roared. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Lin. 3. Karma and true and false essences. Come out. Wang Lin's words caused Du Qing's expression to change. His heart skipped a beat and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched two vortexes appear before Wang Lin. One vortex constantly changed between real and fake. When Du Qing looked at it, he felt like his mind was being pulled into an illusion. This made him gasp. This. The other essence contained karma. Karma was a grand Tao and was extremely complicated. It was chaotic inside, and just like karma, it was impossible to see through the changes in it. 3 ethereals, 3. This person actually has such luck to obtain 3 ethereal essences. Du Qing's eyes were filled with shock, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. Even the fire and earth essences in his hands became dim. 3 ethereal and 2 corporeal. What kind of talent does he have to have 5 essences? This is unheard of even in the Great Soul Sect. Du Qing recalled his own words. 3 essences were really nothing to this person. So what if you have 5 essences? Having a lot of essences doesn't mean you're powerful. Du Qing was shocked once more, but he gritted his teeth and roared. 5? Slaughter essence, appear. A crack appeared between the eyebrows of Wang Lin's face on the fireball. A coldness filled with slaughter rushed into the world. This slaughter aura was extremely dense, and red snow fell from the sky, covering the earth in red. Before this slaughter aura, Du Qing retreated a few more steps. He no longer looked at Wang Lin with fear but sheer terror. Slaughter essence. It's the slaughter essence. You actually have the slaughter essence. Du Qing almost screamed. On the immortal astral continent, the slaughter essence was even more rare than his weight essence. Even if one only had 1 essence, the slaughter essence would be enough for them to become a ruler. The formation of the slaughter essence meant that one's hands were dyed in blood. One had to end countless lives for the slaughter essence to appear. At least this was what Du Qing believed. Damn it, he actually has the slaughter essence. How many people has he killed? This is an extremely vicious person. Restriction essence, appear. Wang Lin's words were like a heavy punch that landed on Du Qing's body, causing him to retreat more than 100 feet. He saw bloodlines appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. They flew out and formed a restriction. The aura of the restriction essence erupted. 7. It wasn't 6, but 7. Du Qing retreated once more and looked at the 7 essences floating between him and Wang Lin. His scalp went numb and thunderous rumbles echoed in his mind. The shock Wang Lin had given him was too much, but the shock he felt now was even stronger than before. The thought of turning around and escaping kept appearing in his mind. To have 7 essences, to have spells of powerful sex, to be able to absorb the earth fire vein by force, to cause the change in thunder. This kind of person can't be provoked. It wasn't that his cultivation was lacking, but he didn't know how many terrifying things would appear if he faced Wang Lin. How many aces had Wang Lin not taken out yet? When he attacked twice before, he didn't even injure Wang Lin at all. From that, he deduced that even if Wang Lin's cultivation level was not his match, it should be similar. In such a situation, combining Wang Lin's mysterious nature and Du Qing's caution, how could he battle? So what if you have 7 essences? Do you dare to come and fight with me? Du Qing clenched his teeth. Even though he wanted to escape, he had to say a few words first. Otherwise, this pursuit would simply be too humiliating. Do you really want to fight? Wang Lin's face inside the ball of fire said, and his eyes lit up. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure erupted from the fireball. This pressure was shocking, and the moment it spread out, the fear in Du Qing's eyes increased greatly. He quickly retreated without hesitation, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He looked at Wang Lin's face on the fireball and golden light spread out from the distorted face. The golden light spread far and wide like a sun. A golden print the size of a head slowly flew out from the fireball. After it appeared, the golden light shined brightly and shrouded the area. The golden light gave off the aura of an extremely pure celestial bloodline, but there was another force within. When Du Qing felt this aura, he gasped once more. That aura coming from the golden print, although there wasn't much, it could split the world apart. It was enough to make anyone who felt it and understood it go insane. Grand Empyrean? Blood flowed out from the corner of Du Qing's mouth and he quickly retreated. The shock from the print had injured his origin soul. He could tell at a glance that this print was a spell that was condensed into a treasure by a Grand Empyrean. The strength of this treasure was secondary. The real power of this treasure was to shock people. It could shock everyone. Forget Du Qing, even the Great Soul Sect, even all the powerful sects on the Heavenly Bull continent would tremble in fear after feeling the aura from the golden print. Because unless a Grand Empyrean had personally given this treasure to someone, it would immediately collapse once it was in someone else's hand. This was common knowledge on the immortal astral continent. Grand Empyreans often gave treasures like these to their close disciples. This was their method of telling everyone that no one could touch this person. With Du Qing's cultivation level, he couldn't tell which great Empyrean had made it. Over the countless years he had been alive, he wasn't even qualified to see a single Grand Empyrean. But this aura that made him tremble in fear and far exceed all other powerful cultivators was something only a Grand Empyrean could have. Du Qing coughed out a mouthful of blood. He retreated while looking at Wang Lin with an accusing gaze and roared, "Damn it! If you have that kind of treasure, take it out earlier. If you had taken it out earlier, then only ghosts would try to hunt you down. Even if you had slaughtered the entire Blue Dragon sect, I'd pretend I hadn't seen. You're too vicious. Simply too vicious. There is no one like you." Du Qing's performance even shocked Wang Lin. He didn't expect this golden print to have such a powerful effect. It made Du Qing cough out blood and roar out such words while completely ignoring his status. This golden print had such an effect. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth. He inhaled and the golden print disappeared into the mouth of Wang Lin's face that had appeared on the giant fireball. When the golden print disappeared, the golden light disappeared from this world. Wang Lin put away the golden print and slowly said, "I won't send you off." When the golden print disappeared, Du Qing secretly felt relieved. He retreated a few steps and was about to leave. During the pursuit, he had been shocked many times by Wang Lin. Finally, the golden print with the Grand Empyrean aura made him give up all thoughts of fighting. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. Vicious. Simply too vicious. Du Qing was quite depressed and retreated 100 feet. He suddenly stopped and looked at Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the fireball. This person's background is very powerful, and he was also gifted a treasure by a Grand Empyrean. Meeting someone like this is my fortune. How can I be confused and just leave like this? If I can obtain pointers from a Grand Empyrean, my cultivation level will definitely increase. If I follow him and obtain that background, I will no longer need to worry about the Great Soul Sect. I will no longer have to send the Grand Soul Sect the good treasures I find. Thinking about this, the depressed expression disappeared from Du Qing and he became excited. Yes, that's it. This is an opportunity that countless cultivators dream of. If another sect on the Heavenly Bull continent found out that he possessed a treasure gifted by a Grand Empyrean, they would go crazy. They would immediately invite him as a guest and give him anything he requested. The heavens have eyes. My fortune has arrived. Right now, only I know his identity, and I must not let anyone else know. This benefit is for me alone. I just don't know which Grand Empyrean stands behind him. It doesn't matter which one. Du Qing's body was made of wood and had no heart, but he felt like he could hear his heart beating at this moment. Ha! A heavenly fortune. This is a heavenly fortune. Du Qing's eyes lit up and he looked at the fireball Wang Lin was in. He took a deep breath and forced out a smile. A misunderstanding. Fellow cultivator, this is a misunderstanding. I had thought that the Blue Dragon sect was too old and wanted to rebuild it. Fellow cultivator came just in time to help. In fact, I caught up to thank fellow cultivator. Du Qing didn't even blink as he spoke. Oh! Wang Lin looked at Du Qing with a smile that wasn't a smile. It was as if he had seen through Du Qing's thoughts. Since fellow cultivator is devouring the fire, This matter is important, so how could I leave? Fellow cultivator can rest assured as I'll protect you and not let anyone near. Du Qing wasn't shocked by Wang Lin's gaze. He was afraid that Wang Lin wouldn't believe him, so he pointed at the sky and spoke once more. The law of the immortal astral continent above. Today I will guard fellow cultivator and hold no evil intent at all. Or else let the heavenly thunder destroy my Tao and my soul. With that, a ray of red light appeared, containing Du Qing's oath, and shot off into the distance. This was the symbol of an oath on the immortal astral continent. Few people would break the oath, as the law of the immortal astral continent was the witness. Wang Lin looked at Du Qing with a meaningful gaze and slowly said, "Forget it. Since you want to, I'll give you a chance to help guard me." When Du Qing heard this, he became excited. He was worried that the misunderstanding from before would cause Wang Lin to become cautious and disgusted at him. Once that happened, he wouldn't have a chance to approach Wang Lin and would miss a chance at a great fortune. When he heard Wang Lin agree, Du Qing became spirited. His expression became serious and he nodded at Wang Lin. Fellow cultivator Wang can rest assured. This old man will risk his life to keep you safe. As he spoke, he stepped forward and appeared 1,000 feet in the air and sat down. His divine sense spread out and shrouded the area, but left the area around Wang Lin alone. He did this to allow Wang Lin to be at ease. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral. Du Qing didn't hide his intent and could be clearly seen by Wang Lin. This was caused by Wang Lin's golden print. Du Qing clearly wanted to get close to the Grand Empyrean that had given Wang Lin the golden print. This is good too. There are many things I don't know since it's my first time on the immortal astral continent. There are many things I can't find with a soul search, so I need such a person around, and he asked me, rather than me seeking his help, so I hold the initiative. Wang Lin sneered in his heart and closed his eyes. He slowly hid himself inside the fireball. Du Qing strictly obeyed his oath and carefully checked the surrounding area. Du Qing made up his mind to give a good performance to offset the unpleasantness from before. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Wang Lin had a sliver of divine sense outside guarding against Du Qing. At the same time, his body was inside the fireball, rapidly absorbing the fire essence inside. This fireball was formed by a child vein. It was not a branch vein, so the absorption was slow. It contained a large amount of fire essence and even had laws hidden inside. This law was the will of fire. Not only did Wang Lin need to devour the fire essence, he needed to devour this will. The 16 fire dragons moved around the fireball and had slowly disappeared during these 3 days as they fused with the fireball. A will of fire spread out from the fireball. Du Qing was the first to feel it. He looked over at the fireball but didn't speak. On the 5th day, the sun rose into the air and dispelled the dark. At this moment, the fireball Wang Lin was in released an earth-shattering rumble. This sound was extremely loud, and as the rumbling continued, the fireball started to shrink until it was 100 feet wide. Inside the raging fire, one could faintly see Wang Lin's figure and a vermilion bird circling him. The cries of the vermilion bird came from within the fireball, and as the cries echoed, the fireball began to shrink once more. It wasn't fast, and after several hours it was 70 feet wide. However, inside the 70-foot fireball, a will of fire spread out. This will shrouded the world and seemed like it was going to fight against the will of the earth fire. It was like 2 wills of fire had appeared on the heavenly bull continent. This feeling was very strange. One of those wills was the earth fire vein of the heavenly bull continent. The other will was the 70-foot fireball Du Qing was looking at. Du Qing looked at the fireball and gasped. Indeed, someone worthy of being given a treasure by a Grand Empyrean. His fire essence could even resist the will of the earth fire here. Just at this moment, the rumble from the fireball became even more intense and it shrank from 70 feet to 30 feet. Wang Lin walked out from the 30-foot fireball. His white hair fluttered as he sat down beside the fireball. His expression was very serious as he formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the fireball. With this, the vermilion bird cry inside the fireball was heaven-shaking. The 30-foot fireball shrank again until it was only 10 feet. A vermilion bird that had shrunk many folds could be seen circling the 10-foot fireball. Bursts of vermilion bird cries came from the fireball. This caused Du Qing's eyes to reveal a strange light. He stared at the fireball and a thought emerged in his mind. This vermilion bird is the body of his fire essence. He's channeling all the fire essence from this earth fire vein into the vermilion bird. Could he be? Thinking about this, Du Qing's eyes widened and were once again filled with fear. Could it be that he wants to form an essence true body? Du Qing gasped and the fear in his eyes became even stronger. Once one has an essence, one can enter the third step, nirvana void. Then they can use the essence to absorb the power from the vast world and become invincible. A corporeal essence is easier to obtain, but if one wants to reach arcane void, then one must personally comprehend an ethereal essence. The more essences one has, the stronger one becomes. This is common knowledge among the cultivators of the immortal astral continent. Essences are also divided into layers. From the beginning of forming an essence, to condensing an essence treasure, and finally reaching completion. Each of these steps must be reached one by one. However, legend states that among geniuses, some can take it one step further after completing their essence, to from an essence true body. An essence true body is very rare, and once it appears, its power is beyond terrifying. In my whole life, I have only seen the old ancestor from the great soul sect with a soul essence true body, and no one else. This fellow cultivator Wang is really trying to form an essence true body. Du Qing looked at Wang Lin with disbelief. On the immortal astral continent, the ancient countries had 35 states. The ancient Dao country occupied 12 states. The Sky State was the location of the royal capital. There was a place with green mountains and a flowing river. The leaves fell and the river raged. Deep inside the mountain there was a towering blue altar. This altar gave off an ancient aura, and a young man in black was sitting on the altar. He looked young but gave off an ancient feeling, as if he had existed for a long time. He was Xian Luo. When Wang Lin took out the golden print on the heavenly bull continent, Xian Luo, who had gone into closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. He is coming, Xian Luo revealed a smile. He knew that the disciple he had chosen would not die in the void and would arrive on the immortal astral continent. With my golden print, he should be fine in the celestial land. Now that he has arrived, there is no rush to pick him up. Let him hone his skills so that he can become even better in the future. Xian Luo muttered to himself. He wouldn't go the celestial's land. After all, with his status, it was not good to go too many times, as it could cause unnecessary trouble. Just like how if the Grand Empyrean of the Celestial kept coming to the ancient countries, they would be expelled or even sieged. On the trip before, although he had left, he had received some injuries, so he had gone into closed-door cultivation. The other reason he had gone into closed-door cultivation was the regret he felt for not being able to wait for Wang Lin. Now that the regret was gone, there was no problem with his injuries. Disciple Wang Er, the immortal astral continent is your home and the ancient Tao is your hometown. Teacher will wait for your return here. Xian Luo revealed a kind smile and slowly closed his eyes as he immersed himself in cultivating. In the heavenly bull continent, Wang Lin was sitting next to the fireball and sending seals into it. This caused the vermilion bird inside to become even more clear and its roar even louder. Essence true body, form. A few hours later, when the vermilion bird became even more clear and the will of fire became stronger, Wang Lin opened his eyes and let out a roar. This roar entered Du Qing's ears and was like thunder rumbling in his heart. He stood up, and the fear in his eyes was indescribable. It really is an essence true body. He really is forming his essence true body. After Wang Lin spoke, the 10-foot fireball rumbled and the vermilion bird inside stopped moving. The tail feathers of the vermilion bird began burning and slowly turned into a pair of human legs. The essence true body was slowly forming. Du Qing personally saw this, and his expression became dumbfounded. This was his first time witnessing the formation of an essence true body. It gave him great benefits and even opened a path for his future cultivation. This path was originally blurry, but now it became even more clear. True body. This is a true body. I actually saw the process. This kind of thing is extremely rare, and Du Qing actually saw it. Du Qing looked excited. He had passed through 7 arcane tribulants, but he wouldn't dare and wasn't confident about the 8th or 9th arcane tribulants. What he had just seen helped his fire essence grow. This scene looked simple, but in truth, the pressure Wang Lin was facing was monstrous. Sweat covered his forehead and instantly turned into gas. It made him look like he was hiding inside fog. His fire essence wasn't strong enough to form an essence true body, but he had devoured 16 branch veins and a child vein along with the will of fire within it. All of this caused Wang Lin's fire essence to have its own will. This caused his fire essence to fight against the earth fire of the heavenly bull sect for control of the fire in this world. This change and expansion had given Wang Lin the idea of forming an essence true body. However, this was very difficult, and even with his full force, he only managed to form a pair of legs. The 10-foot fireball gradually became dim as time passed, and showed signs of extinguishing. The vermilion bird with a pair of legs inside remained motionless, but it began to slowly wither. There was not enough fire essence. Wang Lin's eyes shined and he charged at the earth below. He landed on the mountain and his hand pressed down on the ground. With this, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out from his hand, entered the earth, and quickly spread. Thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers, hundreds of thousands of kilometers, millions of kilometers. This was the first time had Wang Lin spread out his divine sense like this on the immortal astral continent and covered such a large area. Despite this, he didn't even cover 10% of the heavenly bull continent. It didn't seem to even reach 5%. However, this size was infinitely close to the size of the cave world. In this area, there were 172 branch earth fire veins and 2 child earth fire veins. 172 earth fire souls. Come out for me. Wang Lin let out a roar and raised his hand. As his hand rose, the earth trembled. All the earth fire veins within Wang Lin's divine sense began to tremble. If one looked from above with a powerful spell, they would see countless mountain ranges collapse and fire dragon souls flying out. There were a few plains where cracks appeared. Lava erupted from them and the dragon souls charged out. Rivers suddenly dried up and collapsed. Those dragon souls flew through the sky. A total of 172 earth fire dragon souls charged out in this large area and roared in the sky. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see their bodies, only some third-step cultivators could feel it. At this moment, these 172 dragon souls seemed to be pulled by a powerful force toward Wang Lin from all directions. These dragons were much faster than cultivators. They moved like they could use spatial bending and instantly appeared in the sky above Wang Lin and Du Qing. Du Qing's expression was dumbfounded as he stared at this. He seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. He saw the fierce roar from the dragons as if they were going to rebel. However, they weren't able to overcome the will of fire, and they rushed into the fireball that was about to extinguish. Under the control of this will, they closed in. This will of fire was something Wang Lin had obtained after absorbing the child earth fire vein, and it belonged to him. Aside from the main vein, all other veins would be controlled by this will. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the 172 fire dragon souls rushed into the fireball. The fireball began burning even brighter. The vermilion bird that had formed the legs of the true body roared once more. The resulting thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking when the 172 fire dragon souls rushed into the fireball. As the vermilion bird inside absorbed the fire dragon souls, the hands of the essence true body appeared, and it let out a joyous cry. The 4 limbs had appeared. The only things left were the head and body. Then Wang Lin's fire essence true body would form. Du Qing trembled and retreated. Although he was just an outsider, he could tell how difficult it was to form an essence true body. Even such powerful fire essence could not form an essence true body. This scene frightened him. No wonder an essence true body is so rare. Forming the essence true body is too difficult, and it becomes more difficult as the true body forms. Only then does it truly show how terrifying an essence true body is. This person has 7 essences, If all 7 of his essences form true bodies, then Du Qing gasped and didn't dare to imagine. Wang Lin was panting on the mountain peak. He looked at the fireball and the vermilion bird that had formed the 4 limbs, but it was far from being complete. 2 child vein dragon souls. Come out for me. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and pressed his hand on the ground. Thunderous rumbles echoed and a roar could be heard. Within the range of his divine sense, 2 powerful fluctuations came from 2 different directions. To the east of Wang Lin, a snowy mountain that had not melted for tens of years trembled. At this moment, all the snow melted instantly and turned into a sea as it flowed down to the earth. However, before it got far, sizzling sounds echoed as all the water turned into white gas. The soul of a child earth fire vein appeared inside the white gas and charged toward Wang Lin. To the west of Wang Lin was an inland sea surrounded by the heavenly bull continent. At the bottom of the sea, there was a mountain range and it looked like a dragon. At this moment, the mountain rumbled and a giant vortex appeared in the sea. As the sea raged, a fluctuation of soul came from the mountain. Large amounts of seawater gathered to form a sea dragon, and it charged out from the sea. This sea dragon looked like it had no relation with fire, but every drop of water was filled with endless fire essence. The sea dragon's body trembled as its blue body turned red, and the water turned into lava. This lava dragon roared and charged toward Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. When Wang Lin raised his hands, 2 shocking roars came from the east and the west as the 2 child earth fire vein dragons rushed over. It seemed like even the sky itself was being burnt, leaving 2 long scorch marks. The ferociousness of the 2 dragons even made Du Qing's expression change. Wang Lin looked up and his eyes shined. He leaped into the air toward those 2 dragon souls. Du Qing, I'll give you a chance. Contain one of the dragon souls for half an hour. Wang Lin's words echoed as he charged at the lava dragon formed by the seawater. Du Qing's expression changed rapidly and he clenched his teeth. Purple light surrounded his body. He transformed into his wooden body and walked toward the other child earth fire vein dragon soul. Du Qing had gone through 7 arcane tribulants, and although he hadn't reached the early stage of void tribulant, he was still unfathomable. If not for the fact that Wang Lin had many methods, it would be difficult for Du Qing to yield. This person was also very cautious and ever-changing. He could bend to achieve his goals. In order to help Wang Lin, he used his strongest power. Purple light surrounded his body and his weight essence appeared. The dragon soul roared. The moment it closed in on Du Qing, it trembled as if its weight had increased countless fold. It let out a cry and fell from the sky. It continued to struggle but was unable to escape. As the dragon roared, fire spread out from Du Qing's body out of his control, as if it was going to cause him backlash. Wang Lin saw this and gained a new understanding of Du Qing's weight essence. He no longer paid much attention to Du Qing. Aside from the sliver of divine sense to guard against Du Qing, Wang Lin focused on the lava dragon before him. The purple fire dragon gave off a high temperature, and as it closed in, it burned the world, creating large amounts of black smoke around it. It didn't look like the soul of a fire dragon but a demonic dragon. As the fire dragon soul surrounded by black smoke charged at Wang Lin, he stepped forward and raised his right hand. His hand formed a seal, and with a wave there was a flash of blood light. The blood sword appeared before Wang Lin and sliced down on the fire dragon soul. This slice caused the world to change colors and thunderous rumbles to echo. The moment the blood light touched the fire dragon, there was a loud bang. The fire dragon felt pain and retreated to dodge the blood sword. But the blood light was too fast. Just as the fire dragon soul retreated, the blood sword swept by and a portion of the fire dragon soul was cut off. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the fire dragon soul that had a section cut off retreated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was at a key moment of forming his essence true body. He charged forward without hesitation and grabbed the section of the fire dragon soul that he had cut off. He then threw it into the fireball. The fireball absorbed that section of the dragon soul and became even more intense. The essence true body that had formed its limbs began to show signs of forming its torso. Wang Lin moved like lightning and crosses 10,000 feet, appearing above the dragon soul. He moved like the clouds, and although he couldn't suppress the dragon soul with one essence like Du Qing, his sword was amazingly sharp. At this moment, above the fire dragon soul, Wang Lin raised his right hand and golden light appeared in his palm. This golden light caused Du Qing's heart to tremble. His pupils reflected the golden print in Wang Lin's hand. The moment the golden print appeared, the mere fire dragon trembled and its eyes were filled with fear. It didn't want to come here. It had been called by Wang Lin. When it saw the golden print, it just wanted to escape. In a flash, it fled thousands of kilometers away until only a black dot could be seen. Wang Lin remained calm and pointed at the escaping fire dragon. The golden print shined brightly and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin didn't even look at the result before he turned to look at the fire dragon that was being suppressed by Du Qing. Just as he turned around, a thunderous rumble came from the distance. There was a flash of golden light and the golden print flew toward Wang Lin. The existence of the fire dragon could be felt inside, and it let out a desperate roar. This scene made Du Qing's heart skip a beat. No wonder it is a treasure made by Grand Empyrean. From the looks of it, he hasn't even used its full power. Du Qing's eyes lit up as he smiled at Wang Lin. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on obtaining the 2 child earth fire veins. Your essence true body will soon be complete. Wang Lin gently shook his head. He didn't speak, and his right hand touched the golden print. One of the dragon souls flew out toward the fireball. After the fireball absorbed one fire dragon, a thunderous rumble echoed. The essence true body's torso began to form. But after half a torso was formed, the fire began to dim and showed signs of extinguishing. Wang Lin frowned at Du Qing. Du Qing didn't speak but could guess what Wang Lin wanted. The dragon soul suppressed by him flew toward the fireball. Closed in an instant and the fireball absorbed the fire dragon soul. As the soul roared, it was completely absorbed by the fireball. After absorbing another child earth fire vein, the fire surged once more. The torso of the true essence body began to form once more. At this moment, the essence true body contained a torso and limbs. Only its head remained a vermilion bird, making it look very strange. But the power of fire had reached the limit and the fireball suddenly collapsed. It turned into specks of fire that absorbed by the essence true body without a head. As the fireball collapsed, an extremely powerful pressure came from the incomplete essence true body. Du Qing was not far away, and when he felt the pressure, he was shocked. Even with his body, he had the urge to escape into the distance. This showed how powerful an essence true body was. This is not even a complete true body, yet it has such a powerful pressure. Du Qing took a deep breath and longing appeared in his eyes. He wanted to form his own essence true body. 188 branch veins and 3 child veins, but I still can't form the essence body. It is really too difficult and requires too many resources. With this level of difficulty, it is no wonder it could never form in the cave world. There aren't enough resources in the cave world to form even one essence true body. It is simply impossible. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He now knew the difficulty of forming an essence true body and felt emotional. The further it progresses, the more fire essence it requires. I wonder how much fire essence is required to form the head. Wang Lin pondered as the fire essence true body that was missing a head turned into a sea of fire and entered Wang Lin's left eye. When it entered his left eye, a shocking change to his left eye. The normal fire mark disappeared and was replaced with double pupils. These double pupils gave off an extremely demonic feeling. After moving his head, Wang Lin walked forward. As he moved, a shadow appeared behind him. It seemed to move with his body, but its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The sudden change caused Du Qing to gasp. Could this be the change that happens after obtaining an essence true body? A shadow? I have seen the old ancestor of the Great Soul Sect a few times. It always looks like a shadow is following him. No matter what you do, it mimics. This is especially true when you use spells. Wang Lin frowned. He seemed to notice the change to his body after the essence true body formed. After pondering a bit, the shadow behind him began to fade until it disappeared. Let's go back to the Blue Dragon sect. I need to live there for a while. Wang Lin looked at Du Qing. When Du Qing heard this, his spirits immediately became high and he smiled. He clasped his hand. This is my honor. Fellow cultivator Wang can rest assured. I'll send all disciples out to search for the earth fire dragon veins and have the elders go extract them for fellow cultivator to use. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he slowly nodded. He turned into a ray of light with Du Qing and left. The child vein under the mountain slowly withered. In the Heavenly Bull sect, 2 rays of light quickly flew across the sky. Du Qing's cultivation level was higher, so he was naturally faster than Wang Lin. As they moved forward, Du Qing glanced at Wang Lin and began to ponder. What cultivation level is this person at? He looks like he is at the peak of Spirit Void, but he could take 2 of my attacks and it didn't look like he used his full power. Although cultivation level could be hidden, speed is also a good indication of cultivation level. Let's see how fast he is. Du Qing silently pondered and slowly increased his speed. He flew past Wang Lin, and the distance between them increased. I can't make it too obvious. I only need to see a bit. After all, I need to rely on him to get in contact with that Grand Empyrean. Du Qing didn't dare to take it too far. When he saw that Wang Lin was unable to keep up, he was about to slow down when his pupils shrank. Because Wang Lin's cold gaze fell in Du Qing's eyes, Wang Lin waved his right hand and a black fog appeared. A sharp roar came from within the black fog. This roar was extremely harsh and had the power to shock one's mind. Du Qing was not far away, and when he heard this roar, he felt his heart tremble. He even had the illusion that his body was going to collapse. This roar seemed to come from something extremely ferocious, and it was going to tear this body apart. What kind of beast is this? Du Qing's expression suddenly changed. The Mosquito King appeared from within the black fog. Its huge mouth, its mountain-like body after it had shrunk itself, and the black spikes that covered its body all shocked Du Qing. Fellow cultivator Du, you're too slow, you have to keep up. Wang Lin said slowly, and then stepped forward into the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King charged forward and disappeared without a trace. The speed shocked Du Qing. Looking at Wang Lin and the Mosquito King who had disappeared into the distance, Du Qing revealed a bitter expression. He wanted to slap himself and suppress the horror in his heart as he flew at full speed to catch up. Ah, this person has many treasures and essences. Even his beast is extraordinary. He has a powerful background and has even formed an essence true body. He can't be provoked or compared to. Du Qing continued to comfort himself, but still felt wronged. Damn it! Why am I so poor? I really can't compare. Du Qing felt more and more miserable. He flew for half a day and still didn't catch up to Wang Lin. This person is a genius of the heavens, like the true disciple of those great sects, so I can't compare. But I, Du Qing, have obtained my cultivation level and my treasures all on my own. Although he is better than me, I bet everything he has was given to him by that Grand Empyrean. Humph. He is just lucky. Only when Du Qing thought of this did he feel a bit better. If he found out about Wang Lin's identity and origin and learned of Wang Lin's more than 2,000 years of hardship, his heart would not be so balanced. If he had been born in the cave world and had greed's luck, he still wouldn't have been able to come out from the cave world like Wang Lin after 2,000 years. In a flash, half a month went by. During this half-month, Wang Lin paused several times to wait for Du Qing to catch up. After flying for half a month in a row, the Mosquito King was still in high spirits and didn't show any fatigue. After it had gone through many metamorphoses, its speed had reached a terrifying degree. Not even Du Qing could catch up. As it flew, it could absorb the aura of the immortal astral continent and cultivate like a cultivator. As a result, it flew faster and faster, and now it was several times faster than Wang Lin flying on his own. Du Qing was behind and was in a sorry state. During this half a month of time, he had been constantly flying without rest. Every time he saw Wang Lin and the beast he feared waiting for him, he felt depressed. looking at the Mosquito King. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had seen many fierce beasts in his life, but not many had this kind of speed. Not taking out the golden print earlier was simply too vicious. Now, looking at it he had the means to prevent me from catching up, but he deliberately let me catch up. This person is too vicious. Du Qing smiled bitterly. A few more days passed. When Du Qing felt like he had almost reached his limit, the Blue Dragon sect appeared in the distance. Looking at the Blue Dragon sect, Du Qing turned toward Wang Lin, who was very calm and was not breathless at all. Then he looked at the beast below Wang Lin, who looked like it hadn't flown enough. Du Qing didn't know what to say. The moment the two closed in, all the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect came out. The 3 elders that weren't sealed also flew into the sky. They originally thought that the old ancestor had captured the person and returned. However, when they saw that the old ancestor was running out of breath while Wang Lin looked very calm, they were stunned and didn't know what had happened. "What are you all standing around for? Come greet this old man's good friend. This is my close friend, and he has helped us greatly. This old man has invited him here to say thanks." Du Qing's glare immediately caused everyone in the Blue Dragon sect to scatter. "Fellow cultivator Wang, please. Du Qing smiled and greeted Wang Lin. This sudden change caused the expressions of all the Blue Dragon sect disciples to change, but their fear for the old ancestor was deep-rooted in their hearts, so they remained silent. They watched the old ancestor invite that vicious person into the back mountain. The middle-aged man that had lost his arms had now recovered, and his eyes lit up. There is something strong. The old ancestor's personality can be said to be extremely vindictive. The only explanation is that mysterious person named Wang is someone even the old ancestor fears. So the old ancestor is treating him like a guest. The old ancestor has likely fought this person and was not his match. The other 2 elders looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Du Qing led Wang Lin to the back mountain. Although this place had also been destroyed, the mountain was still there and the cave inside had remained intact. The inside of the cave was very luxurious. Countless head-sized night pearls were lighting up the cave like stars. There were many rooms, one for refining, alchemy, and closed-door cultivator. It had everything a cultivator needed. "Fellow cultivator Wang, this place is simple, but I hope you can bear with it for now until the sect gets rebuilt. Then you can change to a better place to rest." Du Qing forced a smile. He already thought that this place was very good. The ground was the eastern sea stone that increased the amount of aura of the world gathering here. The night pearls were not ordinary. They simulated the starry sky, allowing one to feel the vastness of the world. The alchemy room was also luxurious. Everything inside were things he had stolen. "It's okay." Wang Lin looked around and then sat down. He looked at Du Qing and suddenly spoke. "Fellow cultivator Du, I came from another continent. I wonder, where is the main earth fire vein in the Heavenly Bull continent?" The Heavenly Bull continent was too big, so Wang Lin couldn't find the main vein in a short period of time. He would need to spend a lot of time to find it. When Du Qing heard this, he understood Wang Lin's intent. After pondering a bit, he sat down across from Wang Lin and spoke. "The Heavenly Bull continent holds the fire element and contains mostly earth fire veins. Rumor has it that the earth fire veins connect together to form a formation that suppresses the Heavenly Bull. Legend has it that the Heavenly Bull was slaughtered by the celestial ancestor. Its body was made into the continent and its origin soul is being suppressed by the fire. This is just a rumor. Many people have searched for countless years but found no clues. However, there is another rumor. The fire veins were not placed by the celestial ancestor, but are the veins of the Heavenly Bull. The main earth fire vein you're looking for should be the largest vein that goes through the entire Heavenly Bull. The Great Soul Sect has a connection to the vein." When Du Qing said the last sentence, his voice suddenly became quiet. He waved his right hand and restrictions appeared to seal the area. Du Qing whispered, "The Great Soul Sect is one of the 9 sects and 13 factions. They have countless experts and many mysterious spells. When talking about this sect, we have to take some precautions just in case. I have fire as one of my essences and have a strong sense toward the earth fire. Every time I go to the Great Soul Sect, the fire inside my body is suppressed. It is as if there is a powerful will that makes all fire yield. According to my analysis, that should be where the main earth fire vein of the heavenly bull continent is located. There is even likely someone who has an extremely powerful fire essence in the Great Soul Sect. And I also know the old ancestor of the Great Soul Sect, esteemed Green Bull, has a very high cultivation level. He is the same as you and also has an essence true body. When Du Qing spoke of esteemed Green Bull, his eyes were filled with fear. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he remembered this name. With my cultivation level, I'm only qualified to become an outer elder in the Great Soul Sect. I have a predecessor that is an inner elder of the Great Soul Sect. It is through that relation and my position as an outer elder that the Great Soul Sect is sheltered. Fellow cultivator Wang has a treasure gifted by a Grand Empyrean, so you should be treated as an honored guest. But if you were to affect the main earth fire vein, then... Du Qing spoke with a hint. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He only knew 2 people in the Great Soul Sect. Have you heard of 2 disciples in the Great Soul Sect named Fan Shanmeng and Fan Shanlu? Wang Lin looked at Du Qing. Fan Shanmeng. Du Qing's expression changed. I have heard of the name Fan Shanmeng. She is a core disciple of the Great Soul Sect and one of the 2 geniuses of the Great Soul Sect. Fellow cultivator knows her. I've heard of her. Wang Lin pondered and changed the direction of the conversation. What about the Guei sect? That sect is also in the heavenly bull continent. How do they compare to the Great Soul Sect? Kong Ren's cultivation level was not high, so he couldn't compare with Du Qing in terms of knowledge. Wang Lin didn't know much from the information he had extracted from Kong Ren. The Guei sect is very strong and right now seems to suppress the Great Soul Sect by a bit. The ranking of the 9 sects and 13 factions might change. Over the last few years, a disciple named Yunifeng appeared in the Guei sect. His cultivation is very powerful and he is very talented. Aside from the older generation, he is the #1 expert. I've had contact with this person. He is extraordinary. Du Qing thought about how Yunifeng had merely swept his sword and several members of the Great Soul Sect were forced to retreat. Speaking of Yunifeng, I just thought of something. He had said that there was someone who only cultivated for a bit more than 2,000 years and had unfathomable cultivation. Even he didn't dare to draw his sword before this person. Even the 4 geniuses of the Eastern continent weren't qualified to be called geniuses before this person. Back then, this matter set off a huge wave. There were many doubts, but the Great Soul Sect remained silent and even the Guei sect didn't explain. Now many years have passed, and there's an 80% chance that those words are false. This old man doesn't believe such a person exists. As Du Qing spoke, he didn't notice that Wang Lin's eyes had lit up for a moment. Who in the world could only cultivate for 2,000 years and make Yunifeng not dare to draw his swords? Much respect. If that kind of person really exists, then wouldn't he already be famous? He could be accepted as a disciple by a Grand Empyrean. As Du Qing spoke, he suddenly stopped and seemed to remember something. He blinked as he looked at Wang Lin. His pupils suddenly shrank and a bold thought appeared in his mind. This thought made him gasp and made his gaze toward Wang Lin become filled with uncertainty. Since the heavenly bull continent has earth fire veins, then does any of the surrounding continents have thunder veins? Wang Lin avoided the topic Du Qing had brought up. I have only gone to Cloud Wave Continent, the Kongyang Continent, and the Peaceful Soul Continent. This is only about half of the entire Eastern Continent. Within these 3 continents, there are no thunder veins. I really don't know the answer to your question, but I can help you inquire about it. Perhaps someone in the Great Soul Sect knows. After all, the Great Soul Sect is one of the 9 sects and 13 factions. Their disciples go out to test themselves and often tells the sect about things they find. This is part of their training. Du Qing shook his head. The immortal astral continent was endless, and few people had been across the entire Eastern continent. Du Qing had gone to a total of 4 continents in his life, and that was already extraordinary. Wang Lin nodded and pondered. A moment later, he looked at Du Qing and seemed to speak very casually. Where is the Dong Lin sect? Dong Lin sect? Du Qing's expression suddenly froze. After pondering a bit, he began to speak. The Dong Lin sect is one of the 9 sects and 13 factions. It is in the northern part of the eastern continent in the Great Sage continent. Rumor has it that this sect is very mysterious and few disciples ever come out. Wang Lin asked a few more questions and then revealed a tired look. Du Qing was as cunning as a devil. So how could he not realize Wang Lin's intent? He quickly got up to leave, and before he left an oath. Fellow cultivator, rest assured. This old man will launch the entire sect to find the earth fire vein. If it can be extracted, I'll let the disciples bring them back to fellow cultivator. After Du Qing left, he immediately issued several decrees as he promised Wang Lin. The 3 elders each led a group of Blue Dragon sect disciples out in 3 different directions. There was also the elder that had been turned to wood and sealed as a punishment. Du Qing released him and gave him the chance to pay for his sins. He was sent off to search for a child vein. Wang Lin sat by himself inside the rather luxurious cave, and the light from the night pearls shined on him. It looked like he was surrounded by fog and looked unreal. He was still pondering, and Du Qing's words were echoing in his mind. I need to form a true essence body for my thunder essence as well. I can't put all my hopes into the Dong Lin pool. After all, there may be some exaggeration in Su Dao's memories. If I want to form my thunder essence true body, I will need a large amount of thunder. Since the immortal astral continent has earth fire essence, there must be thunder essence. However, right now the priority is to form my fire essence true body. I might have to personally take a trip to the Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin frowned. To him, the Great Soul Sect was a behemoth that was difficult to shake. Du Qing said that the Great Soul Sect's old ancestors' cultivation is unfathomable and that he has also formed an essence true body. Wang Lin rubbed his temples and sighed. My cultivation level is not high enough. However, it's not like I don't have any methods. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he thought of the Guei sect. After all, that old man named Ma knew of his connection with Shen Luo. Soon, Wang Lin gave up the idea of searching for the Guei sect for help. There were too many unknown factors, and he didn't like using another's name to make others do things. I must rely on myself. Although it is difficult, if I can use spatial bending on the immortal astral continent, then it shouldn't be impossible. Wang Lin closed his eyes and no longer thought about his essence true body. He slowly began to look for ways to integrate with the world. This spell was very important for Wang Lin's actions in the future. Once he reobtained it, his chances would increase. As his divine sense scattered, it slowly spread out from the cave and shrouded the world. But no matter how much Wang Lin tried, he couldn't fuse with the world. At most, he could integrate a sliver. This sliver wasn't enough for him to move far away. It could only teleport a short distance. This was not what Wang Lin wanted. There seemed to be an invisible barrier preventing him from entering. This was the law of the immortal astral continent and a pressure. With this pressure, a person's divine sense would find it difficult to squeeze in. This was not like the cave world, where there was no invisible barrier or pressure. Any cultivator who had comprehended spatial bending can fuse with the world to move. But thanks to this pressure, he couldn't fuse with the world and use spatial bending. Wang Lin vaguely understood this pressure was not just affecting against him, but it was like this across the entire immortal astral continent. That's why even with Du Qing's cultivation level, he couldn't do it. Perhaps only after my cultivation has reached a certain level can I force my way in and move like that. A few days later, Wang Lin had tried many times but was still not successful. But he didn't give up. Wang Lin's personality had always been like this. The more difficult it was, the more determined he became. His divine sense kept changing inside the Blue Dragon sect as he attempted to squeeze in. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 month went by. Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivator during this whole month. But the movement of his divine sense made it so the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect didn't dare to get close to the back mountain. Du Qing was still in the Blue Dragon sect. When Wang Lin spread out his divine sense for the first time, Du Qing was aware of it. However, he couldn't figure out what Wang Lin wanted to do. After several days of observation, he suddenly understood Wang Lin's intent. He is trying to fuse his divine sense with the world and then move by fusing with the world. This is simply impossible. Teleportation can be done, but this method is obviously used to travel far further than teleportation. Only those old monsters at the peak of Void Turbulent who understand a lot about the law of the immortal astral continent and have the strength to resist the pressure can do it. Du Qing shook his head and slowly stopped observing Wang Lin's actions. After 1 month of time, the disciples of the Blue Dragon sect hadn't managed to find an earth-fire vein outside the scope of Wang Lin's divine sense. Not even the 4 elders could do this. They were still widening their search. Wang Lin had forgotten the passage of time. He continued to try to fuse his divine sense with the world. He didn't seem to ever become tired as he continued to try. If he failed once, he would try twice. If he failed twice, he would try 10 times. Another 3 months passed. Wang Lin couldn't even remember how many times he had tried. But the result was still the same. After 4 months of time, some disciples of the Blue Dragon sect had found some fire veins that hadn't withered, but even more disciples were still searching. Wang Lin still kept trying. He had to continue figuring out spatial bending. Otherwise, the rest of his plans would be difficult to complete. Du Qing had become used to Wang Lin's divine sense surrounding the Blue Dragon sect. He looked at Wang Lin trying countless times, unwilling to give up, and felt disdain in his heart. However, he would never show it, but the disdain in his heart was becoming stronger and stronger. This is simply impossible. This person is too stubborn. This is just a waste of time. If fusing with the world is so simple, then anyone could do it. His cultivation level is clearly not high enough, but he keeps trying. I don't know how he caught the eye of a Grand Empyrean. Foolish. Du Qing shook his head. In a flash, 3 more months passed. Wang Lin had spent 7 months in closed-door cultivator studying this spell. He was sitting there with his eyes bloodshot, and there was irritation in his divine sense. Du Qing saw this and sneered. I don't know if I should tell him that he is overestimating himself. Although he has caught the attention of a Grand Empyrean, has many treasures, and his beast is extraordinary, his current actions are him overestimating himself. I want to see how long he plans to try. When he still fails in the end, what kind of expression will he make? There was a hint of contempt in Du Qing's eyes, but there was also jealousy. How come I, Du Qing, was not accepted by a Grand Empyrean? Do Grand Empyreans all like fools like this? Du Qing was unconvinced. During the past 7 months, Wang Lin's seemingly stupid actions slowly changed Du Qing's mind. He felt like Wang Lin's mind had some problems. Inside the cave, the bloodlines in Wang Lin's eyes became even more numerous. After 7 months of time of spreading out his divine sense, even he found it almost unbearable, but he didn't give up. Although he was still trying to fuse with the world, he was forcing himself now. To be more precise, he was using this method to stir his avatar that was growing inside the stone shell in the void. After trying it for several days, Wang Lin understood that with his cultivation level, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off this pressure from the world. However, he still had a last resort, which was the avatar growing in the void. This avatar was born within the law of the immortal astral continent and could even be said to be part of the law. So whether his divine sense could integrate with the world depended on the avatar. However, Wang Lin could feel that his avatar was asleep and couldn't be awakened without some special method. That's why, during these 7 months, Wang Lin had continued to spread out his divine sense until he became tired and his origin soul even showed signs of withering. On the last day of the 7th month, Wang Lin's origin soul showed signs of withering due to not having a chance to recover for 7 months. Just at this moment, his eyes released a bright light. Somewhere in the void between the cave world and the immortal astral continent, there was a huge stone shell floating there. Inside sat Wang Lin's sleeping avatar, and at this moment, the avatar suddenly opened his eyes. The moment the avatar opened his eyes, Du Qing was waiting with disdain to see Wang Lin making a fool of himself when his expression suddenly changed. He revealed the horror he had shown 7 months ago. He suddenly stood up and was completely dumbfounded. What he saw made him forget how to breathe. This is impossible. Cold sweat appeared on Du Qing's forehead as he looked toward the cave in the back mountain. Wang Lin's divine sense that had been around for 7 months suddenly disappeared. This disappearance wasn't Wang Lin withdrawing his divine sense. It had disappeared without a trace, as if he had merged with the world. This change was too sudden. Du Qing couldn't imagine it happening and wasn't prepared at all. He was in the mindset of watching a joke when it suddenly happened. After a moment of shock, Du Qing rushed out and his divine sense spread out toward the back mountain. When his divine sense swept by, his body trembled violently. Not there. Not there. Wang Lin, who had been sitting inside the cave for 7 months, had disappeared. Du Qing didn't notice Wang Lin disappearing at all. It was as if Wang Lin had evaporated before him. It's impossible. It doesn't make sense. Du Qing stood on the mountain peak of the back mountain with grass under his feet. His expression was dull as he muttered. He rubbed his eyes and spread out his divine sense once more. He tried again and again, but he didn't find a trace of Wang Lin. Impossible. His divine sense can't fuse with the world. This kind of thing has never happened before. Only old monsters at the peak of void turbulent can do it. He simply can't. Du Qing's face was pale and the fear in his eyes was strong. He suddenly felt like he was in a dream for the last 7 months. Du Qing still couldn't find Wang Lin, and his heart was unable to accept it when a calm voice echoed behind him. Are you looking for me? Du Qing's body trembled and he suddenly turned around. His pupils shrank when he saw Wang Lin calmly standing behind him and looking perfectly normal. There seemed to be some ripples flowing behind Wang Lin, but they soon disappeared. You. Du Qing subconsciously retreated a few steps. Wang Lin's appearance was too sudden, and he hadn't noticed it at all. If Wang Lin had attacked, he would have been seriously injured. A sense of coldness seemed to come from Wang Lin's body. This cold aura dissipated as the aura of the Blue Dragon sect washed over Wang Lin, but Du Qing still felt like a gust of cold wind had blown on his face. The shock and horror in his eyes turned into fear. At this moment, Wang Lin turned infinitely more mysterious and terrifying in Du Qing's eyes. Du Qing suppressed the shock in his heart and calmly said, "Nothing. Most of the disciples have returned, and they have found a lot of sub-veins and child veins. Some sealed veins were also brought back." Wang Lin casually looked at Du Qing. Under his gaze, Du Qing subconsciously lowered his head. "Bring them to the cave," Wang Lin said slowly as he stepped forward and flew back to the cave. Only after Wang Lin left did Du Qing relax. However, because Wang Lin had flown back, doubt appeared in his heart once more. Absolutely impossible. He shouldn't have merged with the world. Otherwise, he would have left in a flash. His aura disappeared before, so he must have teleported. Yes, he must have teleported. After failing so much, he must have done this to save face. The more Du Qing thought, the more correct he felt. He even felt funny how he was just scaring himself earlier. I already said that he could not fuse with the world. He can't do it at all. He's really overestimating himself. Du Qing sneered and waved his sleeves to leave. However, his body suddenly trembled and his eyes stared at the grass where Wang Lin was. His eyes almost popped out and a monstrous sense of fear surged in his heart. His mind rumbled as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind. Everything before him disappeared. Only the area where Wang Lin stood remained. After a long time, Du Qing's face turned white and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. He looked back at the cave with a fearful and complicated gaze. Not far away, there was some green snow on the grass where Wang Lin had stood. It glistened in the sun and slowly melted. In the entire Heavenly Bull continent, green snow only existed in the Heavenly Mountain to the extreme west. Even if Du Qing flew at full speed, he would need several months to fly back and forth. Snow of the Heavenly Mountain. This person, is a heavenly genius. Du Qing stood there silently for a long time before muttering this one line. At this moment, the disdain and contempt he felt for Wang Lin for the past 7 months disappeared. It was replaced with a sense of mystery and uncertainty. A sense of fear toward Wang Lin grew inside him. This had nothing to do with cultivation but the mysteries surrounding Wang Lin. In the cave, Wang Lin patted his clothes, dusted off the coldness on him, and sat down. After 7 months, he had finally awakened his avatar in the void. The moment the avatar awakened, Wang Lin felt an indescribable sense of understanding come from the distant void. The invisible barrier that had been troubling him suddenly loosened. It was as if the law of the immortal astral continent that was stopping him had disappeared. All kinds of enlightenment appeared in his mind. Felt clear, but thinking about it clearly now, it was very vague. Wang Lin knew that this was because that avatar was still growing. Once the avatar finished growing, Wang Lin would clearly comprehend everything about the law of the immortal astral continent. At the same time, the powerful pressure suddenly melted like ice. Countless cracks seemed to appear, and Wang Lin's divine sense immediately merged with the world rather than trying to squeeze in by force. All of this was because of his avatar. The moment his divine sense merged with the world, his body disappeared and merged with the world. At this moment, he felt the same feeling as when he used spatial bending in the cave world. He had lost this feeling for a long time. With a thought, he appeared on the heavenly mountain on this continent and saw the falling green snow. The first spatial bending Wang Lin had used here was without direction, and he had just casually gone anywhere. But when he returned to the Blue Dragon sect, the image of the Blue Dragon sect clearly appeared in his mind. He appeared in the back mountain of the Blue Dragon sect behind Du Qing. It only took half an incense stick of time for him to come and go. If not for the green snow that was on his feet, not even Du Qing would have known where Wang Lin had gone. The avatar has only grown for these few days, and it has already brought such a powerful boost. If there is more time, my avatar will become the strongest body. Wang Lin had long understood this in his heart. It is time to go to the Great Soul Sect to absorb the main Earth Fire Vein. Before that, I need to absorb the rest of the child veins to see how much of the fire essence true body I can form. Wang Lin knew that the more complete it was, the more difficult it would become. To form the head, he didn't just need fire essence. The thing he needed the most was will of fire. Du Qing came to greet him half an hour later with some of the earth fire veins that the disciples had exacted, along with a map. This was a complete map of the heavenly bull continent, and it had the child veins marked on them. Wang Lin didn't pretend to be polite. He absorbed those earth fire veins. However, there wasn't much will of fire inside them, so they didn't help the formation of his fire essence true body much. However, the map was very useful to Wang Lin. After taking the jade, Wang Lin said goodbye to Du Qing. Du Qing knew what Wang Lin was going to do. He could not participate in this matter, but he also wouldn't report Wang Lin. After all, he still wanted to get into Wang Lin's graces. More importantly, the gaze Wang Lin had given him before leaving was extremely calm. Ripples echoed under Wang Lin's feet and he suddenly disappeared. This scene was more shocking than any threat. Du Qing's heart trembled as he watched Wang Lin disappear, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. I'll remember how fellow cultivator Du helped me. If there is a chance, I'll repay you. After Wang Lin left, his words echoed in Du Qing's ears. On the 7th day after Wang Lin left, the child earth fire veins across the heavenly bull continent collapsed and a burst of fire surged across the heavenly bull continent. Even the air felt hot and just breathing it would make one feel irritable. As this happened in many locations across the heavenly bull continent, it caught the attention of the various sections. They sent out large numbers of disciples, and sometimes elders personally went to see, but they found no clues. By the time they get there, all they saw were the withered veins. Half a month later, at a mountain surrounded by black fog, where a sect called the Seven Dao sect used to be located, Wang Lin walked out of the mountain looking emotional. He had to come here. Here, he could feel the aura of the cave world and Shen Luo's years of waiting. Wang Lin walked out from the black fog and looked back at the mountain within. He pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh and leaving. Situ, Qing Shui, Li Qianmei, and all those that have reincarnated, where are you all now? Wang Lin turned to leave, and his back gave off a sense of loneliness. After one day, on the eastern part of the Heavenly Bull continent, at the Heavenly Mountain where the Great Soul Sect was located, a white-haired youth stood on top of the sky as the green snow fell. He could see the other side of the mountain through the falling snow. Standing here, the youth could vaguely see the endless mountain range, and within the mountain range, a red mountain pierced through the clouds far away. Great Soul Sect, the white-haired youth muttered, his eyes shining brightly. The Great Soul Sect was located within the mountain range with the mountain that pierced the clouds. It gave off a red light and looked like a burning mountain. There were ripples echoing around the mountain. The ripples seemed to contain soul force, and countless hidden figures seemed to be letting out silent roars inside. This place was one of the two strongest sects on the Heavenly Bull continent, the Great Soul Sect. Green snow fell on the Heavenly Mountain. The snow fell on Wang Lin's body, hair, and the ground. He stood motionless in the snow. From here, the Great Soul Sect didn't seem very far, but even if one flew, they'd have to fly for a few days. The reason it felt like this, aside from the mountain, was that the ripples that came from the Great Soul Sect created a visual gap. After a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his divine sense spread out. He vaguely sensed the main fire vein under the Great Soul Sect. It branched out into countless branches that spread throughout the Heavenly Bull continent. There was an amazing will of fire in this main vein. This will wouldn't allow anyone to invade it, and only at the Great Soul Sect did this will weaken greatly. The main vein poked out from underground at the Great Soul Sect. Rather than the Great Soul Sect, it could be said the mountain was the main earth fire vein that extended above ground. This was not man-made, it had been formed by the evolution of nature. It could only be said that the Great Soul Sect had picked a very clever location. There was a powerful surge of vitality inside the Great Soul Sect. With a rough sweep, Wang Lin found no less than 100,000 cultivators within this endless mountain range. 100,000 cultivators was a large number. But hidden within the mountain ranges, there was not a trace to be seen. There were many extremely powerful essence auras within the mountain ranges. These represented third-step cultivators. The Great Soul Sect of the Immortal Astral Continent. It is indeed very strong. Just one sect can sweep the cave world. Wang Lin calmly looked at this as he pondered. If not for the fire essence true body, Wang Lin wouldn't provoke such a behemoth. However, the main earth fire vein under the Great Soul Sect was simply too important to Wang Lin. Even if he had to pull the teeth out from a tiger's mouth, he had to try. During these days, he had absorbed a lot of child veins. The fire essence in his body had reached a limit and would no longer be affected by the child veins. He was already prepared for this to happen. After all, this was similar to taking pills. The more pills of the same quality you devoured, the less effect it would have until it became useless. Unless he could devour even higher quality pills like the will of this main earth fire vein. Wang Lin slightly closed his eyes and his body silently floated forward without a sound toward the Great Soul Sect. As he walked, his body flickered. He moved forward a large distance as if he was teleporting. After several hours, Wang Lin walked through the path that would take cultivators several days and arrived at the mountain range where the Great Soul Sect was. Here, the fluctuations of the soul power became even stronger and more dense. There were forces hidden here that prevented Wang Lin from entering. Unfortunately, I can't take out the ghostly sail from the storage space. Otherwise, I might have been able to borrow its power to enter the Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin stopped and looked at the mountains not far away. He looked at the red mountain and let out a sigh. His aura had been completely hidden and he now looked like a mortal. After sitting down, he closed his eyes and began to wait. The moment he sat down, his body became blurry and turned into a strand of smoke that floated there. A sect like the Great Soul Sect had a very powerful formation around their territory. Anyone who wasn't their disciple would immediately be noticed once they touched the formation. If he wanted to go in, he would have to wait for a disciple to go through and cause a fluctuation in the formation. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would choose to integrate into the body of a Great Soul Sect disciple to enter, but that had its own drawbacks. Although it sounds good, The fact that the Great Soul sect had the word soul in their sect name meant that they had a great understanding of the soul. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to create the multi-layered illusion spell. Therefore, entering the body of a disciple to enter the formation would likely result in Wang Lin being found out by the formation before he even noticed anything was wrong. Wang Lin could only try to enter once, and he was unwilling to risk it like that. He preferred to believe in his own cultivation and understanding of restrictions. What he needed was for fluctuation to appear in the formation. In a flash, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, a total of 314 disciples had gone in and out, and the formation had fluctuated 314 times. Wang Lin didn't carelessly move. He continued to observe. He used his understanding of restrictions to find a weak point. After all, Wang Lin had the rare restriction essence. He was not anxious. He had enough time and patience to calmly observe. Another 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the formation rippled almost 1,000 times as the disciples went in and out. Wang Lin slowly noticed that the fluctuations were different depending on the identity of the disciples. During these 10 days of time, Wang Lin had seen almost 1,000 different Great Soul Sect disciples. He had observed some changes to their bodies unique to the Great Soul Sect. For example, their souls. If every Great Soul Sect disciple's soul was a flame, then the flame was very strong and wouldn't easily fluctuate. During these 10 days, Wang Lin still hadn't done anything. He continued to observe for another 10 days. On this day, as a Great Soul Sect disciple entered the formation, the smoke Wang Lin had turned into rushed out. This smoke was invisible and immediately appeared next to the disciple's body. The formation rippled as the disciple entered, and Wang Lin entered at the same moment. The moment Wang Lin entered, his restriction essence appeared to offset the formation. Then he rapidly simulated what he had learned from observing for the past 20 days. During a few short breaths, he changed hundreds of times. Only when the disciple left the formation and flew away without noticing a thing did the smoke Wang Lin had turned into also come out of the formation. His entrance didn't cause any change to the formation, or to be more accurate, all the changes were hidden by the ripples triggered by that disciple entering. The smoke Wang Lin had turned into silently moved through the mountains. He saw a lot of Great Soul Sect disciples. They all rushed by and none of them noticed Wang Lin. Wang Lin was very careful and would often stop as he drifted forward. He slowly made his way to the depths of the mountain range, toward the Red Mountain. The closer he got, the more strongly he felt the main earth fire vein. He was not far away from the Red Mountain as 3 rays of light flew toward the Red Mountain. There was 1 man and 2 women. They flew directly toward the Red Mountain. Wang Lin didn't bother looking at them. He had seen rays of light like those far too many times already. However, just at this moment, a divine sense suddenly erupted from the Red Mountain and descended. It quickly covered most of the mountain. This divine sense was very powerful. It was not something an ordinary cultivator could have. It was someone who had gone through 9 arcane tribulants and reached the early stage of void tribulant. This divine sense contained a hint of Yin, which was something that could only be detected after one had reached a certain cultivation level. The moment Wang Lin felt the divine sense, he could tell that this was a female cultivator. This divine sense spread out too suddenly. If Wang Lin hadn't been on guard, he would have been found in a naik. As the divine sense spread out, the smoke Wang Lin had turned into retreated. He moved at the same speed as the divine sense, one spreading out and one retreating. However, this divine sense spread out like a fan with the Red Mountain at the center. Wang Lin could avoid it for the moment, but it wouldn't be long before he was detected. As the divine sense swept by, ripples echoed across the formation of the Great Soul Sect and it was sealed. This scene shocked Wang Lin. Could I have been found? Wang Lin didn't have time to think as the divine sense was closing in on him. He retreated, but it looked like he had no place to hide. He flew toward the 3 rays of light flying in the distance. He moved at the fastest speed to charge into the body of the man. The reason was not because of the man's cultivation level, but because the divine sense was that of a woman. From Wang Lin's experience, most women at this cultivation level were mostly arrogant and looked down upon the male disciples, so they wouldn't search too carefully. After all, a detailed search was the same as looking at someone naked. The moment Wang Lin entered the man, the divine sense swept by. It didn't linger. It directly swept by into the distance. After it covered the entire mountain range, it slowly dissipated. Once the divine sense scattered, the formation no longer sealed the area and started operating as normal. It wasn't that I was discovered, it's just that the Great Soul sect has a habit of a powerful cultivator on guard who spreads out their divine sense from time to time. Wang Lin gathered inside the man's body and formed a vortex that was surrounded by restrictions. As Wang Lin pondered, the woman next to him scolded him. "What are you standing there for? If we are late in delivering the soul-split fruit to senior sister, we will be punished." That man looked panicked and quickly replied. They turned into rays of light that flew toward the red mountain. Wang Lin was about to leave the man's body when he thought of something. He maintained his current state and went along with them. Perhaps it was because a divine sense had just spread out and the three of them weren't checked by any more divine senses. They successfully closed in on the red mountain. "We have to be faster. Once we finish with Ancestor Yen Lu, we still have to go to the other main peaks and can't be delayed. Song Yin, we will wait for you head. Catch up once you deliver them," the woman who spoke before said, and the other woman nodded in agreement. The three scattered. The woman named Song Ying charged at the red mountain. The other woman and the man Wang Lin was in changed directions. They bypassed the red mountain and went off into the distance. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to change into smoke, leaving the man. He surrounded the woman named Song Ying and flew toward the red mountain with her. The female disciple named Song Ying didn't look old and was very beautiful, and her body gave off the fragrance of a virgin. She turned into a ray of red light and flew toward the mountain peak. She stopped in the air outside the mountain. There was a fuzzy light curtain protecting the mountain. She took out a red jade and was going to press it against the light curtain. At this moment, Wang Lin split a part of his divine sense toward the red jade and used his full power to study it. A soft crackling sound came from the jade. When the jade was pressed against the light curtain, Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. The light curtain trembled and ripples echoed. The woman put away the jade and stepped into the light curtain. At this moment, inside her clothes, the smoke Wang Lin had turned into distorted. He had used his restriction essence to imitate the jade, and he silently entered with her. The moment Wang Lin entered, excitement appeared in his heart. There was a large amount of fire essence inside, as if just breathing once would strengthen his fire essence. However, similarly, there was an early-stage void turbulent female cultivator who Wang Lin dreaded. He didn't immediately leave this woman. He stayed with her for a while. This woman seemed to feel uncomfortable with the heat here. The moment she entered, she was covered in a fragrant sweat. She flew toward the caves to deliver the soul-split fruit. As Wang Lin observed, there was a total of 19 caves in this mountain. Aside from the cave at the top, she sent a fruit to each of the other caves. Each cave was filled with vitality, and there was a great soul sect disciple inside each one. Shortly after, the woman arrived outside the last cave. By now she was soaked in sweat due to the heat wave. "Senior sister, the soul-split fruit is here." The woman's voice was a bit weak as she spoke outside the cave. "Put it down." A soft voice came from the closed door of the cave. When Wang Lin heard this, his mind trembled. "It's her." Wang Lin pondered. The woman covered in fragrant sweat took out 9 greenish-white celestial fruits bursting with cold energy. He left the woman and attached to the leaf of a fruit. The woman named Song Ying clasped her hands and respectfully left. She flew out from the light curtain and disappeared. At the same time, the door to the cave opened a sliver and a suction force pulled the fruits inside. Then the door to the cave closed. Inside the cave there was a fluorescent light. The celestial fruits that were pulled into the cave were put on a stone table. A woman in pink was sitting not far away. She was very beautiful and had a temperament that made her the beauty of a generation. She was frowning and looked a bit depressed. She wasn't cultivating but looked ahead. It was unknown what she was thinking about. Wang Lin hid on the leaf of the fruit and also pondered as he looked at the woman. After a long time, The woman in pink let out a sigh and closed her eyes to try to cultivate. However, just at this moment, a calm voice appeared in her mind. Fan Shanlu. The moment this voice appeared, the woman in pink suddenly opened her eyes and her right hand under her sleeves trembled. She immediately raised her right hand and waved. This wave caused mist to appear and completely seal off the cave. Wang Lin, where are you? Fan Shanlu took a deep breath and looked around. Although she looked calm, the trembling in her right hand revealed the shock in her heart. Wang Lin didn't immediately appear but looked at the mist Fan Shanlu had created. This mist was very strange. Its job was to seal all auras inside the cave, so no one outside could detect anything inside. This was subconscious behavior from Fan Shanlu. Wang Lin looked at these details to obtain the bigger picture. He pondered a bit before the smoke left the leaf of the fruit and he appeared before Fan Shanlu. Long time no see. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he looked at Fan Shanlu, and his gaze swept by the mist. After seeing Wang Lin, Fan Shanlu was stunned for a long time before revealing a smile. It has been a long time. I didn't think you would come here. This fog is for when core disciples of the Great Soul Sect go into closed-door cultivation. Once the fog appears, teacher's divine sense won't casually sweep by, so it's safe here. Fan Shanlu's smile was joyous. She didn't expect to meet Wang Lin here. However, her gratitude toward Wang Lin was still there and hadn't dissipated with time. What happened in the cave world had become part of her life. If not for Wang Lin, she wouldn't have been able to return home. Fan Shanlu also admired Wang Lin. Wang Lin sat down. After hearing her explanation and observing her reactions, Wang Lin relaxed a little. However, he was still cautious, and if Fan Shanlu had any other thoughts, he would attack without hesitation. You're still as cautious, but that is good. You need to be cautious on the immortal astral continent in order to survive. Fan Shanlu smiled as she looked at Wang Lin. 3 years ago, I met with the Guei sect's Unifeng and mentioned you. According to our calculations, you should have came to the immortal astral continent a long time ago, but we still hadn't heard of you. Perhaps something happened or you were somewhere far away. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Fan Shanlu blinked and laughed. There were some accidents along the way, so I'm a bit late. I'm glad to see you. Wang Lin smiled. It was rare to meet someone familiar on the immortal astral continent, which made Wang Lin feel a hint of warmth. In truth, Fan Shanlu felt the same, a hint of warmth. After all, she had spent most of her life in the cave. Her relationship with the Great Soul Sect was only in name, and it was actually very unfamiliar to her now. Speak. You came to the Great Soul Sect and came to my cave, there must be a reason. If there is a need for my help, I'll try my best. The depressed feelings Fan Shanlu had faded when Wang Lin arrived and was replaced by sincere joy. Wang Lin could feel Fan Shanlu's joy, and this made his heart feel warm. He smiled silently for a moment and then spoke. I need the main earth fire vein to cultivate. It may affect the main earth fire vein here. Fan Shanlu pondered, and after a long time, she nodded. No problem. I can take you to the closed-door cultivation location for the earth fire vein. Teacher should be easy to deal with. She is in closed-door cultivation most of the time and occasionally spreads out her divine sense. She won't check on closed-door cultivation disciples too often to not affect them. The main problem is my elder sister. She is also on this flame mountain. However, she has caught the attention of teacher, so she won't casually come out. How about this? I'll accompany you to the fire room, and if others ask, I'm in closed-door cultivation. However, it can't take long, or else others will begin asking questions. Fan Shanlu was decisive and quickly came up with an idea. Wang Lin pondered and slowly said, That would not be good for you. When Fan Shanlu heard this, her expression softened and she shook her head with a smile. No problem. Teacher also protects her own. I know my limits. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he got up and clasped his hands at Fan Shanlu. Many thanks. No need to thank me. I wanted to thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to return to the immortal astral continent. Fan Shanlu got up. This matter should not be delayed, we should get going. I'm going to have to ask you to endure hiding in me." As Fan Shanlu said this, she blushed. Wang Lin nodded and turned into smoke. He entered her sleeve and wrapped around her skin. This way, if she made any hidden movements, Wang Lin would immediately detect it. His cautious nature wouldn't change because of the person, location, or their words. Fan Shanlu sorted her clothes, and once her expression returned to normal, she waved her jade-like hand to dispel the mist. She walked out from the cave. She didn't pause at all along the way. Not too fast or slow. She made her way toward a giant cave at the base of the Red Mountain. It was the spot closest to the main earth fire vein that their teacher had opened up for her disciples to use for closed-door cultivation. Fan Shanlu wasn't stopped at all on her way to the cave under the mountain. Even when she passed by other people's caves, when they noticed it was Fan Shanlu, they no longer cared. They didn't think an outsider could enter here under the watch of their teacher. Fan Shanlu was also a core disciple, and her elder sister had caught the attention of their teacher. It looked like their teacher was going to make her the inheritor. As a result, the other members of the sect wouldn't cause any problems for Fan Shanlu. She smoothly arrived at the cave at the bottom and stopped outside a stone room. The door to the stone room was red and gave off an endless amount of heat. An ordinary cultivator would feel like their blood was boiling just when standing outside, much less inside. To be more precise, this stone room was opened inside the main earth fire vein. Cultivating inside was the same as cultivating inside the main earth fire vein. This place wasn't made to only cultivate the fire essence. Under the will of the earth fire vein, aside from water essence, all other ethereal essences could be cultivated here. The key was to borrow the pressure formed by the fire here, which could achieve an effect similar to time distortion. A day here was equal to several days outside due to the pressure. This stone chamber was the most valuable place in this mountain, and only core disciples could enter. Fan Shanlu told Wang Lin all of this as they closed in. At this moment, outside the stone room, Fan Shanlu waved her right hand and the red door opened up a sliver for a person to pass through. The moment the door opened, a crazed roar came out from within. Shortly after, a sea of fire spread out from the opening and turned into a fire dragon that attempted to devour Fan Shanlu. Fan Shanlu's eyes lit up. As the fire dragon closed in, she softly spoke and made a strange sound. "Zhou!" Once the sound appeared, the fire dragon trembled and collapsed into specks of fire before Fan Shanlu. She no longer hesitated and walked into the opening of the door. After she entered, the door slowly closed. When this happened, at the cave on top of the mountain, a young woman around age 30, who was wearing a white Taoist robe, suddenly opened her eyes. The young woman was extremely stunning and could cause the heart of anyone who saw her to skip a beat. Her eyebrows were like the crescent moon, eyes like the phoenix, and there were some shining 5-star decorations on her forehead, making her look very alluring. She seemed to casually look ahead, and her divine sense went out to the stone room below. However, her divine sense didn't enter. It returned after sweeping once. This is the first time Lu Er has come here since returning to the sect. It is good for her to forget all those things that bother her. This young woman was Fan Shanlu's teacher. Opposite of this young woman was a woman that looked similar to Fan Shanlu but was obviously colder. Wang Lin was also familiar with this woman. It was Fan Shanmeng. Her eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. After pondering a bit, she let out a sigh and closed her eyes to continue cultivating. Inside the stone room at the bottom of the mountain, Fan Shanlu felt the heat wave from the cave and sweat appeared on her forehead. This was only secondary. A will of fire came from all sides of the cave, creating a powerful pressure. Anyone who entered would be shrouded by this pressure. You would need to sit down and adjust yourself to the pressure first. I can't enter too deep into the stone room. I haven't come here in a long time and can only wait for you here. As Fan Shanlu spoke, a strand of smoke came out of her sleeve. Wang Lin appeared beside her. As soon as Wang Lin appeared, the surrounding heat rushed toward him. However, just as they closed in, Wang Lin inhaled the heat wave. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. The inhaled heat wave turned into fire essence that nourished his body. It is indeed the main vein. This heat wave is equal to more than a dozen branches. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the place he was looking for. Looking at the stone room, it was not square, and it wasn't even really a stone room. This was a long strip where the surrounding walls were red. The deeper one went, the more shocking the red color became. Every 10 feet is a new level, and there is a total of 370 feet. You can find the best spot for your needs. In just a moment, Fan Shanlu was almost soaked in sweat, and she sat down by the door. You can leave in 3 days. I'll probably take a bit longer here. If you do that, it won't affect you too much if I cause some change. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Fan Shanlu and went into the depths of the room. In a flash, he moved more than 200 feet. The moment he landed, a large surge of fire surrounded him but was immediately absorbed by him. With another step, Wang Lin was 370 feet deep into the cave. This was the deepest part of the cave. Wang Lin sat down and didn't hesitate to press his hand on the ground. At this moment, he was inside the main fire vein to devour its fire essence and will, and to do it among the powerhouses of the Great Soul Sect was the same as pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Fan Shanlu watched Wang Lin's figure go into the depths of the cave. The higher temperature from the walls made it impossible to see him clearly. After a long time, she let out a sigh and closed her eyes to begin cultivating. As for Wang Lin, his eyes shined and he placed his hands on the earth. Waves of fire essence rushed toward his hands and entered his body. Wang Lin's body was gradually surrounded by fire, and 3 days later, his aura disappeared. He had become one with the earth fire vein and was extremely difficult to detect. At this point, his divine sense slowly spread out toward the bottom of the stone room, heading toward the main earth fire vein. Wang Lin's body had been saturated with fire essence, so absorbing more wouldn't help him complete his essence true body. What he needed to do was devour the will of the earth fire vein. Only by devouring that will and becoming the Lord of the Fire in the Heavenly Bull continent could Wang Lin's fire essence true body form completely. This time, I must succeed. Wang Lin's divine sense turned into his essence true body in the earth fire vein. Although the head was still that of a vermilion bird, which looked strange, the essence and will of fire coming from it was shocking. With his divine sense, Wang Lin could see that the main earth fire vein was an endless fire dragon lying in the depths of the earth. It gave off an ancient aura of decay as if it had existed for countless years and was formed by the main earth fire vein. It had no intelligence, only a will. This will was like the might of the heavens, and it continuously applied pressure on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's essence true body's eyes lit up and revealed a cold smile. Not only did he not dodge, but as the will closed in on him, he began to devour it. Devour this will. Nourish his own will. Form his own will of fire. While he devoured, the entire main earth fire vein trembled. Following that, an even more powerful will of fire suddenly appeared, as if it wanted to crush Wang Lin. But this wasn't Wang Lin's real body, it was his essence true body. So not only did it not cause him any discomfort, it allowed him to devour even more. His head began to show signs of change. His chin was no longer that of a vermilion bird's skin could be seen. This change caused Wang Lin to become spirited. Follow this will to the head of the soul of this main earth fire vein. If absorb the will there, my essence true body will be complete. Wang Lin knew that time was of the essence, so he didn't hesitate. He followed the main earth fire vein into the depths of the earth. He was going to find the head of the soul of the main earth fire vein. He had to complete forming his essence true body before the powerhouses of the Great Soul Sect found him, or else everything would be lost. In a flash, 3 days passed. Fan Shanlu opened her eyes. She could no longer feel Wang Lin's presence. After pondering for a moment, she got up and walked out of the stone room. After Fan Shanlu left, no one came to the stone room or noticed Wang Lin's existence. But this was only temporary. Wang Lin's divine sense was descending down into the earth while facing the endless pressure from the will of fire. He charged toward the source of the will that was the head of the earth fire vein like he was racing against time. Another 3 days passed. By dusk of the third day, Wang Lin had descended an unknown amount of distance underground. He could now see the head of the soul of the earth fire vein. This head was hundreds of thousands of feet large. It looked ancient, and even its breathing was filled with decay. Wang Lin's essence true body charged forward and entered the head of the dragon. The moment he entered, the main dragon soul of the main earth fire vein trembled and let out a shocking roar. This roar spread toward the surface and caused the vein to tremble. The mountain above trembled, large amounts of rocks fell, and a dense sea of fire spread out from the mountain. This sudden change caused the expression of the young woman in the cave at the mountain peak to change. Her divine sense spread out without hesitation and enveloped the mountain. What guts! The young woman charged out and arrived at the bottom of the mountain in a flash. She rushed into the cave and blew open the red door to the stone room. The moment the door was blasted open, Wang Lin's body, which was 370 feet away, was surrounded by fire. A suction force came from below and dragged his body toward the main earth fire vein below. Want to run? The young woman's face was filled with killing intent. Wang Lin was prepared for the fact that the early-stage void turbulent young woman at the top of the mountain would notice him sooner or later. The moment the young woman moved, the part of the origin soul he had left in his body borrowed the fire to pull his body toward his essence true body. Along the way, the fire surrounded him, but he didn't feel any heat. This was because his fire essence true body had gone ahead and absorbed a lot of the will of fire. Otherwise, Wang Lin's body wouldn't have been able to withstand the heart after his essence true body left. It was also why his body hadn't entered the earth until the young woman arrived. The young woman's eyes were filled with killing intent. She could clearly feel that someone was absorbing the main earth fire vein like crazy. This caused killing intent to appear in her heart. You dare to pull such a trick before me? You're courting death. The young woman directly arrived at the 370-foot mark in the cave. With one step, she chased after Wang Lin underground. The two of them quickly moved further down underground. As the earth trembled, the red mountain was about to collapse. All the disciples flew out one by one and looked at the trembling, red mountain. Fan Shanlu was among them. She knew that this was related to Wang Lin, and she bitterly smiled in her heart. She thought about how no matter where Wang Lin went, he could cause a heaven-shaking change. Fan Shanmeng was also among the crowd, and her eyes lit up as she looked at the red mountain. A moment later, she suddenly looked at her younger sister, Fan Shanlu. Little sister, it was you brought the outsider into the stone room. Fan Shanmeng's voice echoed inside Fan Shanlu's mind. Although you are my elder sister, don't speak so casually. I was used by you for many years in the cave world, and now you are trying to frame me. Do you still have a conscience? Fan Shanlu turned to stare at her elder sister, and her eyes were cold. She could never forget that her elder sister had even used her in order to try to manipulate Wang Lin in the cave world. That moment of danger had left a chill in her heart and awakened her. Fan Shanmeng silently pondered and no longer spoke. As the red mountain trembled, the auras of the powerful cultivators of the Great Soul sect spread out. Terrifying divine senses surrounded this red mountain. This mountain was merely a main peak of the Great Soul sect, and the Great Soul sect had a total of 49 main peaks. Although not every peak had an early-stage void turbulent cultivator, it showed how powerful the Great Soul sect was. In the depths of the main earth fire vein, Wang Lin's body was surrounded by fire and quickly going deeper. The young woman was chasing after him, filled with killing intent. However, the earth fire vein contained the will of Wang Lin's essence true body, so he was like a fish in water, moving faster and faster. As for the young woman, she was hindered by the will and found it difficult to use her full power. The distance between the two wasn't closing as they got closer and closer to the main earth fire vein. At the deepest part of the earth fire vein, inside the head of the dragon, Wang Lin's essence true body was sitting there and devouring the will of the dragon soul like crazy. Time was of the essence and danger was everywhere. Wang Lin had no time to think about other things. The only thought in his mind was to devour the will of this fire. As he devoured, the main dragon soul let out a painful roar. Wang Lin's essence true body's chin had completely turned human and no longer looked like a vermilion bird. This continued to extend, reaching his mouth and formed his lips. Wang Lin's essence true body seemed to be in a rush. Faster! Devour more! He roared in his heart. The dragon's soul roared and its body continued to twist. The pain of being devoured made it feel the crisis of death. As its body twisted, shockwaves spread in all directions. This caused the entire Great Soul Sect to tremble. In particular, the Red Mountain rumbled and the peak of the mountain shattered. A sea of fire suddenly rushed out into the sky as if it wanted to burn the sky. This change attracted the attention of the Great Soul Sect. The disciples in the mountain all retreated. What is going on? Could it be that someone went toward the main earth fire vein? Roars echoed and more Great Soul Sect disciples arrived. The young woman underground obviously felt the change on the surface. She looked gloomy, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. She looked at the escaping Wang Lin and her right hand formed a seal. A bronze mirror appeared in her hand. Ancient mirror Tao pattern. Turn into the shadow of the heavens and earth. Kill that person. The young woman waved her right hand and the ancient mirror shined brightly. A large amount of black gas came out of the mirror and formed a ghostly face. With a roar, the ghostly face charged forward at breakneck speed. In a flash, it closed in more than half the distance to Wang Lin. It was still closing in, and in a flash it was less than 300 feet from him. Wang Lin's mind was split in half. One was in the essence true body to devour the will of fire, and the other inside his body to escape from the young woman. The moment the ghostly face was 300 feet away from him, Wang Lin turned around and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The Great Soul Sect's ghostly face spell. Wang Lin's eyelids trembled and he took a step with his right foot. Ripples echoed and he disappeared without a trace. The moment he disappeared, the ghostly face rushed over and devoured the location Wang Lin was at. Thunderous rumbles echoed deep inside the earth. The moment the young woman arrived and stopped here, she couldn't help but frown. This is... While pondering, she looked up as she felt Wang Lin reappear in the depths of the earth again. He is able to teleport inside the main earth fire vein. I can't underestimate him. The young woman had also tried to teleport under the will of the main earth fire vein but was unable to do so. Although she was surprised Wang Lin could do it, she didn't really consider it a huge deal. He didn't teleport before. That means it must cost him a lot to teleport here. I want to see how many times he can teleport. The young woman let out a cold snort and waved her jade-like hand. The ghostly face appeared once more and brought her deeper into the earth to chase Wang Lin. Wang Lin's physical body continued to charge down. Every time the ghostly face and the woman were going to catch up, he would teleport away. However, he didn't go directly toward his essence true body but slightly off target each time. As a result, although his movements were subtle, the direction ended up being completely different. Wang Lin's essence true body was in a relatively safe state with his body distracting the young woman, so there was no one to disturb it. It began to devour even faster. Wang Lin's essence true body slowly formed its nose as he continued to devour. The main earth fire vein struggled like crazy, but it couldn't stop Wang Lin's true essence body from absorbing it. This had nothing to do with cultivation level. It was a devouring between two types of fire. The main earth fire vein was obviously not Wang Lin's match. Soon, Wang Lin's true essence body's eyes turned from the vermilion bird eyes to two human eyes. These eyes were calm, but under the calmness one could see two fires burning within those eyes. The soul of the earth fire vein would release violent fluctuations every time it struggled. The earth trembled and thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin's essence true body formed a seal, and with a roar, his forehead changed from a vermilion bird to real skin. The moment his nose, eyes, and forehead formed, a heaven shaking will appeared within his essence true body. It had just been born, but it was rapidly growing as he devoured the soul of main earth fire vein. From a distance, Wang Lin's true essence body had changed completely from the forehead down. Only the top of his head and his hair still had the appearance of a vermilion bird. The hair was obviously the long vermilion bird feathers. Only the hair remains. Then my essence true body will form completely. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. However, at this moment, due to the earth-fire veins struggle causing such a powerful vibration, the young woman chasing Wang Lin stopped and came out of the ghostly face. Her expression changed several times before she clenched her teeth. A miscalculation. This person has an avatar even deeper down. He used his original body to attract my attention, and while I chased him, I unknowingly ignored his avatar. The main earth-fire veins trembling should have stopped while I chased him, but it became even more intense instead. Damn it! The young woman reacted and her killing intent became even more intense. She gave up chasing Wang Lin's original body and went into the depths of the main earth-fire vein, toward Wang Lin's essence true body. The moment the young woman stopped chasing and changed directions, Wang Lin immediately noticed. He revealed a calm smile. The reason he had left his original body in the stone room, aside from the fact that his original body couldn't withstand the heat before his essence true body devoured enough, was to distract the pursuers. Now he had successfully delayed for a while. It wasn't that the young woman was dumb. Even if it was someone else, if they noticed a problem with the earth-fire vein and saw someone covered in fire escaping from the stone room, they would think that the person was the problem. They would naturally pursue that person and inevitably miss something. After all, there were hardly any perfect people in this world. Even if Wang Lin had encountered a similar thing, it would be difficult for him to immediately realize that it was just a distraction. It was rare for the young woman to be able to detect it so fast. She abandoned her pursuit and charged toward the depths of the earth-fire vein. When Wang Lin detected this, he revealed a cold smile. There were now two wills in the earth-fire vein. One was the dragon soul, the owner of the earth-fire vein, and the other was his fire essence true body. Now it's my turn to attack. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He wouldn't allow anyone to disturb his essence true body's devouring process. This was a significant change for his essence and for him. As someone who came from the cave world to the immortal astral continent, this would be a great increase to his strength. Ripples echoed under his feet and he disappeared in a flash. The young woman rushed while surrounded by the ghostly face, allowing her to move very fast. As she moved forward, she suddenly had an inexplicable feeling and moved to the side without hesitation. In a flash, a ray of blood light flew past her body and stabbed through the ghostly face. It glanced by her and smashed into the earth-fire vein ahead. It was a blood sword. This blood sword gave off a monstrous killing intent, and also contained a hint of the aura of the ancient Tao. After seeing this blood sword, the young woman's expression changed greatly. The blood slaughter sword, one of the 7 swords of the ancient Tao. You're not a cultivator. The young woman turned around and saw the blood sword flash once more. Ripples echoed at the direction the blood sword went and Wang Lin walked out. Blood slaughter sword. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had obtained Yumo's inheritance but was lacking the left eye, so the memories were incomplete. He only knew that Yimo was given the sword by the emperor of the ancient Tao, and didn't know its name. After appearing, Wang Lin didn't talk but pointed at the sky. Bursts of 7-colored light appeared above him and gathered before him to form a 7-colored lance. The lance shot toward the young woman. The young woman let out a cold snort and casually waved her right hand. The ghostly face before her let out a howl and flew toward the 7-colored lance. In an instant, the two sides collided. The 7-colored light couldn't resist at all. The ghostly face devoured it and then flew toward Wang Lin. Killing intent appeared in the young woman's eyes as she charged toward Wang Lin following the ghostly face. Since you came yourself, then stay. A cold voice echoed through the earth-fire vein and entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin retreated and waved his sleeve. Xian Luo's golden print appeared and suppressed the ghostly face. The powerful aura from the golden print contained a sliver of Xian Luo's power. It instantly closed in on the ghostly face, and with a bang, the ghostly face let out a miserable cry and disappeared before Wang Lin. Golden light shined brightly and the golden print flew toward the young woman. When the young woman saw the golden print, she gasped. Her pupils shrank and she suddenly stopped. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he retreated, disappearing back into the earth fire vein. At the same time, the golden light dimmed and the print stopped moving forward. It disappeared along with the blood sword. Don't chase anymore. I have no hostility toward the Great Soul sect. I just need to use the main earth fire vein to cultivate a spell. Wang Lin's voice echoed in the young woman's mind after he left. The young woman stood there and silently pondered. At that moment, she felt the Grand Empyrean aura inside the print, and it terrified her. That aura made her think of a lot of things. After a long time, the coldness in her eyes appeared once more. So what if he has a treasure gifted by a Grand Empyrean? This person has the blood sword, which belongs to the ancient Dao clan. That makes it obvious who the Grand Empyrean is. Even though the ancient country's Grand Empyreans are powerful, they can't control us Celestials. Even if I've misjudged and the Grand Empyrean behind him is a Celestial, he made a move on my Great Soul Sect's main earth fire vein, so I will be in the right if I kill him. Plus, I'm not trying to kill him, I'm merely trying to stop him. Even Grand Empyreans can't be that unreasonable. The young woman muttered as she raised her head and charged at the main earth fire vein once more. The woman's personality was very fierce, and her current cultivation level was greatly related to her personality, so she wouldn't easily give up. Although she was shocked by the golden print, she had made up her mind. This was not something Du Qing could compare to. At another part of the main earth fire vein, Wang Lin Essence True Body detected the young woman's movement and let out a sigh. Cultivators that have truly entered the void turbulent stage are all determined people. A treasure formed by a Grand Empyrean won't easily force them to retreat. Since she won't retreat, then let's see who is faster. Wang Lin's gaze became determined and he disappeared. As Wang Lin's Essence True Body continued to absorb the main earth fire vein, the struggle from the dragon became weaker. Only the hair of the Essence True Body remained as feathers, but at this moment, black hair appeared at the roots. This black hair seemed to be surrounded by a gloomy light that was spreading. Once it finished spreading, the Essence True Body would be completely formed. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's Essence True Body was completely ignoring all external dangers and was focusing completely on absorbing the main earth fire vein. He was competing for time to survive. If the young woman arrived before he formed his Essence True Body, then all of Wang Lin's efforts would be wasted. It would be very difficult to find another chance like this. His original body continued to appear before the young woman, using spells to prevent her from moving forward. However, after doing this several times, the young woman simply ignored him and charged toward the depths of the earth fire vein. In a flash, several hours passed. The young woman was getting closer and closer. The main earth fire vein soul had weakened to a certain extent. Its roar had slowly weakened and its body seemed to slowly be calming down. However, this was just its external appearance. Its eyes revealed a dazzling light. It suddenly released a powerful roar and its calm body began to move once more. With this roar, the giant dragon soul was surrounded by a sea of fire and began to shrink rapidly. From its endless size, it shrank to 100,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100 feet. With the pressure of shrinking its body, the dragon soul erupted with its strongest resistance. Its body shrank from 100 feet to 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet. This crazed condensing caused its willpower to compress as well. In the end, it shrank into a fist-sized ball of fire. The moment Wang Lin's Essence True Body was knocked off the dragon, the fist-sized ball of fire formed by the dragon shot straight toward Wang Lin's Essence True Body's forehead. With a thunderous bang, the ball of fire touched the Essence True Body's forehead and entered it. The moment the ball of fire entered Wang Lin's Essence True Body, his divine sense began to tremble. It was as if he had turned back into a mortal and was struggling in the violent sea on a lonely boat. A very powerful will descended, attempting to wipe out Wang Lin's divine sense to occupy the Essence True Body. This will was the will of the fire dragon. It had given up its body, and in its desperate struggle, it had entered Wang Lin's Essence True Body. It was going to try to take over Wang Lin's Essence True Body. This would make this essence true body the vessel for its will. This will was extremely powerful, and it had turned into a giant hand that was going to crush Wang Lin's divine sense. This will was filled with struggle and an unyielding nature. There were roars coming from it as if it were challenging the heavens. Wang Lin vaguely saw light and felt heat. This combination of light and heat formed the fire of the world. The will of the fire wanted to burn everything, including itself. It contained a hint of madness along with an unyielding, heaven-defying will that would burn the entire world. It was going to burn Wang Lin's divine sense and everything into ashes. Fire. The origin of my understanding of fire is not the vermilion bird but the heart of the candle that sways in the wind but remains lit. The wind howls and wants to blow the candle out, causing it to die and turn into smoke. However, every time the wind blows, the candle resists and shakes violently. It is not willing to die, not willing to be turned to smoke. The fire essence that I, Wang Lin, have comprehended is that will. The will of the candle fire. The will of my Tao. It is also the will of my lifelong struggle against the heavens. Do you dare to wipe out my will? Can you wipe it out? Wang Lin's essence true body opened its eyes, and they were filled with fire. It let out a roar as his divine sense inside the essence true body also struggled against the will of the fire dragon. It refused to yield. Like the candle fire. This roar echoed inside the main earth fire vein, and it seemed to be filled with the determination to resist. From a distance, the young woman heard this and her expression changed. Behind her, Wang Lin's original body followed. The two of them continued moving deeper into the earth one after the other. Along the way, the young woman completely ignored Wang Lin and moved at full speed. Wang Lin's cultivation level was far below hers, so he couldn't stop her. However, he still had the stop spell. However, he still hadn't used the spell yet. This spell needed to be used at the most important moment to have the greatest effect. As the young woman flew at full speed, she got closer and closer to Wang Lin's essence true body. Her divine sense spread out and could see everything. When she saw Wang Lin's essence true body, her expression changed greatly. This is an essence true body. He is actually borrowing the earth fire vein too from a fire essence true body. The young woman gasped and her body trembled. The right hand hidden in her sleeve subconsciously shook. The trembling was no weaker than when Wang Lin took out the Grand Empyrean treasure. In fact, it was even more intense. After all, she had never seen a Grand Empyrean, but she had seen an essence true body several times. The great soul sex ancestor, esteemed Green Bull, also had an essence true body. This young woman clearly knew how difficult it was to form one and how powerful it was. She thought she would only see that one essence true body in her life. She didn't expect to see a second completely different essence true body here. No wonder he was leading me elsewhere. No wonder he wanted to venture deep into the earth fire vein. No wonder he still came here even though he has a treasure from a Grand Empyrean. All of this was because he wanted to from an essence true body that is extremely difficult to form, to the point that it's almost legendary. The young woman's face became pale and coldness erupted from her eyes. She knew a lot about essence true bodies as she dreamed of forming one. She understood that once the essence true body formed, the earth fire vein would collapse and disappear. I can't let him succeed. The young woman gritted her teeth. Whether it was the destruction the withered earth fire vein would cause or the extreme jealousy in her heart, she didn't want to allow this essence true body to form. She coughed out blood and her body fused with the blood. In a flash, she moved 10 times faster than before and headed toward Wang Lin's essence true body like a shadow. After Wang Lin's essence true body let out that roar of will, the will of the dragon soul collapsed. Wang Lin's will took control and the last of the dragon soul's resistance collapsed. When the dragon soul's will collapsed, Wang Lin's will took control and began to devour the residual of the dragon's soul. A thunderous rumble echoed in Wang Lin's mind. As the rumble echoed, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out in all directions. He vaguely heard a miserable roar coming from the depths of the earth below the earth fire vein. When the roar entered his mind, he had just absorbed the remaining fire from the dragon's soul. The roar seemed to echo like thunder in his mind and seemed to create an illusion. His vision blurred, and when it became clear, he was in space. This space was simply too big and seemed endless. Wang Lin had no body as he stood there and looked around blankly. He didn't know where he was. While he was feeling confused, there was a thunderous rumble in the distance. When he turned around, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He saw a bull. A giant bull surrounded by ice that could freeze the stars themselves. It was very large and seemed to be endless in size. It appeared in the sky and roared. An indescribable feeling of terror spread out from its body and spread in all directions. Wang Lin's body seemed to be frozen, and even his thoughts seemed to slow down. Wang Lin had never seen such a terrifying beast before in his life. The aura coming from the beast was no weaker than Xian Luo's. Heavenly Bull. These two words suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's mind along with the rumors and legends about the Heavenly Bull continent. The celestial ancestor had killed a foreign bull and turned its body into a continent. Its soul was sealed here, and this place was named the Heavenly Bull continent. Mortals appeared and cultivators moved here to form sections. After countless years, this became part of the 72 continents of the celestial clan. Wang Lin's heart trembled. The moment the rumor appeared in Wang Lin's mind, a golden light shined above the Heavenly Bull. As the golden light shrouded the sky, a figure wearing an emperor robe and a crown appeared. The moment the figure appeared, space itself trembled. An indescribable celestial energy appeared and collided with the cold aura. The world trembled, and it was a sight to behold. Celestial ancestor. Wang Lin didn't need to guess. Based on the legends, he could tell that this person that he couldn't see the appearance of was the legendary celestial ancestor. Could it be that after I devoured the will of the dragon's soul, that faint roar from the bottom of the earth brought me back to the time when the celestial ancestor sealed the Heavenly Bull? But the Heavenly Bull was rumored to be fire element, so why is it ice? Wang Lin's heart trembled when he saw this. After the person in the emperor robe appeared, the Heavenly Bull roared once more. Crackling sounds echoed as the ice rapidly spread across the Heavenly Bull. This terrifying force was something not even a peak seven-colored celestial sovereign could resist. Perhaps only Xian Luo could attempt to fight it at full power. As the ice sealed the sky, the person in the emperor robe raised his hand with his 5 fingers toward the sky and pressed down. At the same time, a majestic voice echoed. 8th level celestial Tao, extreme fire Tao. Once those words echoed, a green gas came out of the fingers of the person in the emperor robe. The smoke swirled around his fingers, forming 9 rings, and then flew toward the Heavenly Bull in the sky. The 9 smoke rings grew as they flew into the sky and soon looked almost endless in size. They quickly collided with the Heavenly Bull. The first ring collided with the Heavenly Bull's ice aura, making the ice aura dissipate instantly. The second smoke ring penetrated the ice and landed on the Heavenly Bull. Then the 7 remaining rings all landed one by one. The Heavenly Bull struggled and roared but was unable to break free from the smoke rings. When the 9th smoke ring landed, all the ice aura from the Heavenly Bull disappeared without a trace. Instead, a monstrous fire appeared and made the Heavenly Bull look like a fire bull. For daring to invade my celestial clan, your punishment is for your body to become the earth, your origin soul to nourish the spirits, your bones to become the veins, and your soul to be suppressed for countless years under the immortal astral continent. The Heavenly Bull let out a miserable roar and its body descended to form an endless continent. Countless mountains suddenly rose from the earth, and the bones of the Heavenly Bull turned into veins. Endless fire appeared and the bones of the Heavenly Bull turned into the earth fire veins. At the bottom of the earth, the soul of the Heavenly Bull was suppressed there. Only an unwilling roar would occasionally come from deep within the earth, but no one seemed to be able to hear it. After Wang Lin saw all of this, his vision became blurry. When his vision became clear again, he was back in the earth fire vein. For a moment, he seemed to still be able to hear the roar of the Heavenly Bull deep underground. The confusion in his eyes hadn't disappeared yet when the hair of Wang Lin's essence true body rapidly changed and the feathers turned into black hair. Wang Lin's essence true body was about to form. Just at this moment, there was a monstrous blood light flashing before Wang Lin's essence true body. Inside the blood light was a beautiful, young woman. When she saw that Wang Lin's essence true body's hair was rapidly forming, she became anxious. Killing intent appeared in her eyes, and she launched a spell to destroy this essence true body that was about to be completed. Ripples echoed behind the young woman and Wang Lin's original body walked out. The moment the young woman was about to launch the attack, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The stop spell he had prepared along the way that he hadn't used suddenly erupted. Stop spell. Stop the heavens and earth, stop all spells, stop the mind, stop everything. This was Wang Lin's stop spell. It didn't just stop the body. The moment the stop spell was used, the young woman's body stopped for a moment and her spell was interrupted. At that moment, Wang Lin coughed out blood and popping sounds echoed in his body as a large amount of blood mist erupted from within him. However, he didn't hesitate to charge forward. But he didn't attack the young woman. He concluded that she must have some kind of protective treasure. He teleported directly before the young woman to where his essence true body was, and his origin soul was complete once more. At the same time, Wang Lin essence true body's hair finished changing into a full head of black hair. A powerful aura erupted from Wang Lin's essence true body. At this moment, Wang Lin's fire essence true body finished forming. At this moment, the young woman's eyes narrowed and her body recovered. Even if your avatar and original body have fused, it is still not enough. The young woman's heart trembled. She had never seen a spell that could stop her like that before. This spell had a deep background. It was not something she could know. Just as she charged at Wang Lin suddenly looked up and raised his right hand. 8th level Celestial Tao, Extreme Fire Tao. He didn't have the bloodline of the celestial ancestor, but he had other methods. 8th level Celestial Tao, Extreme Fire Tao. This was the powerful spell the celestial ancestor had used to seal the heavenly bull. A part of Wang Lin's origin soul had just left the illusion, but he was still in a trance. Once he merged with his body, he was still in his trance, and the only thing in his mind was the Extreme Fire Tao spell the celestial ancestor had used. When Wang Lin spoke, the shadow of his essence true body appeared. From a distance it looked like two Wang Lins were standing here. It was very strange. The essence true body was made of fire, so the moment it appeared, a heat wave spread out. The space around him seemed to distort. Wang Lin's essence true body also contained a powerful will. This will was the will of fire, the Lord of Fire. As Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the young woman, his essence true body also pointed at the young woman. At the same time, a stand of green gas appeared on the fingertips of Wang Lin and his essence true body. This green gas was very light and couldn't be clearly seen unless one looked closely. It slowly wrapped around Wang Lin's finger as if it wanted to circle his finger once. At the same time, a powerful pressure came from Wang Lin and his essence true body. The pressure spread out and caused the expression of the young woman to change immediately. She clearly felt the bloodline in her body tremble. This strange change caused popping sounds to come from her body. What spell is this? It can shake the bloodline in my body. The young woman's pupils shrank and her hands formed a seal without hesitation. The 36,000 pores on her body released black gas that surrounded her and then turned into 36,000 ghostly faces. This army of ghostly faces rushed toward Wang Lin to stop the spell that terrified her. Almost the moment the green gas appeared on Wang Lin's right finger, in the void between the immortal astral continent and the cave world, Wang Lin's avatar inside the stone shell opened his eyes. He also raised his right hand and green gas also appeared around his finger. The green gas suddenly circled once around his finger. At the same time, deep within the earth fire vein, Wang Lin and his essence true body felt a powerful energy from the law of the immortal astral continent. As the army of 36,000 ghostly faces closed in, the green gas circled his finger once. At this instant, A green smoke ring spread out from Wang Lin's finger. It expanded and shot toward the army of 36,000 ghostly faces. A burning smoke ring also appeared on the finger of Wang Lin's essence true body and flew forward. One spell and double the effect. This was the most obvious and direct method of strengthening someone. Wang Lin's smoke ring flew out first and collided with the 36,000 ghostly faces that had seeped out of the pores of the young woman's body. A thunderous rumble echoed and countless ripples echoed through the ground. Rumble, 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 rumble. The thunderous sound was deafening, and screams echoed. The 36,000 ghostly faces all let out a terrifying screams as they collapsed under Wang Lin's smoke ring. The smoke ring penetrated the army of ghostly faces and appeared before the young woman. The young woman trembled and quickly retreated. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out blood to form a 3-foot figure that looked similar to herself. However, this was not her origin soul but something the young woman had made using an extremely vicious method. After the 3-foot little person came out, it let out a sharp shrill. The sound wave collided with the smoke of ring that had penetrated the army of 36,000 ghostly faces. With a thunderous bang, the smoke ring collapsed and the 3-foot little person dissipated. A powerful impact landed on Wang Lin and the young woman. Wang Lin had the body of the ancient Tao and was still forced back several steps by the impact. He coughed out blood, but his face didn't look weakened and instead was filled with killing intent. What a powerful body! To resist the impact from the collapse of my spell, the young woman also retreated. Blood was flowing out from the corner of her mouth. But this wasn't the end yet. If Wang Lin didn't have the essence true body, he would be at a disadvantage, but now the essence true body was complete. The ring of smoke created by his essence true body penetrated the impact and flew toward the young woman. This scene made the woman feel bitter. She understood the essence true body, that fighting against someone with one was like fighting two people. As the smoke ring closed in, the young woman clenched her teeth. She raised her right hand and a blue umbrella appeared in her grasp. Bursts of celestial energy came from the umbrella. The moment the umbrella appeared, even the earth seemed to tremble. A terrifying aura came from the umbrella. This umbrella was not ordinary. The young woman raised the umbrella in a flash. The umbrella was quite large, enough to cover up her body. The smoke ring formed by Wang Lin's essence true body collided with the blue umbrella. Thunder rumbles echoed once more and the earth trembled violently. The vibrations moved up to the surface and the entire Great Soul sect trembled. Even the mountains around the Great Soul sect trembled as cracks were ripped open on the surface of the earth. The smoke ring collapsed, but when it collapsed, a sharp scream that someone would release when they were seriously injured came from the blue umbrella in the young woman's hand. That scream came from the spirit of the umbrella. As the rumble echoed, a crackling sound echoed as the umbrella was torn open. It turned into blue light and was forced back into the young woman's body. The woman's heart ached for the umbrella, and she retreated. Her gaze toward Wang Lin was now filled with even more killing intent. Wang Lin's face was a bit pale. The extreme fire Dao spell he had used while in a trance didn't consume much of Wang Lin's energy or his essence true body. However, he could feel that it was consuming the power from his avatar in the void. Wang Lin had high hopes for that avatar in the future, so he would not allow it to sustain damage. This celestial ancestor's power is extremely potent. I only managed one ring of green gas in a trance and I could match this early stage void turbulent woman. If I could make 2 rings, she would not be my match. However, this spell consumes the power of my avatar. No wonder it is so powerful. Wang Lin knew that his avatar was extremely mysterious. If his guess was correct, in the future, that avatar would become an existence similar to the celestial and ancient ancestors. Or one could say that they were born via the same method. Although he was no match for the celestial or ancient ancestors now, if given enough time, his avatar would grow to a terrifying degree. This was his biggest ace. The celestial ancestor's 8th level celestial Tao was not something Wang Lin could master from just seeing it once at his cultivation level. Perhaps only a Grand Empyrean could do something like that. The reason he could use it was due to his avatar. It was his avatar that had comprehended the spell after Wang Lin's original body saw it, and this comprehension was sent back to the original body. This allowed Wang Lin to use this ultimate spell that had sealed the Heavenly Bull. With 9 rings, this spell could seal the Heavenly Bull. It could even seal a Grand Empyrean. However, his current avatar was far from reaching that level. These thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, the young woman withdrew her blue umbrella and looked at Wang Lin with powerful killing intent in her eyes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a cold snort. He raised his right hand and waved at the void. His essence true body behind him also waved its hand. The entire earth fire vein trembled. The main earth fire vein was simply too big, and even though it had lost the dragon soul, it wouldn't wither in a short period of time. As Wang Lin waved his hand, fire essence rushed into his body. The entire earth fire vein trembled and a powerful sea of fire erupted. This sea of fire was simply too big, so the red mountain in the Great Soul sect immediately began burning. Fire even came out from the surrounding earth. War Spirit Print. Wang Lin raised his right hand and all the remaining fire left in the earth fire vein gathered like crazy from all directions to form a giant fire palm print. At the same time, Wang Lin's essence true body also moved and an even larger fire palm print appeared behind him. As Wang Lin pushed his right hand forward, the large and small fire palm prints flew toward the young woman. Wang Lin didn't wait around to see the result. He took a step, ripples echoed, and he instantly disappeared. The earth trembled and the sea of fire raged. A thunderous rumble affected a small portion of the Heavenly Bull continent, shaking the hearts of countless cultivators. An angry and sharp howl from a woman echoed deep within the earth. At this moment, Wang Lin had already fused with the world and used spatial bending to appear on the heavenly mountain outside the Great Soul Sect. The fire essence true body has formed. Although my cultivation level hasn't changed, my strength has doubled. Although I can't match an early-stage void turbulent cultivator yet, I have the strength to protect myself. If it's a life and death situation, if I use ancient Tao, no celestial along with the extreme fire Tao, I can kill a void turbulent cultivator. Only the price would be too big. As Wang Lin stood on the mountain, his eyes shined. Ripples appeared under his feet and he was about to leave. Little friend, you came to my Great Soul Sect as a guest and are just going to leave now? An ancient voice echoed behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin wasn't surprised at all, as if he knew this voice would appear. After the voice appeared, Wang Lin turned around. As the snow fell, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe was sitting in the snow and looking at him. This old man seemed to have been here for a long time, waiting for Wang Lin. It was as if he knew that Wang Lin would appear here when he used spatial bending in the earth fire vein. His eyes were clear and contained endless wisdom. He looked at Wang Lin as if he could see through Wang Lin's mind. The moment he looked at Wang Lin was also absorbing the old man. His pupils suddenly shrank but quickly returned to normal. This old man's eyes revealed essence. This was not his original body but an essence true body. This was Wang Lin's first time seeing another essence true body beside his own. The identity of this old man was obvious at this point. Junior greets esteemed Green Bull. Wang Lin still looked calm as he clasped his hands. Esteemed Green Bull's essence true body looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Reveal your essence true body. Let this old man see." Wang Lin raised his eyebrow and the fire in his left eye flashed. A shadow appeared behind him and turned into his essence true body. It looked exactly the same as Wang Lin and started at esteemed Green Bull's essence true body. As the two essence two bodies looked at each other, esteemed Green Bull's essence true body stood up. A terrifying aura spread out and shrouded the heavenly mountain. The blue snow was blown away by the howling wind. Indeed, an essence true body. In my life, aside from myself, you are the third person I've seen with an essence true body. Wang Lin silently pondered and didn't speak. Esteemed Green Bull's essence body suddenly said, "Your name is Wang Lin." Wang Lin still remained calm, as if he wasn't surprised about the fact that this old man knew his name. Fan Shanmeng knew him, so it wasn't a surprise the old ancestor of the Great Soul Sect knew his name. Wang Lin calmly said, It's me. Those who walk out from the cave world are indeed not simple. Esteemed Green Bull Essence True Body let out a sigh. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked, I wonder, what essence formed Senior's Essence True Body? Esteemed Green Bull's Essence True Body smiled. He didn't feel irritated at Wang Lin's question but smiled. This old man's Essence True Body is formed from the cold essence. This coldness, not water. Do you understand? Wang Lin frowned and carefully looked at the old man's Essence True Body for a long time before speaking. Coldness is an aura and water is physical. Esteemed Green Bull smiled and looked at Wang Lin with unabashed admiration. I knew the moment you entered the Great Soul Sect formation. I watched you enter the Red Mountain. I watched you meet with Fan Shanlu. I watched you absorbed the main earth fire vein. You have formed this fire essence true body in my Great Soul Sect. So that means you and my Great Soul Sect are fated. Since we are fated, there is no need to leave in a rush. Wang Lin, become an elder in my Great Soul Sect. How about it? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't speak. Esteemed Green Bull's true body looked at Wang Lin and said, on the immortal astral continent, unless you create a sect yourself, you need to ally with a sect in order to grow. You can reject the offer, but sooner or later you will face this choice. My Great Soul Sect is one of the 9 sects and 13 factions of the Eastern continent. Become of an elder of my sect and I'll give you your own peak and cave. Everything you need, the Great Soul Sect will supply, and as long as you reach the requirements, you can learn any of the Tao spells of the Great Soul Sect. How about it? What the esteemed Green Bull had said was very alluring. He didn't threaten Wang Lin and completely ignored the fact that Wang Lin had destroyed the Earth Fire Vein, fought with that woman in the Earth Vein, and caused a huge fire in the Great Soul Sect. But the more he ignored these things and seemed to not care, the more Wang Lin understood the invisible pressure. However, Wang Lin's expression remained neutral and his heart was calm. He had long made speculations on everything that could happen after he entered the Great Soul Sect. This naturally included precautions against esteemed Green Bull. When Wang Lin said the other party hadn't come with their real body but only their essence true body, Wang Lin had already guessed his true intent. To use the essence true body to tempt Wang Lin's heart. Everything that had been said was just the warm-up. The real offer hasn't been laid out yet. Seeing that Wang Lin was still pondering, esteemed Green Bull's true body smiled and spoke once more. Also, this old man will be the most helpful person to you because we both have essence true bodies. I can tell you the secret of the essence true body. Wang Lin was waiting for this and his eyes suddenly narrowed. However, he remained silent and didn't refuse or agree. He looked at esteemed Green Bull's essence true body. I will give you 1 incense stick of time to think. Esteemed Green Bull waved his hand and the surrounding snow gathered to form an incense stick. This incense stick silently burned and slowly melted. It was no different from a real incense stick. Time slowly passed. Shortly after, only half the snow incense stick remained, and Wang Lin suddenly spoke. How did you know I would appear here after leaving? My Great Soul Sect has a Tao spell named Soul I Tao. This spell can divinate a lot of things. There are many people on the immortal astral continent, and among them there are many ways to divinate. In my celestial clan, the imperial teacher in the imperial capital is number 1. With the power of one person in terms of divination, he could match the 3 imperial teachers of the 3 ancient countries. My Great Soul Sect's Soul I Tao is but a glimpse at the path of divination. It does not focus on divinating others, but changes oneself to make it difficult for others to divinate you. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Time is about up. I'm waiting for your decision. Esteemed Green Bull's real body smiled as he spoke. Wang Lin looked at the snow incense stick without much time remaining and his eyes lit up. He took a step back and his essence true body also took a step. Ripples echoed and he disappeared from the heavenly mountain. His sudden movement wasn't stopped by the esteemed Green Bull. Not even his expression changed. He saw Wang Lin disappear and slightly shook his head. If you are really the person the ancestor talked about when he chose to build the Great Soul Sect on the main earth fire vein, then you will return before the snow incense stick finishes burning. I have the spell and information you need, but if you don't return, then you're not so. As he muttered, he closed his eyes. Not much of the snow incense stick remained. It slowly melted. Far away from the heavenly mountain, a place in the heavenly bull continent that would take Wang Lin 1 month to fly to, there was a mountain covered in a green forest. Ripples echoed in the sky and Wang Lin walked out. Mountains filled the area, and they were all irregularly shaped. The mountain range was dense and endless, a classic type of terrain found in the heavenly bull continent. Soul-I Dao. Whether this spell really exists, I can simply test it to find out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked around. He didn't notice any anomalies. Although there were many living things nearby, none of them were a threat to him. The wind here was strong, and when it blew into the forest on the mountains, it caused the leaves to create a wonderful sound. Wang Lin turned around and was about to leave, but his body trembled as he had if he vaguely spotted something. He suddenly looked down at the mountain range below. The earth was very ordinary, as if there was nothing wrong. But Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank and the feeling of all his hair standing up appeared. He waved his hand and a gust of wind blew across the mountains, causing the trees to sway. In the blink of an eye, the mountain and the swaying trees seemed to form a word. This word was very simple, it was a Wang. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he merged with the world once more. When he reappeared, he was far away, near the Blue Dragon sect. Wang Lin had been here before. This was where he had absorbed the first child vein and where he had encountered Du Qing. The location that formed Wang is somewhere I've never been to before. There are many ways to explain why a word would appear there. Now I'm going to a place I have been to before. I want to see if a miracle can really happen. Wang Lin appeared in the sky and looked below. However, what he saw caused his body to tremble. His mind rumbled as he stared at the earth. Due to the withering of the earth fire vein, cracks had appeared on the earth, and the cracks formed the word Lin. One had to look from above to see the word Lin. After looking for a long time, Wang Lin closed his eyes. He was sure that all the cracks had just appeared here and were not changed by anyone. This meant that these cracks had all appeared naturally. While pondering, Wang Lin disappeared. This time he didn't choose a target. He moved unconsciously. He didn't know where he was going. He appeared in the sky above a random part of the heavenly bull continent. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and he no longer saw the earth writing out any more words. Beneath him was a curved river, and this river looked very common. It was not in the form of any word. Wang Lin seemed to relax, but soon his expression became serious. He saw the remains of an ancient stone bridge that used to be here a long time ago. It had already collapsed, and only the parts on the shore still remained. There was a stone tablet that seemed to have the name of the bridge written on it. In a flash, Wang Lin landed next to the stone tablet, and after taking a look, his body trembled violently. "Return bridge," Wang Lin muttered. "Wang Lin return." These 3 words seemed to be made of bolts of thunder, and they flashed in Wang Lin's mind. This caused him to retreat several steps from the broken bridge. Wang Lin's expression became uncertain as he looked at the broken stone tablet, and his gaze gradually became cold. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing on the immortal astral continent. Divination that calculates the flow of time. This divination method is really interesting. Is the Great Soul Sect fated with me? Wang Lin thought about this for a moment. I don't know what I might encounter if I teleport a few more times, but there is no need to try. Whether it was a steamed green bull or a powerful ancestor from countless years ago, someone divinated the fact that I would come to the Great Soul Sect and absorb the main earth fire vein. The fact that they waited here for me means that they want to form a relationship with me. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. This plan is very easy to break. But why should I break it? The Great Soul Sect wants me to become an elder, and I want to borrow the Great Soul Sect to learn more about the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin retreated a step. Ripples echoed and he disappeared. The blue snow fell on the heavenly mountain as if it would never get tired. The snow in the mountain was hit by the sunlight. The light spread out and gave off an indescribable feeling that connected the earth and the heavens. Esteemed Green Bull's essence true body was sitting in the snow. His hair didn't move at all under the wind. It was very strange. Before him, the incense stick formed by snow was slowly melting. Only a small portion remained. It wouldn't take long for it to completely melt. Time unknowingly passed like this. Just as the snow incense stick completely melted, a vortex formed and Wang Lin walked out. The moment he landed on the mountain peak, the snow incense stick melted to nothing. You've returned. Esteemed Green Bull's essence true body opened his eyes and smiled. This is the soul eye spell. Esteemed Green Bull's essence true body raised his right hand and grasped the void. A purple jade appeared in his hand. This jade gave off an ancient aura, as if it had existed for far too long. He waved his hand and threw the jade at Wang Lin without even waiting for Wang Lin's response. Wang Lin grabbed the jade and swept it with his divine sense. He calmly put the jade away. Let's go, we'll return to the Great Soul Sect. Esteemed Green Bull stood up and wiped the snow from his essence true body. He stepped forward and a 3-foot cloud appeared under his feet. The cloud was made of gas and looked like a swirl of rapidly moving air. Esteemed Green Bull stepped on the could and rapidly moved forward. Wang Lin's expression remained calm and he stepped forward. He didn't merge with the world but turned into a ray of light to follow Esteemed Green Bull. They both moved very fast and disappeared over the horizon. There were many main peaks in the Great Soul Sect. The red mountain connected to the main earth vein was just one of them. If one looked from above, one would see endless mountains and peaks that pierced the sky. Some were surrounded by fog and extremely gloomy. Some were even surrounded by a giant, ghostly face that let out silent howls that turned into ripples that circled the area. A total of 360 main peaks formed the Great Soul Sect's roots. Some main peaks were very far apart and some were close. The valleys in each mountain range contained countless gorgeous pavilions, temples, squares, and caves. The Great Soul Sect's 100,000 disciples lived in these valleys and cultivated a lot of different cultivation methods. The Great Soul Sect had a lot of spells. Aside from those that were passed down after destroying countless sects over the years, they had a lot of spells that the disciples could learn now. At this moment, the red mountain had changed completely. It was no longer red and was now dark purple. There were many cracks and it was in a sorry state. The young woman who owned the mountain was named Yen Lu. She looked gloomy and her hair was slightly scattered. There was a hidden anger in her that could erupt at any time. The moment Wang Lin and Esteemed Green Bull appeared in the horizon, Yen Lu looked over. Her gaze became cold and her face was filled with killing intent. All disciples of the Flame Vein Mountain, listen to my order and follow teacher to kill the thief that destroyed my peak. Yen Lu turned into a ray of light and flew forward with more than a dozen core disciples following her. This included Fan Shanmeng and Fan Shanlu. At a glance, this group of teacher and disciples were all women, and they were all very beautiful. They took the shape of a phoenix as they flew forward and appeared before Wang Lin and Esteemed Green Bull. After returning to the Great Soul Sect, Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his emotions were very different. He had snuck in when he first entered, but the second time he had come through the front door. He didn't speak with Esteemed Green Bull along the way. Seeing the Great Soul Sect, Esteemed Green Bull was about to speak but suddenly frowned. Wang Lin also noticed the giant phoenix flying out from the Great Soul Sect. This young woman was very beautiful, but she was filled with killing intent. She was the owner of the main earth fire vein, that one that had chased Wang Lin underground. Little thief, you destroyed my mountain. I won't let this matter go. The young woman simply didn't give Esteemed Green Bull time to speak at all. With her cultivation level, how could she not see the problem? The old ancestor had brought Wang Lin back, but not as a prison, more as a guest. She said this immediately so that even though it was the old ancestor, he would have to give her an explanation. After all, she was an elder of the Great Soul Sect. Not only was Yen Lu beautiful, she was also very cunning. She hadn't just come out herself but brought all her core disciples. If the old ancestor protected Wang Lin, it would be the same as giving up her faction. If her disciples saw this, she would be forced to leave the Great Soul Sect. This was the same as burning a bridge. In addition, Yen Lu had caused the phoenix shadow to appear immediately, and this shadow was very large. This immediately caused a big commotion within the Great Soul Sect. This commotion was not for the old ancestor, but to attract her friends and the elders of the other main peaks. They all flew out from their respective peaks. Such behavior meant putting this matter into the public view. She was also on the right, which made it difficult for the old ancestor to choose a side on this matter. Yen Lu's actions contained so many intents, showing that she was extraordinary. As she charged forward, powerful auras came from the peaks of the Great Soul Sect, and they all flew toward this location. Those figures had varying cultivation levels. The strongest was at the early stage of Void Tribulant and the weakest was still at Spirit Void. I thank the ancestor for capturing this little thief. Little thief, I want to see where you will run this time. Yen Lu suddenly charged at Wang Lin. He saw the beautiful woman turn into the head of a phoenix, and its giant beak closed in on him. From far away, it looked like a fiery phoenix devouring the heavens. The aura of a void tribulant cultivator erupted from the phoenix, but the cultivation seemed a bit unstable and ready to fall. The beautiful young woman was obviously injured by Wang Lin's various attacks from before. In addition, she was heartbroken by the state of the mountain and filled with rage that injured her mind when Wang Lin had reappeared before her. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Rather than retreating, he let out a laugh that spread in all directions. Since he had decided to join the Great Soul Sect and become a Great Soul Sect elder, then he needed to display his might. The old ancestor of the Great Soul Sect knew that Wang Lin came from the cave world and had to know of his ancient Tao bloodline. So there was no need for Wang Lin to hold back. As for how to cover it up, it was something for the old ancestor to decide. After making a decision, Wang Lin stepped forward and raised his right hand. He formed a fist and threw a punch at the void. God tremble army formation. This punch landed in the sky, causing the sky to rumble and distort. A giant vortex formed and rapidly rotated. The world seemed to rotate. Everything seemed to rotate, but only Wang Lin remained unmoving. The moment the vortex appeared and the world began to turn, Yen Lu's phoenix was pulled in. The phoenix seemed like it was going to collapse due to the distortion. When Wang Lin had used this spell against Old Ghost John was at the early stage of Void Tribulant. Now that Wang Lin was using it again, it was equally shocking. The moment this spell appeared, the expressions of all the Great Soul Sect elders changed. Even Yen Lu's pupils shrank. She had fought Wang Lin for a couple of rounds but had never seen Wang Lin use this spell. Ancient Tao Aura. This is the aura of a cultivator from the ancient countries. This person is not a cultivator of my celestial clan. He is someone from the ancient countries. Esteemed Green Bull frowned and waved his right hand with a sigh. A powerful force shrouded this area and covered up Wang Lin's ancient Tao aura, so the others couldn't feel it. Demonic spell. The fiery wind turns into a mountain. As Wang Lin stood there, his white hair fluttered, making him look majestic. He opened his hand to form a palm and waved. With this wave, the phoenix shadow around Yen Lu collapsed. Fiery wind came out of the distortion and formed 8 pillars of smoke around Wang Lin. Miserable howls came from the smoke pillars and shrouded the area. Those 8 pillars of smoke weren't stationary but rotated around Wang Lin like a storm. They flew out toward Yen Lu and surrounded her. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the land. The surrounding Great Soul Sect elders saw all of this and became serious. Wang Lin's spell was simply too shocking. Even they felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw this. This is a pure ancient Tao spell, completely different from my celestial clan. Most ancient Tao spells don't display their full might in one go but follow a series of combinations before its full power erupts at the last moment. This person's identity is too sensitive. Why did the old ancestor bring him back? This person's cultivation looks ordinary, but with this spell, even I would have to retreat. If I were a bit careless, I would die. The cultivators of the ancient countries have amazing physical bodies. His physical strength must be extraordinary. Yenlu's hair was scattered. She was surrounded by the 8 pillars of smoke that formed the firestorm. Everything was dim, and the roar in her ears along with the suction force made her feel like her body was going to collapse. A sense of life and death entered her heart. What the hell is he? The smoke ring spell was already shocking, but I didn't think he had such a terrifying spell. It was too late for Yenlu to think. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her jade-like hand formed a seal before grabbing the blood and mercilessly squeezing. Use my essence blood to summon the great soul sex ancestor. Break the void. Soul fantasy origin. Yenlu's voice was sharp and contained a penetrating force. Her voice pierced the firestorm and entered the ears of everyone outside. When Yenlu crushed the blood, strands of blood mist escaped from the gap between her fingers. Soon, the large amount of blood mist gathered to form a blood road. This blood road extended to the endless void and reached into the unknown. A thunderous rumble echoed as if a connection to a strange space had opened at the end of the blood road. A blood shadow covered in endless resentful spirits walked out from that strange space. The moment it stepped onto the blood road, the world changed colors. It's the 9th ancestor. Yenlu's soul fantasy origin can summon the 9th ancestor. Since when did she have such a powerful will? The 9th ancestor, Luo Yunhai. There are murals in the sect depicting his life of slaughter. There are 1 billion resentful souls around him. He was the powerhouse of a generation. At his peak, the 9th ancestor challenged Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. He failed and was killed by the Grand Empyrean. However, seeing how outstanding he was, his soul wasn't destroyed and was allowed to return to the sect. Bursts of noise echoed across the world as the blood shadow erupted from the blood road behind Yenlu. It was impossible to see the face of the blood shadow, and even its body was blurry. However, it gave off a heaven-shaking aura, and it took 1 step after it appeared. This step caused the world to rumble, and a pressure of killing intent spread out in all directions. The firestorm around Yenlu was pushed back as if it couldn't handle this pressure. Even Wang Lin was shocked, and his eyes shined brightly. The great soul sex Dao spells are indeed amazing. The position of elder is a great benefit to me. Whether it is the soul eye spell or this soul fantasy origin, they are all powerful. I must learn them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he retreated 3 steps under the terrifying pressure. Ancient Dao aura erupted from his body, and a giant ancient Dao shadow appeared behind him. This shadow quickly became solid and looked extremely real. It was wearing a suit of ancient armor and looked exactly like Wang Lin. While Wang Lin retreated, he withdrew his right hand and his index finger extended out. Devil Dao, life and death reversal. With this, Yenlu's expression changed again. She felt the powerful life force in her body turn into death aura. A feeling of weakness spread across her body. When Wang Lin used the Devil Dao, the world was surrounded by a powerful death aura. All the countless people that had died in the Great Soul Sect became part of this death aura. This death aura was like a sea, and when it gathered, it formed a sea of death outside the Great Soul Sect. Roars echoed and it shrouded the area. Under this spell, the elders of the Great Soul Sect all retreated without hesitation. Only those with high cultivation levels remained, but their expressions were serious. They looked at Wang Lin with deep dread. This death aura instantly gathered, but it was not over. As the death aura gathered rapidly, Wang Lin seemed to hear a faint roar coming from the depths of the earth. That roar was the roar of the Heavenly Bull. The Heavenly Bull was sealed under this continent. The Heavenly Bull was actually in a state of death. Its body was the earth, its origin soul was used to nourish life on it, and its soul was suppressed. However, its indomitable will still existed. At this moment, Wang Lin's Devil Dao reversed life and death, resulting in a shocking death aura erupting from the earth. As it charged out, the world seemed to be shrouded by fog. After this death aura rushed out and merged with the sea of death, the death aura formed a giant heavenly bull. The heavenly bull had a fierce expression and its eyes were bloodshot. It let out a shocking roar filled with its unwillingness toward death. The moment the heavenly bull appeared, the entire Great Soul sect was shaken. All the surrounding elders trembled and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Heavenly Bull! Is this the Heavenly Bull? He took the shape of the Heavenly Bull. This is impossible. How can this be? Even the old monsters that hadn't appeared and were only watching with their divine senses were shocked. They all flew out of their peaks and looked at the shocking Heavenly Bull formed by the death aura. Even some old monsters who thought this battle was not worthy of their attention were moved. In the deepest part of the Great Soul sect, on the highest peak, sat an old man. This old man looked exactly the same as esteemed Green Bull's essence true body. This was his original body. His closed eyes suddenly opened and revealed a rare sense of excitement. A soul that can trigger the Heavenly Bull. He is the person the Ancestor talked about. Countless years ago, Ancestor moved the entire Great Soul sect to the Heavenly Bull continent and chose this main Earth fire vein all to wait for one person. This person can trigger the Heavenly Bull. This person is from the cave world. This person is him. He is not a person from the immortal astral continent. He came from the cave world. To some extent, he is very similar to the 72 beasts sealed under the 72 continents. The Heavenly Bull came from outside the heavens, not from the immortal astral continent. This person is the same, so he can trigger the Heavenly Bull's soul. The moment the death aura Heavenly Bull appeared, Yen Lu's face turned deathly pale. She didn't expect this battle to change into something like this. A roar echoed across the world as the death aura Heavenly Bull roared and charged at Yen Lu with the sea of death aura. At the same time, the blood shadow on the blood road behind Yen Lu raised its foot and walked 3 steps. With every step, Yen Lu's face became even more pale and the pressure from the blood shadow became even stronger to resist the death aura Heavenly Bull. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Although the death aura Heavenly Bull and the blood shadow weren't close, the pressure they created collided. The world seemed to reverse due to this collision. The blood shadow distorted and eventually disappeared, but at the same time, the death aura Heavenly Bull collapsed and the death aura dissipated. This death aura Heavenly Bull only contained a small part of the original Bull's will and was far from the power of the actual Heavenly Bull. Even so, it was not weak. God, demon, devil, ancient Tao, no celestial. Wang Lin muttered and his hand extended out as a palm. The 3 ancient clan auras quickly fused inside his body. He then formed a fist and threw a punch. With this punch, the armored ancient Tao giant behind Wang Lin let out an invisible howl and threw a punch along with him. This punch landed on the void, but 9 ripples echoed. Wherever the ripples passed through, crackling sounds rang out. The sky, the mountain, the grass, the pavilions, and everything in range gave off a gray flash and began to petrify. Yen Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. Her expression had changed completely, and her gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with fear. As the 9 ripples rushed toward Yen Lu, a roar suddenly echoed across the world. Enough! Yen Lu backed down. You can't be rude to the new elder. As for your fire peak, this old man will compensate you. As he roared, a storm-like divine sense shrouded the area. It collided with the ripples created by Wang Lin's ancient Tao, no celestial spell. The 9 layers of ripples immediately collapsed and dissipated into specks of golden light. Yen Lu's body was knocked back by this divine sense. She retreated more than 1,000 feet before she stopped. As the powerful divine sense shrouded the area, all the elders of the Great Soul sect silently pondered. The drastic changes to the world slowly stopped. Between Wang Lin and Yen Lu, the divine sense descended and an old man appeared. This old man was wearing a green robe and had white hair. It was esteemed Green Bull's original body. The moment his body formed, his essence true body arrived and fused with his original body to form a vague shadow behind his original body. A terrifying aura spread out from the old man. Wang Lin felt like this aura exceeded the peak 7-colored celestial sovereign. Late-stage void turbulent. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his pupils shrank an indiscernible amount. Greetings, ancestor. After the old man's body appeared, the surrounding elders of the Great Soul sect all bowed. Even Yen Lu, whose expression was gloomy and constantly changing, respectfully bowed. Only Wang Lin stood there and didn't bow. He was calm as he looked at esteemed Green Bull. Yen Lu, Elder Wang is someone I invited. He will now be one of the elders of my great soul sect. As for your fire vein mountain, this old man will make another mountain for you, and allow you to enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion for 3 days. Esteemed Green Bull slowly said as he looked at the beautiful young Yen Lu. Yen Lu silently pondered. She was originally unwilling, but thinking about Wang Lin's terrifying spell, she silently nodded. This matter will be over for now. Everything about Elder Wang is a secret of my great soul sect. Anyone who violates the rules will be punished by the sect's rules. Esteemed Green Bull looked at the surrounding people seriously before his gaze landed on Wang Lin. Elder Wang. Welcome to the Great Soul Sect. Esteemed Green Bull smiled. Wang Lin also smiled and politely clasped his hands at Esteemed Green Bull. As everyone looked at him, Wang Lin smiled. I have created a ruckus coming here and was a bit reckless. I hope everyone won't take it to heart. Wang Lin had a smile and his words were not arrogant. He seemed very polite. After seeing the amazing spells he had displayed, along with his politeness, the other elders of the Great Soul Sect quickly replied politely as soon as he finished speaking. Elder Wang is too polite. We will all be part of the same sect and will naturally help each other. Haha! Elder Wang's cultivation is extraordinary, and your spells are amazing. Cultivators like us respect the strong. What is there to be reckless about? No problem, no problem. If Elder Wang has time, come to my relaxed cloud mountain. I have some celestial tea and we can drink tea while debating Tao. Many polite words came from the surrounding people. Wang Lin was patient as he smiled and responded to each person. Then the elders all returned to their respective peaks. Soon only Yen Lu, Wang Lin, and esteemed Green Bull remained outside the Great Soul Sect. Yen Lu's disciples were standing in the distance. Fan Shanmeng was among them, and she looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. Elder Wang, pick a peak to be your cave. This old man can help you arrange it. Once you're familiar with the Great Soul Sect, you can come and find me. Each elder of the Great Soul Sect has a chance to enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion. There are many spells to choose from inside. In addition, there are 3 gifts that have been prepared for you for a long, long time. Since you're here, this old man will give them to you on behalf of the ancestor. They will be useful to you. Esteemed Green Bull's words revealed how much importance he put on Wang Lin. When Yen Lu heard this, she silently pondered. She let out a cold snort in her heart but didn't speak. Wang Lin nodded slightly and looked at the Great Soul Sect. From this position, he could see that the originally red mountain was now a mess. Wang Lin pondered a bit. There were no deep grudges between Wang Lin and Yen Lu. It was also Wang Lin who had provoked her first and made a mess of her cave. If it was anyone else, they would find it difficult to accept. Senior Green Bull, there is no need to look for another peak for me. That fire vein mountain is enough. Wang Lin pointed to that wasted mountain. As for the new cave, give it to Yen Lu. Wang Lin smiled at the beautiful young woman. The young woman was startled for a moment and her expression softened a bit, but she couldn't let go of the anger in her heart. Seeing Wang Lin smile at her, she let out a cold hum and stared at Wang Lin viciously. Old Ancestor Green Bull saw this and laughed. He nodded and said, "That's good too. Come to the green heavenly peak to find me in 3 days." After he spoke, his right hand grasped toward the void and a jade flew at Wang Lin. This jade will allow you to enter and leave most of the restrictions in the Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin accepted the jade and no longer spoke. He flew toward the peak and went past Yen Lu's many disciples. Wang Lin suddenly stopped and glanced at Fan Shanmeng. Fan Shanmeng's heart trembled as Wang Lin's glance swept by, and she lowered her head. Her cultivation was lacking. She was only at 7 arcane tribulants, like Du Qing. She and her sister becoming the 7-colored celestial sovereign's Tao partners had nothing to do with her cultivation, but the fact that she was a disciple of the Great Soul Sect. There was an even deeper reason and a lucky occurrence behind this. Otherwise, with the seven-colored celestial sovereign's early-stage void turbulent cultivation back then, he wouldn't have taken her as a Tao partner. The seven-colored celestial sovereign had gone through many things in his life. He had many infatuations that outsiders hadn't seen. However, even after he reached the mid-stage of void turbulent, he still stayed with Fan Shanmeng. This just shows how much he cared for her. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he was so angry when he found out that Fan Shanmeng and Lian Daofei might have had an affair. My cave lacks a servant girl. This woman is pretty good. Yen Lu, give her to me. As Wang Lin walked away, he looked at Fan Shanmeng and pointed at her. Fan Shanmeng's heart trembled when she heard Wang Lin's words, and her expression changed greatly. Don't you dare! Yen Lu had finally calmed herself, but Wang Lin's words immediately caused her to erupt with killing intent. Such an extreme contrast gave her a strange sense of beauty. Wang Lin laughed and flew into the Great Soul Sect. His point had another meaning. After Wang Lin left, Yen Lu suddenly looked at Fan Shanmeng with a strange light. It was unknown what she was thinking. Fan Shanmeng bit her lower lip after being stared at by her teacher. She was nervous and she lowered her head. She didn't dare to speak. Inside the Great Soul Sect, Wang Lin stood on top of the dark fire vein and his divine sense spread out. The mountain was trash after the fire vein withered. Even the mountain felt like it could collapse with a little push. However, none of this was a problem for Wang Lin. With a gentle stomp from his feet, his fire essence true body appeared behind him and flew into the mountain. The moment his essence true body entered the mountain, a sea of fire erupted from the mountain and connected to the sky. The entire mountain was burning. Since you lost the power of fire, I'll give you the fire. Since you lost the will of fire, then my will become the mountain. Wang Lin muttered. The sea of fire rumbled and all the restrictions in the mountain were burned away and new restrictions were formed. The color of the mountain was changed from the dim red back to bright red like the sun. It was even more intense than before. The fire on the mountain looked like it could burn forever and never extinguish. When Yen Lu saw this, she immediately clenched her teeth. The hint of satisfaction she felt about Wang Lin accepting this wasted mountain disappeared completely. The two of us can't coexist. She suppressed the sense of anger in her heart until Ancestor Green Bull arranged a new peak for her. After he left, she immediately summoned Fan Shanmeng. Fan Shanmeng, go to the Flame Vein Mountain. That person named Wang wants you to become his servant. Go be his servant. Teacher. Fan Shanmeng's expression changed and she knelt down on the ground, trembling. She looked very pitiful and tears appeared in her eyes. When Yen Lu saw her expression, she let out a cold snort. That person named Wang is the person who you told me about before. The person from the cave world. Put away your charm. Your charm is useless against your teacher. Your nature is licentious and you cursed your Tao partner, the seven-colored celestial sovereign, to death. You even caused Lian Daofei to disappear into the seven Tao sect's cave. Your teacher doesn't have your ability. But if you use it well against that person named Wang and curse him to death, teacher won't treat you badly. Fan Shanmeng's body trembled. She raised her head and was about to speak. Don't say any more. You're going whether you like it or not. Go curse him to death. This is what you're good at, and with your charm, you can do it. Yen Lu waved her sleeve and a powerful gust of wind carried Fan Shanmeng out of the mountain. Outside the mountain, Fan Shanmeng silently pondered for a long time. She turned toward Wang Lin's peak and her eyes were filled with viciousness. If not for Wang Lin's words, Yen Lu wouldn't have forced her out. Curse him to death. Her teacher's words still echoed in her ears. Fan Shanmeng took a deep breath and the viciousness in her eyes disappeared. Instead, a calm charm replaced it and she lightly walked toward the mountain. In the Great Soul Sect, the mountain Wang Lin was at was very unique. It was constantly burning and the fire never extinguished. But there was no smoke. The world around the mountain seemed to distort due to the heat. Everything around the mountain looked like an illusion. The mountain was very hot, and if one got close, they would be covered in sweat. If one moved even closer, they would feel like their blood was boiling. Wang Lin only maintained 3 caves in the Fire Vein Mountain and destroyed the others. As of right now, he was the only person in this mountain. He was sitting inside the cave that originally belonged to Yen Lu. His essence true body appeared and slowly fused with the mountain as if becoming one with it. Wang Lin cultivated for a moment before he opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly. Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin flipped his right hand and a purple jade appeared. This jade gave off an ancient aura and a trace of decay. Soul I Dao. The person I knew who was the best at divination was the All-Seer. Qing Lin also had a similar Dao spell. That spell was very good at divination. Back then, I borrowed the All-Seer's avatar to divinate, and it saved me from a lot of life and death crisis. Now, with the Soul I Dao, I must learn it, otherwise, it will be difficult to move in the immortal astral continent. More importantly, it will help me hide myself and make it difficult for others to divinate me. Wang Lin pondered as his divine sense entered the jade in his hand. However, just at this moment Wang Lin suddenly looked up. The entire Fire Vein Mountain had merged with his essence true body. It could be said that this mountain was his essence true body. He clearly sensed a woman walking toward the mountain. The woman stopped outside the mountain. After pondering a bit, she bowed and her soft and charming voice echoed. Disciple Fan Shanmeng came under the order of teacher due to Elder Wang's request to meet Elder Wang. Fan Shanmeng. Wang Lin smiled and ignored her. His divine sense entered the jade in his hand and he began to study it. Soul is Dao, Dao is soul. To use Dao to search through fate. When Wang Lin's divine sense entered the jade, an old voice echoed in his mind. This voice contained a strange force and allowed Wang Lin to immerse himself in the Soul I Dao in the jade. Time slowly passed. In a flash, one day went by. Fan Shanmeng was still standing outside the mountain, waiting outside with her head lowered. The temperature here was very high and her clothes were soaked in sweat. Her clothes were clinging to her body, making it very uncomfortable, but she still waited for Wang Lin's summon. She was feeling helpless. Thinking about everything that had happened, there was a flash of resentment in her eyes, but she soon hid it. Inside the cave, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He looked at the jade in his hand and pondered for a while. 4.9 billion inscriptions. Every inscription must be imprinted after a certain amount of time to the soul. 100,000 as small completion, 2.7 billion as intermediate, and 4.9 billion to master. This spell is very strange. It is easy to learn, but to move further, it becomes extremely difficult. The further one goes with this spell, the more complex the inscriptions become and the longer it takes to imprint them on the soul. Is this the Great Soul Sect's Soul I Dao? Wang Lin pondered a bit with a strange expression. According to the time given on the jade, this spell only takes 3 days to learn at the start. As long as one has reached the 3rd step, 9 out of 10 people can complete 100,000 inscriptions on their soul. But if one wanted to reach the intermediate level, it would take 999 years, and one must spend all that time in closed-door cultivation. This is also possible. It is not uncommon for a cultivator to go into closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years. But in order to reach great completion with 4.9 billion inscriptions, it would take close to 178,000 years. This Wang Lin frowned. He vaguely understood why old ancestor Green Bull had given him the Soul I Dao that seemed so precious so casually. It was simply impossible to master this spell. At most, one could only reach the intermediate stage. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and closed his eyes. He continued to immerse himself in inscripting the imprints on his soul. At the dusk of the 3rd day, while the sky was golden, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Surely the same as the time predicted in the jade. 3 days to inscribe 100,000 imprints on the soul. Wang Lin raised his right hand to form a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. Soul energy came out from his head and soon formed a small person above him. This little person was only 3 inches tall and was formed by the 100,000 imprints in Wang Lin's soul. This little person did not look like Wang Lin. It only had a pair of eyes. It didn't even have a nose, a mouth or ears. It gently jumped off his head and landed before him. Then, As Wang Lin stretched out his right hand, the little person jumped into Wang Lin's palm. Looking at this little person, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. Before him was the little person formed by 100,000 inscriptions that were constantly moving. This little person could only be seen with one's eyes. If one's divine sense swept by, there would be nothing. As Wang Lin looked at the little person, it was looking back at him. Its eyes were clear and gave off an unspeaking sense of emotion. When their gazes met, Wang Lin felt like he had entered a trance. The soul eye is all-seeing. Search for my own mysteries, Wang Lin suddenly said, and then searched for dangers in his future. The moment he spoke, the little person trembled and gave off a ghostly glow. It knelt down toward Wang Lin and kowtowed toward him. When the head of the little person touched Wang Lin's palm the first time, a strange force erupted from the little person and rushed into Wang Lin's mind through his palm. Wang Lin's vision became blurry and he vaguely saw fog. This fog was filled with blood light. He saw several hidden figures but couldn't see them clearly. At this moment, the small person kowtowed once more, and when its forehead touched Wang Lin's palm, there was a thunderous rumble in Wang Lin's mind. The fog before him seemed to be blown apart by force. He faintly saw a mountain surrounded by thunder. It was like a thunder mountain made by the heavens. He saw a person there, and that person seemed to be suppressed under the thunder mountain. Bolts of thunder landed on the mountain, and he vaguely saw a giant chariot made of thunder in the sky. There was a figure made of thunder looking down on the earth. Wang Lin's heart trembled, and without hesitation, he looked at the person who was being suppressed. However, it was a blur and he couldn't see clearly. At this moment, the little person in his hand trembled and kowtowed a third time. The moment its forehead touched Wang Lin's palm, Wang Lin's body trembled. Another surge of power appeared to break through the fog, allowing him to see the face of the person that was hidden. That person was himself. When Wang Lin saw this, the illusion before him collapsed. He felt like a cultivation planet had smashed into him, and his divine sense quickly withdrew. Who will suppress me with the Thunder Mountain in the future? Wang Lin's expression was fierce. When everything before him collapsed, he forced his divine sense to stay. He looked up at the figure on the chariot made of thunder. He was going to get a good look at the person's appearance. Soul Eye Dao once more. He couldn't see it clearly, but how could Wang Lin give up now? When he sent out the command, the little person in his hand trembled and kowtowed for the fourth time. A giant bolt of thunder seemed to light up the whole world. This allowed Wang Lin to clearly see the figure on the chariot. When Wang Lin saw the figure, his mind trembled and his body trembled. The world before him collapsed, and when he looked up, he was still in the cave. The little person in his palm looked dispirited, and its eyes were dim as it remained motionless. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin still couldn't forget the look of the person he saw at the end. Impossible! How can it be? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. After a long time, he closed his palm. The little person in his hand entered his soul to be nourished. This matter is too strange. However, this soul I Dao can indeed see the changes in the future. I'll need to cultivate this more. Then perhaps I can use it to find Situ, Qing Shui, Li Qianmei, and the others. Wang Lin pondered as he suppressed the shock in his heart. Given his cultivation and life experiences, he could suppress even heaven-shattering events to calm himself. It has been 3 days. I wonder what the 3 things old ancestor Green Bull has prepared for me are. He also said I can enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion to choose spells. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he thought about the various illusion spells the Great Soul Sect had, including the one Yen Lu had used to summon the soul of the Great Soul Sect's ancestor. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin stepped forward and left the cave. He stood on the mountain and immediately saw the extremely weak Fan Shanmeng. She was still standing there. When she saw Wang Lin, she revealed a complicated expression. As she was about to speak, Wang Lin walked past Fan Shanmeng and left the Fire Vein Mountain. You! There was anger in Fan Shanmeng's eyes, but she suppressed it. She stared at Wang Lin's figure as he left. She then calmed herself and continued to wait. She had nowhere else to go. Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and went toward the depths of Great Soul Sect. The Jade-Old Ancestor Green Bull had given him to allow him through the restrictions in the sect, had a map of all the various peaks in the Great Soul Sect. This told him exactly where the Green Heavenly Peak was. Deep inside the Great Soul Sect, there was a mountain that pierced into the sky. This mountain was crisp green and seemed far too tall, as if it supported the world. This was a forbidden land of the Great Soul Sect. This was where Old Ancestor Green Bull resided. Wang Lin flew quickly and all the restrictions before him echoed, but none stopped him. He stopped outside the Green Heavenly Peak and clasped his hands. His voice clearly echoed toward the mountain. "It's Junior Wang Lin. Is Senior Green Bull here?" The Green Heavenly Mountain trembled and all the restrictions around it disappeared. An ancient voice echoed from the mountain. "At the top. I'll wait for you here." Wang Lin subconsciously spread out his divine sense and scanned the mountain. Although the mountain looked normal, there was a powerful aura within. This aura came from the mountain. "This is a mountain formed by a treasure." Wang Lin charged through the clouds toward the mountain and soon arrived at the peak. Green Heavenly Peak. Esteemed Green Bull was sitting and his green robe was fluttering in the wind along with his white hair. Wang Lin looked calm when he arrived on the opposite side of Esteemed Green Bull and sat down. Sitting there, Wang Lin spoke slowly. "The Soul I Dao is indeed extraordinary. After 178,000 years of cultivation, perhaps it can compete with the Celestial Imperial Teacher. I admire the depth of the Great Soul Sect." When Esteemed Green Bull heard this, he laughed. He didn't look embarrassed. He was rather calm. "Yes, Elder Wang's words are correct. To enter my Great Soul Sect and immediately take pride in my Great Soul Sect is very good. In fact, this old man thinks so too. If someone can really go into closed-door cultivation for 178,000 years and cultivate the Soul I Dao to completion, they could really have the power to compete with the Imperial Teacher. 178,000 years of cultivating one spell, where one's cultivation level won't increase at all. The body won't have enough life force. So how can such a person exist?" Wang Lin's words were blunt. The 178,000 years requirement made him feel quite helpless. Haha, either way, this old man hasn't heard of anyone in the Great Soul Sect who has mastered the Soul I Dao. Even the first-generation ancestor only managed to reach 4.1 billion inscriptions. However, Elder Wang's talent is amazing, and you have been through a lot. Perhaps you will find a way to master my Great Soul Sect's greatest spell. Esteemed Green Bull smiled as he spoke. Bullshit. Wang Lin wasn't polite at all. He rarely spoke like this, but he found the expression of the current Esteemed Green Bull simply too evil. After Wang Lin spoke, Esteemed Green Bull was startled for a moment. He didn't expect Wang Lin to respond like this. After blinking for a moment, Esteemed Green Bull indeed felt a bit guilty and smiled mischievously. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I have 3 gifts the Great Soul Sect has prepared for you. They should be of great use to you." After he said this, he waved his right hand and 3 lights appeared. There were 3 boxes and they flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put the 3 boxes away without even looking at them. "Could it be that it will take 178,000 years before I can open the boxes?" Old Ancestor Green Bull coughed and quickly said, "This old man does not know. These 3 gifts were prepared by the first-generation ancestor and have been passed down through the generations. Now they are yours. As for what's inside them, I don't know. If anything is wrong with them, don't come to find me." Seeing Wang Lin frowning, Esteemed Green Bull stood up and raised his right hand to point at the sky. A rift appeared outside the mountain like a giant spatial rift. It was another spacious inside the rift, and there was a giant 9-story pavilion inside. This pavilion was covered in fog and seemed to looming there. A soul pressure was leaking out from the rift. Wang Lin hadn't even entered but was already feeling the pressure. This old man still has a furnace of pills to refine. You can enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion and choose a spell. The rules throughout the generations is you can choose one. If you want to go in again, you must complete tasks for the sect. After Esteemed Green Bull spoke, he quickly left and disappeared. Wang Lin stood up and ignored Esteemed Green Bull leaving. He looked at the rift and pondered a bit before stepping in. The moment he entered the rift, a powerful pressure shrouded him. This was a blurry space without a sky or earth. The only thing that existed was the huge, 9-story pavilion shrouded by fog. There were 2 giant, lifelike fierce beast statues outside the pavilion. The door to the pavilion was closed and it was completely silent. There was a light flickering through the fog in the 6th floor, as if someone was walking around inside. There were 3 large words above the door. Soul Scripture Pavilion. This was the holy land of the Great Soul Sect, where the spells from past generations were all stored. Although it looked calm, Wang Lin could feel the hidden traps here. There were many terrifying traps here. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin stepped toward the 9-story pavilion. When he got close, he suddenly turned to look at the giant stone statue of the fierce beast. This fierce beast looked like a Qilin but was different. While Wang Lin looked over, the fierce beast suddenly moved. The surrounding area seemed to distort and a voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. "Hand over the jade." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He could see that this statue had the soul of a very powerful beast sealed within. The soul had fused with the statue and could change into many spells. Wang Lin raised his right hand and the jade esteemed green bull had given him appeared. Wang Lin only felt something sweep by and then saw a red flash before the jade disappeared without a trace. The mouth of the statue seemed to be chewing, and a moment later, it spat out the jade. You can enter the Soul Scripture Pavilion and chose 1 spell. The stone statue sent out a divine sense message before it stopped moving. The spatial distortion disappeared and it looked like a normal statue. What fast speed! Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He wasn't able to clearly see what the statue had done. After pondering for a moment, he realized that the red light was the tongue of the beast. After the stone statue stopped moving, a gap opened in the 9-story pavilion. A wave of soul fluctuations came from the pavilion, making the pressure even stronger. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he stepped toward the door and into the gap. When he entered the 1st floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, he saw its secret. This was a room about 10,000 feet wide, and there were countless 7-inch little people floating around. Their eyes were closed and they remained motionless, but they all gave off powerful cultivation. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the thousands of little people. There were men and women, young and old, but without exception, they were all soul bodies. Each of the souls contained a type of spell. Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin muttered after he glanced at this floor and saw the stairs going to the 2nd floor. There was a ghostly light, and if one didn't have a high enough cultivation level, they couldn't go up. It was obvious the higher one went, the more amazing the spells were. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and flew across hundreds of soul bodies to arrive at the stairs. When he stepped on the stairs, a rejection force appeared to stop him from going up. This rejection force was very strong and could stop all non-third step cultivators. However, to Wang Lin it was insignificant. He remained calm as he gently walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd layer of the Soul Scripture Pavilion also contained thousands of soul bodies. The auras they gave off were much more powerful than the 1st floor, but after a glance, Wang Lin didn't find the spell he wanted. He was looking for the multi-layered illusion and the spell to summon the soul of the Great Soul Sect ancestors. These spells are mostly for Nirvana Void cultivators and can display extraordinary power, but they are of no use to me. Wang Lin pondered before he walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor. Wang Lin didn't stop for long on each floor until he arrived at the 5th floor. In this layer, the number of soul bodies reduced greatly to only around 500. The auras they gave off were around arcane void. This was clearly for arcane void cultivators. Although Wang Lin couldn't see how they changed or their chance, he could feel that each of them were extremely powerful. Wang Lin didn't know what would happen if one of the soul bodies here were taken outside, but he knew if it were placed in the cave world, it would cause a great calamity. However, although these spells were tempting, they were not what Wang Lin wanted. He looked at the stairs to the 6th floor. His eyes lit up and he walked there. When his foot landed, Wang Lin felt a rumble in his mind as if he was hit by someone. His body trembled and his fu landed on the step. His body remained motionless. In the 6th floor, Yen Lu was sitting there with a soul body floating above her head. Strands of soul energy were coming out of the soul body and entering her head. The moment Wang Lin's foot landed on the steps going to the 6th floor, Yen Lu suddenly opened her eyes, and they revealed a strange light. The person entering the Soul Scripture Pavilion at this time is likely that Wang Lin. That person's cultivation is strange. He can't be just at the late stage of spirit void. Let's see whether he can come up here. Then I can judge his cultivation. The moment Wang Lin stepped on the stairs to the 6th floor, a steamed green bull, who had left to refine a furnace of pills, suddenly opened his eyes. The first 5 floors don't contain the spells he wants. The 6th floor requires the willpower of a void turbulent cultivator. This Wang Lin hasn't reached the void turbulent stage, but his body has a lot of Seacrest. Perhaps he can enter the 6th floor. However, the 6th floor is his limit. As for the 7th and 8th floors, once someone enters, an illusion will appear over the Great Soul Sect. No more than 5 people in the Great Soul Sect can enter them. As for the 9th floor, no one but me can enter. The first ancestor divinated that Wang Lin would need 300 years to enter the 9th floor. A steamed green bull faintly smiled and closed his eyes. Wang Lin stood motionless on the stairs going to the 6th floor from the 5th floor. After a long time, his eyes shined brightly and he let out a deep breath. What a powerful illusion! At that moment, he encountered countless illusions. That short, half-an-incense stick of time felt like hundreds of years to him. Now that he had become sober, his eyes lit up and his left foot walked up a step. His mind rumbled, but his expression didn't change. His left foot fell and his right foot rose up. He walked up 7 steps in a row. Every step caused his mind to rumble, and a powerful pressure descended on him, trying to knock him off the stairs. A mere restriction can't stop me. Wang Lin's ancient devil and demon stars in his eyes appeared and rotated. Popping sounds echoed in his body, and he used his powerful body to resist the pressure to climb up 5 more steps. At this moment, he was less than 8 steps from the entrance to the 6th floor. Once he got up there, he would be on the 6th floor. I have battled void turbulent cultivators, and this restriction only imitates the pressure of a void turbulent cultivator. I, Wang Lin, was born in the cave world and stepped into the immortal astral continent. I have an avatar born of the same origin as the ancient and celestial ancestors. This restriction is not worth worrying about. A shocking willpower erupted from Wang Lin as he calmly walked up the stairs. There was no pause as he walked toward the 6th step. Wang Lin walked up 7 steps, but there was one more step to go. Just as Wang Lin's foot was about to land on the last step, his vision blurred. When his vision cleared, he was next to the edge of a cliff. Once his foot landed, he would fall into the abyss below. Deep inside the abyss, miserable howls echoed. Smoke like ghosts charged out toward Wang Lin. Looking at the ghosts charging from the bottom of the abyss, Wang Lin pondered. He was in no rush as he observed the strangeness of his surroundings. This restriction seemed simple. It felt like one only needed a powerful enough will to ignore the abyss and the ghosts to step down to pass. However, Wang Lin felt like something was wrong. At this moment, the ghosts from the abyss had charged out more than halfway. They were less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin, less than 100 feet. This illusion restriction is indeed clever. Wang Lin revealed a cold smile and walked forward without changing his direction. Just as his step was about to land, the ghosts in the abyss became excited as if they were waiting for this. But the moment Wang Lin's step landed, ripples echoed and he disappeared. The moment he disappeared, the illusion collapsed. Wang Lin stepped out from the stairs to the 6th floor. He didn't step on the last step but directly entered the 6th floor. The moment his foot landed, his mind rumbled and everything calmed down. At this moment, in the cave in the green heavenly mountain, a steamed green bull was not shocked at all and nodded slightly. It is indeed worthy of someone who was divinated by the old ancestor to come. Without any warning, he is about to successfully enter the 6th floor the first time. This is very rare. You actually came up. In the 6th floor, Yen Lu's eyes narrowed as she looked at Wang Lin. Since you came, why can't I come? Wang Lin calmly walked forward. If he had stepped on the last step, all his efforts would have been wasted. The trick with the last step was that it couldn't be stepped on, only leaped over. Throughout the ages, it was unknown how many people had failed on this step to enter the 6th floor. Once one failed a test in the Soul Scripture Pavilion, they would have to leave and wait for their next opportunity to try again. Humph. Someone must have told you the mystery of the stairs to the 6th floor ahead of time, Yen Luo said calmly, thinking she had guessed the answer. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at Yen Lu, but he didn't speak. His divine sense spread out and observed the 6th floor. There were a lot less soul bodies here compared to the 5th floor, only about 60. However, each soul body gave off an extremely powerful aura. It was obvious they each contained an extremely powerful spell only void tribulent cultivators could possess. Wang Lin's actions made Yen Lu think he had silently agreed with her statement. She closed her eyes and no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. After all, they weren't allowed to fight in the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Although she had been an elder of the sect for many years, she wouldn't dare to break the rules here. The Soul Scripture Pavilion was the place to choose a spell. It was the holy land of the Great Soul Sect. There were many unimaginable secrets here. Yen Lu understood this well. Wang Lin's divine sense scanned past more than 60 soul bodies. Here, he found the multi-layered illusion spell and the soul fantasy origin spell Yen Lu had used. In particular, the soul body above Yen Lu was the soul fantasy origin spell he was looking for. The entire 6th floor was very quiet and Wang Lin pondered a bit before walking forward. His feet landed on the 6th floor, and because the 6th floor had wooden floors, his steps created creaking sounds as he walked. The sounds were rather harsh, and they caused Yen Lu to open her eyes and reveal a look of disgust. Wang Lin ignored Yen Lu completely and arrived next to the soul body of the multi-layered illusion spell. He carefully looked at it but then slowly frowned. Yen Lu noticed Wang Lin's expression and sneered. She naturally knew why Wang Lin was frowning. When she first entered here and saw the famous Tao spells of the Great Soul Sect, she also frowned. Only the first method of the multi-layered illusion spell is here. If you have the strength, you can go to the 7th floor for the next 2. If you have the ability to go up to the 8th or 9th floors, the complete ancient soul body for the multi-layered illusion spell is on the 9th floor. Oh! Wang Lin looked at Yen Lu and his gaze swept past the soul body above her. This soul fantasy origin spell is also not complete. Could it also be on the 7th floor and above? Of course. The Great Soul Sect cares about strength. If you have the strength, you can naturally get the complete spell. The entrance to the 7th floor is there. Do you dare to try? Yen Lu sneered and pointed not far away. There was a set of ancient stairs there that led to the 7th floor. The Soul Scripture Pavilion was very strange. There was no restriction keeping dust away, so the stairs were covered in dust to show that no one had gone up there in a long time. Only when one moved closer could they see that there were footprints on the stairs. But the footprints were so light that they were covered by a new layer of dust. Can you go up? Yen Lu looked at Wang Lin with a smile of contempt. Wang Lin didn't speak. He looked at the stairs to the 7th floor and frowned. One would likely need the willpower of a mid-stage void tribulent cultivator to reach the 7th floor. It would be very difficult for Wang Lin. There was no need to mention the 8th floor or the final 9th floor. If you don't have the ability to go up, then don't be picky. Just the spells here are enough for your whole life. Yen Lu concluded that Wang Lin couldn't go up. Although her words weren't too harsh, the hidden meaning was filled with disdain. Hearing Yen Lu's words, Wang Lin suddenly smiled. He turned to look at Yen Lu. Although this beautiful woman's face was filled with resentment, not only did her beauty not fade, but it made her even more charming. However, these physical appearances were no different than white bones to Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Yen Lu and slowly said, "Why don't we make a bet? If I can go up to the 7th floor, what are you willing to bet?" His words echoed in the 6th floor and landed in Yen Lu's ears. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the stairs going to the 7th floor and began to ponder. How much of this Wang Lin's words are true? HMPTH, only a handful of people can go to the 7th floor. I tried once and only made it to the 7th step. Even if his cultivation is mysterious, I have fought him twice. If I can't go up there, then he won't be able to either. He is saying this to find a way to back down. If I don't agree, then he can avoid this topic and I can't mock him anymore. If you can enter the 7th floor, I'll bet this. After Yan Lu finished thinking, her eyes lit up, and with a wave of her right hand, a blue umbrella appeared before her. Yan Lu stared at Wang Lin and her words became cold. What about you? If you can't enter the 7th floor, what will you bet? There was a flash of blood light. Wang Lin raised his right hand and the blood sword landed on the ground. This sword should be enough. Yan Lu's gaze swept by the blood sword. She knew that the blood sword was a treasure of the ancient Dao clan. It was worthy of being an equal bet to her blue umbrella. Good. I'll make a bet with you. I want to see how you will be knocked back by the restrictions of the 7th floor. Yan Lu's pupils suddenly shrank. She suddenly couldn't see through Wang Lin. For him to take out this sword, could he be completely certain that he can enter the 7th floor? Wang Lin's expression was calm and he no longer looked at Yan Lu. He walked toward the stairs to the 7th floor, but his pace was not fast or slow. Each step caused a ripple and seemed to be stepping on Yan Lu's heart. She stopped comprehending the soul body above her and stared at Wang Lin, feeling a bit nervous. She vaguely felt some regret and shouldn't have tried to stimulate Wang Lin. That blue umbrella was a powerful treasure of hers, and its defensive power was very strong. Humph, this person is very cunning, and a liar. I fear after he loses, he will find some way to withdraw from the bet. Yan Lu looked at Wang Lin as he walked toward the ancient stairs. Wang Lin looked at the stairs. There was a total of 19 steps to the 7th floor. It looked like one could easily get up, but once he got close, the dangerous aura warned him. If his will was lacking, then stepping on the stairs was the same as surviving the raging sea on a lonely boat. What? Do you not dare? When Yan Lu saw Wang Lin stop before the stairs, she relaxed a bit. She was really afraid he would calmly walk up the stairs without any problem even though it was almost impossible. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and meaningfully looked at Yan Lu. Watch carefully. After Wang Lin spoke, his eyes shined and his foot landed on the first step. When his foot landed, the sky above the Great Soul Sect suddenly changed. A giant staircase hundreds of kilometers wide appeared in the sky over the Great Soul Sect. The bright staircase lit up the dark sky over the Great Soul Sect. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the dark night, awakening countless Great Soul Sect cultivators from their cultivation. Their divine senses spread out or they simply flew out from their peaks to see the giant stairs in the sky. Someone is trying to enter the 7th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. That head of white hair. From his appearance, isn't that the new elder Wang? Although his cultivation is not bad, it will be very difficult to enter the 7th floor. Haha! There is something lively to see. It has been almost 100 years since someone has tried to enter the 7th floor. Aside from those old fellows, almost no one would dare to enter the 7th floor. The restrictions inside the Soul Scripture Pavilion are powerful. Unless one successfully enters the 7th floor once, that staircase will keep appearing in the sky for everyone to see his attempts to enter the 7th floor. I think this Elder Wang will without a doubt fail. There was a total of 19 steps, and on the first step stood a huge figure. This figure had a head of white hair. It was Wang Lin. This was the illusion the Soul Scripture Pavilion would create when someone wanted to enter the 7th floor. It was something that happened since ancient times. Anyone who wished to go up to the 7th floor would be watched by all. It was a sense of glory but also a great pressure. If one was not qualified, then everyone would see that person's performance, including their sorry state when they got knocked back. It was precisely because of this that not many people had tried to enter the 7th floor. In the Great Soul Sect, several rays of light flew out from their respective peaks. This kind of lively matter was not that rare but not easy to see. Since they had encountered it, they were very interested. However, very few people thought Wang Lin would succeed. Most were hoping to see him in a sorry state. Even esteemed Green Bull frowned. He looked up. His gaze penetrated the mountain and saw the illusion in the sky. He is a bit reckless. With this cultivation level, it is impossible to enter the 7th floor. Esteemed Green Bull let out a sigh and shook his head. This is a good way to restrain his spirit a bit. Don't think my great soul sect is so simple. At the same time, on 3 to 5 peaks owned by old monsters that were normally always in closed-door cultivation. The owners opened their eyes and looked over. Interesting. It is already difficult to enter the 6th floor with his cultivation level, yet he still wants to enter the 7th floor. This child is overestimating himself. In the illusion in the sky, Wang Lin's right foot landed on the first step of the stairs. His eyes were closed and he remained motionless. However, shortly after, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the end of the stairs. He raised his foot and began walking forward. With every step, a thunderous rumble echoed inside the Great Soul Sect. In a flash, Wang Lin climbed 5 steps. In the 6th floor, Yen Lu stared at Wang Lin. After seeing him climb 5 steps, her expression changed but soon returned to normal. Humph, so what if he can walk up 5 steps? He can't get on the 7th step. Yen Lu clenched her fist and completely forgot to comprehend the soul body above her. Her focus was locked on Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm, but his heart was raging like a storm. After taking the 5th step, it was as if he was immersed in an endless abyss. When his foot landed, a powerful divine sense entered his body and bombarded his mind. Back down. Back down. Back down. Although that voice had only said 2 words, they echoed endlessly in Wang Lin's mind. It was as if hundreds of thousands of people were roaring at him. The voice made Wang Lin feel like this body was going to be torn apart. It was as if he would be erased from this world if he didn't retreat. Wang Lin's foot stopped on the 5th step with this voice. He looked up at the stairs with eyes were filled with determination. Essence true body, gather. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and pointed. A part of the Great Soul Sect rumbled and a sea of fire erupted from Fire Vein Mountain. The sea of fire covered the sky and a giant face appeared. This face was Wang Lin's essence true body. In a flash, this monstrous fire charged toward the illusionary staircase and Wang Lin, entering Wang Lin's body. At the same time, in the Soul Scripture Pavilion, on the stairs leading to the 7th floor, Wang Lin was covered in a sea of fire and his essence true body appeared. The moment his essence true body appeared, his eyes shined brightly. He obtained new strength as he raised his foot and stepped forward once more. The 6th step, 7th step, 8th step. Wang Lin didn't pause. He rushed to the 13th step in a flash. The moment Wang Lin's foot landed, Yen Lu, who was observing him, suddenly stood up. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief and her body trembled. She didn't realize that her right hand was white from clenching. Impossible! At the same time, the expressions of everyone in the Great Soul Sect that saw Wang Lin take several steps and land on the 13th step changed greatly. After one pause at the 5th step, he went directly to the 13th step. This person has such a powerful will. That's an essence true body. It's an essence true body. This Elder Wang is simply amazing. Just 6 more steps and he can center the 7th floor. Wang Lin's essence true body was not something everyone in the Great Soul Sect knew about. The shock he brought was indescribable. The entire Great Soul Sect was in an uproar. Even some of the old monsters that were in closed-door cultivation were moved. 13 steps. In the green heavenly peak, esteemed Green Bull's eyes became serious. However, he still sat there and didn't go outside. I underestimated him. His essence true body is very close to becoming a true celestial. Essence true body, essence true celestial. There's a one-word difference. But the difference is a gully. However, 13 steps is about his limit. At most, he can take 3 more steps. Esteemed Green Bull's cultivation was unfathomable. His intuition was very good and he was rarely wrong. Inside the Soul Scripture Pavilion, Wang Lin stood on the 13th step going up to the 7th floor. He was able to get here thanks to the power of his essence true body. but right now that voice inside his mind had increased several-fold. Back down! The roar echoed in his mind and continued to attack his origin soul. Although he looked calm, his vision had become blurry. This confusion was seen by Yen Lu, the countless cultivators of the Great Soul Sect, and those old monsters that were normally in closed-door cultivation. He is about to fail. Yen Lu revealed a joyous smile. It looks like he still isn't able to enter the 7th floor. Most of the cultivators in the Great Soul Sect silently shook their heads. However, just at this moment, the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced with monstrous light. Yen Lu, you're celebrating too early. I'll take that umbrella of yours. After Wang Lin spoke, his foot landed on the 14th step. At this moment, the essence true body behind him turned into a sea of fire and rushed into his body. Wang Lin became one with his essence true body and stepped forward. This was the 15th step. The world rumbled and the countless cultivators in the Great Soul Sect observed. When they saw Wang Lin take the 15th step, he took another. This was the 16th step. Just 3 more. My will won't yield even to the heavens. Why should I back down? Wang Lin's life and death essence erupted from his body. Ethereal essences weren't affected by the immortal astral continent. The moment it erupted, Wang Lin stepped onto the 17th step. My will has pierced the cave world and the immortal astral continent. I'm the first person to leave the cave world. Even if this is the will of a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator, what qualifications do you have to force me to back down? Wang Lin's true and false essence erupted before him. His body was like an illusion, and as he rapidly changed, he landed on the 18th step. This scene was seen by all the disciples of the Great Soul Sect, and it shook their hearts. When Yen Lu saw this, her face instantly turned pale. Even the old monsters in the Great Soul Sect that were often in closed-door cultivation walked out and watched with their own eyes. My will can't be destroyed by divine retribution. I took back my own destiny from divine retribution. I came to the immortal astral continent not to serve but to take back my own destiny. I came to the immortal astral continent not to obey but to walk above the heavens. Wang Lin's eyes shined as his karma essence erupted. His foot landed on the 19th step and he entered the 7th floor. When his foot landed, the illusion above the Great Soul Sect shined brightly. All the disciples of the Great Soul Sect looked up at the illusion with respect. The strong will be respected no matter where they are. Wang Lin had used his own power to tell everyone in the Great Soul Sect he could enter the 7th floor. All those who didn't have a good outlook on him trembled in their hearts and couldn't say a word for a long time. From now on, the 7th floor is no longer a place only 5 people beside the ancestor can enter. There is now one more. As everyone remained silent, a sigh came from far away. At the same time, in the green heavenly peak, a steamed green bull pondered. He was still sitting there and hadn't looked up, but his gaze was serious. He actually entered the 7th floor. The ancestor said that this person would enter the 7th floor in 3 years, the 8th floor in 30 years, and the 9th floor in 300 years to bring the greatest fortune to my Great Soul Sect. Now, it has changed. When Wang Lin stepped into the 7th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, he turned around to look at the pale Yen Lu. He waved his sleeve and the blood sword and blue umbrella flew toward him. Yen Lu, I'll take the umbrella. Yen Lu subconsciously raised her hand to grab the umbrella, but her pride didn't allow her. With that moment of hesitation, the umbrella and the blood sword arrived next to Wang Lin. Wang Lin put away the blood sword and grabbed the blue umbrella. Just as he was about to erase Yen Lu's divine sense to make it his own, her cold voice echoed from the 6th floor. Wang Lin, are you still willing to bet? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He sneered and stopped his motion of erasing the divine sense. He held it in his hand and spoke slowly. What do you want to bet? I bet you can't enter the 8th floor. Do you dare to take the bet? Yen Lu moved to the bottom of the staircase but didn't dare to step on it. She looked up at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't immediately speak but pondered. If you lose, you only need to return the treasure back to me. But if you win, Before Yen Lu finished speaking, Wang Lin interrupted her. Why should I continue betting with you? Wang Lin's words were calm as he waved his sleeve and walked into the 7th floor, where there was less than 30 soul bodies. Wang Lin, if you win, I'll give this treasure to you. Yen Lu waved her hand and a small, purple gourd appeared. The moment the gourd appeared, soul fluctuations came from it. This a treasure from the 9th ancestor Luo Yunhai, and I inadvertently found it. He gathered 1 billion Dao souls within and now it's broken, but it still has 30 million Dao souls inside. Although it can only be used once, it can launch an attack equal to a peak mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. This item is the reason I can summon the 9th ancestor with the soul fantasy origin. With this, you can also summon the 9th ancestor with the soul fantasy origin. As long as you can enter the 8th floor, you can take this. Are you willing to bet? Yen Lu's voice was sharp as it echoed through the soul scripture pavilion. Wang Lin's footsteps stopped and he felt the soul fluctuations from the 6th floor. He was currently lacking treasures. If he wanted a foothold on the immortal astral continent, aside from his own strength, treasures were key. If I can get it, then I'll have a killer ace that can threaten mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. Wang Lin pondered as his gaze swept the stairs heading toward the 8th floor. The dust on the stairs was even thicker. It was obvious it had been a long time since someone stepped onto them. Wang Lin's divine sense had swept the soul bodies on the 7th floor. The more complete soul fantasy origin and the multi-layered illusion were present. However, the ones on the 8th floor would be more complete. If I don't use the power of my avatar in the void, it will be very difficult to get up to the 8th floor. Wang Lin frowned and began measuring the gains and losses as he slowly sensed his avatar in the void. Yen Lu was on the 6th floor, waiting for Wang Lin's reply. She was slightly anxious. She was worried that Wang Lin wouldn't agree, or that once Wang Lin agreed, he would really have a method to get up to the 8th floor. This shouldn't be possible. That umbrella has great use for me. I'm not willing to let him take it so easily. The 8th floor contains the will of late-stage void turbulent. With that Wang Lin's cultivation level, he must have been injured while reaching the 7th floor. He could never reach the 8th floor. Just as Yen Lu was pondering anxiously about this, Wang Lin's words echoed from the 7th floor. Since you want to bet, then let's bet. Wang Lin's words were decisive. That gourd filled with 30 million Dao souls was something he had to obtain. When he checked on his avatar, he found that its growth had been faster than he expected, so even if it sent out some power, it wouldn't affect the avatar too much. After considering all of this, Wang Lin made up his mind. When Yen Lu heard Wang Lin's words, she began to feel regret. She didn't know why, but the decisiveness in Wang Lin's words alarmed her. There was hesitation in Yen Lu's eyes. What, do you not dare? If you don't dare, then forget it. Don't blame me for wiping away the divine sense on this blue umbrella. Wang Lin smiled and held the blue umbrella in his right hand. He raised his left hand to erase the divine sense left on it. Okay, I'll bet with you. I don't believe you can get onto the 8th floor. Yen Lu clenched her teeth. Wang Lin laughed and charged toward the stars toward the 8th floor. Wang Lin's mind and the avatar in the void formed a connection. This connection ignored all the restrictions in the Great Soul Sect and even the countless restrictions in the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Not even the laws of the immortal astral continent could stop the power surging toward him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and with 7 steps, he arrived at the stairs to the 8th floor. With 1 step, he walked forward. Yen Lu watched carefully. The moment Wang Lin's foot landed on the staircase, the many cultivators outside were ready to disperse. But their hearts trembled and they all looked up. Even the expressions of the old monsters changed. The illusion had disappeared from the sky of the Great Soul Sect. But at this moment, an even larger and brighter staircase suddenly appeared. The set of stairs lead to the 8th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin's figure appeared on the stairs once more. That head of white hair shocked everyone's minds. He actually wants to head to the 8th floor. This is something that is rarely seen, even in hundreds of years. I will actually get to see someone trying to break through the 7th and 8th floors at once. An uproar echoed as the elders in closed-door cultivator all looked over with serious expressions. In the green heavenly peak, a steamed green bull could no longer maintain his calm. He got up and his expression constantly changed. He could no longer hide the shock in his heart. He is going to the 8th floor. To head into the 7th floor 3 years early is one thing, but to enter the 8th floor 30 years early is... The old ancestor didn't know if this was good or bad for the Great Soul Sect. However, deviating off the divination of the ancient ancestor caused him to feel uneasiness. In the 6th floor, Yen Lu couldn't enter the 7th floor or see the changes up there. Even her divine sense couldn't enter, but with her cultivation level, she had her own methods. In the new peak Yen Lu had been given, one of her disciples was looking at the sky in shock. She trembled and her eyes suddenly lost focus and was replaced with killing intent. At that moment, the female disciple's soul was suppressed and the divine sense Yen Lu had left on the peak took over, making her Yen Lu's eyes. The heavens and earth trembled and the giant stairs seemed to lead to heaven itself. Wang Lin stood on the first step of the staircase like a celestial god. His fluttering, white hair gave him a sense of elegance. He lowered his head and his gaze swept the ground. Finally, his gaze fell on Yen Lu's peak and the disciple who Yen Lu's divine sense had taken over. The female disciple trembled and revealed a look of shock. Yen Lu felt like her divine sense was going to be knocked out of the female disciple. If Wang Lin's gaze lingered a bit longer, her divine sense would be knocked away. She had never felt this kind of feeling before. Even though old ancestor Green Bull could also do it, this aura made Yen Lu feel different. At this instant, from Yen Lu's point of view, this Wang Lin was no longer the same Wang Lin she had met. This feeling was clearly different. Indeed, they were the same people, but they brought two different kinds of shock. She wasn't the only one shocked. Every cultivator who met Wang Lin's gaze felt their mind rumble and would retreat. They all had the terrifying feeling of their origin souls being blasted out of their bodies. Regardless of cultivation level, whether it was the lowest disciples, the elders of the sect, and even those old monsters, everyone felt the same thing. That their origin soul was going to separate from their body. All of this was because of Wang Lin's terrifying gaze. There was also old ancestor Green Bull in the green heavenly peak. After Wang Lin looked at Yen Lu, he immediately looked over there. When esteemed Green Bull's gaze met Wang Lin's gaze, his expression changed greatly. His body trembled and green gas appeared behind him to form his essence true body. Wang Lin's gaze soon disappeared, but esteemed Green Bull still felt his heart trembling, and his eyes filled with shock. That gaze was ruthless, indifferent, as if the entire world was below his feet and should worship him. Old ancestor esteemed Green Bull had not been to the royal capital of the ancient countries. If he had seen that towering statue of the ancient ancestor, then he would have a familiar feeling. The aura of Wang Lin's huge shadow in the sky was shockingly similar to the ancient ancestor's aura. But there were some differences on the details. What happened to him? This person is definitely not Wang Lin. Who is he? Esteemed Green Bull's face was pale and he rushed out from the cave. He stood outside, and his expression was very serious. In the sky, Wang Lin's giant shadow withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. Esteemed Green Bull didn't know Wang Lin's secret and didn't know that it was also Wang Lin. However, that shocking aura came from Wang Lin's avatar. The moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, he raised his foot and calmly took a step. When his step landed, a thunderous rumble echoed. The illusion of the stairs trembled as if it couldn't withstand Wang Lin. It was as if Wang Lin's step had come out of the distant void instead. Forget the Soul Scripture Pavilion, it felt like not even the Great Soul Sect or even the entire Green Bull continent could withstand this step. When the thunderous rumble echoed, Wang Lin took another step. He didn't stop, but he didn't rush either. He was very calm and walked up the stairs as if this was his home. The third step, fourth step, fifth step. Everyone in the Great Soul Sect silently watched him climb up 15 steps. He had climbed those 15 steps without pausing at all, as if the restrictions on the steps were insignificant to him. This scene caused the disciples of the Great Soul Sect to turn pale. It shocked all the old monsters in closed-door cultivation. Old Ancestor Green Bull gasped. Yen Lu's divine sense in the female disciple shook, and she almost lost control. She clenched her fist until her nails dug into her flesh and blood started dripping. The world rumbled. Wang Lin raised his foot with his eyes closed. He stepped onto the 16th step, then the 17th step. On the 18th step, he suddenly opened his eyes. A heavenly pressure spread out from his eyes and shrouded the earth below. Anyone who saw him lowered their head and didn't dare to meet his gaze. Yen Lu's divine sense that was inside one of her disciples trembled. It was as if her divine sense was about to be expelled from the body. Yen Lu, I won. A calm voice echoed across the world just before Wang Lin took the last step and stepped onto the 19th step. He arrived on the 8th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. The moment his words echoed, the female disciple Yen Lu's divine sense had taken over. Trembled. Her divine sense slowly dissipated. The female disciple retreated a few steps, and her eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, the entire Great Soul sect became deathly silent. However, soon, a huge uproar spread across the entire sect. He succeeded. He broke through the 7th and 8th floors back to back. Elder Wang has actually entered the 8th floor. His gaze was simply too terrifying. I have never encountered a gaze like that from any cultivator. In the green heavenly peak, Old Ancestor Green Bull looked at the illusion as it slowly disappeared. His expression continued to change until he revealed a complicated expression. In the Soul Scripture Pavilion, Yen Lu, who was on the 6th floor, lost all color on her face. Her body trembled as she silently stood at the entrance to the stairs to the 7th floor. The gourd in her hand seemed to be surrounded by a powerful force to take it away. However, at this moment, Yen Lu clenched her teeth and held on to the gourd, resisting that force. Oh, are you going to break the bet? As Yen Lu grasped the gourd, Wang Lin's voice came from the 8th floor above. At the same time, footsteps echoed above Yen Lu. The moment Wang Lin walked into the 8th floor, he turned around to walk down. After successfully entering the 7th and 8th floors once, he could go up and down as he wished. Going up and down the stairs would no longer cause the illusion to appear, and no one outside could see what was happening. However, Yen Lu felt like a powerful being was descending from the 8th floor. The creaking sounds of footsteps echoed inside the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Wang Lin slowly walked down the stairs and soon arrived on the 7th floor. You made the bet but want to break it. I didn't ask for this bet. You did. Wang Lin's voice was calm, reaching Yen Lu's ears from the 7th floor. Yen Lu's pupils shrank and she saw Wang Lin's right foot land on the staircase. From her position, she could not see Wang Lin, only his right foot. When Wang Lin's foot landed, Yen Lu felt like she was facing the entire world. Are you sure you want to break it? Wang Lin slowly walked down the stairs, and his voice was filled with a sense of majesty. His voice seemed to override the restrictions here and was beyond the law of the immortal astral continent as it descended on the Great Soul Sect. As Wang Lin continued to walk down, his legs and body slowly appeared in her eyes. Are you sure? Answer me. Wang Lin landed on the 9th step, revealing his body. His words were calm, but they echoed like thunder. Yen Lu's face was calm and she retreated several steps. Her eyes revealed panic. At this moment, she forgot her own cultivation level and felt like an ant before Wang Lin. And Wang Lin didn't look like Wang Lin to her. Who are you? There were bloodlines in Yen Lu's eyes and her voice was almost hoarse. Wang Lin was using the power of his avatar to suppress Yen Lu. After completely suppressing her, he would leave a crack in her Tao heart. In the future, when they encountered each other, she would have a fear of him. As a result, this woman would no longer be a threat to him in the future. There was no deep hatred between them, and Wang Lin didn't want to destroy her Tao heart. In the future, this woman could cultivate normally, but she would fear Wang Lin and would avoid becoming his enemy. Hand it over. Wang Lin descended once more and walked down 2 more steps. He casually raised his right hand. However, Yen Lu felt like those 2 steps had smashed into her heart. She felt like the world had collapsed and was pressing down on her. If she didn't follow Wang Lin's order, she would be crushed to death by the world. While trembling, the light in Yen Lu's eyes seemed to scatter. She could not bear this pressure in her heart. At this moment, the pressure from Wang Lin caused her to feel endless fear. Her right hand slowly loosened and the gourd flew out of her hand and into Wang Lin's palm. Wang Lin's eyes were calm but were shining brightly. This was his first time borrowing the full aura of his avatar and using it to suppress someone. The power of this aura shocked him too. Wang Lin grabbed the gourd in his hand, turned around, and walked up the stairs back to the 7th and 8th floors. He was still going to choose a spell. It wasn't until Wang Lin had disappeared from Yen Lu's vision that the terrifying feeling slowly disappeared. Yen Lu's body softened and she retreated a few steps. Her heart felt bitter and she had a complicated expression. Wang Lin slowly returned to the 8th floor. This place was covered in dust, as if no one had come here in a long time. This place was not large. It had 9 7-inch soul bodies emitting a soft glow. These 9 soul bodies contained 9 extremely powerful Tao spells of the Great Soul Sect. Each one could destroy the world. On the 8th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, the shocking aura on Wang Lin's body slowly dissipated until it was gone and went back to the avatar in the void. Wang Lin didn't want to use too much power from the avatar. He would use just the right amount and not waste any. There was no benefit to using too much and it could cause the avatar to wither. As for borrowing the avatar's power to enter the 9th floor, this thought had appeared in Wang Lin's mind for a moment. However, he felt how powerful the restriction on those stairs were, and the cost of going up was too great. It was not worth it to try at his current cultivation level. After measuring the gains and losses, Wang Lin gave up on the idea of going up to the 9th floor. He scattered the aura from his avatar and began observing the 8th floor. He could only choose one spell in the Soul Scripture Pavilion, and this was not something Wang Lin could change. His gaze swept by the 9 7-inch soul bodies. Wang Lin felt the Soul Fantasy Origin spell, the multi-layered illusion spell, and the Soul Idao that made him smile bitterly among the 9 soul bodies here. As for the other spells, Wang Lin hadn't seen anyone personally use them, but he still scanned them. The Great Soul Sect focused on the Soul Illusion spell. Most core disciples could use this multi-layered illusion spell, but they couldn't display its true might. Once an 8-layered illusion was created, the power was heaven-shattering. Wang Lin's eyes stopped on the 3rd soul body among the 9. This soul body contained the multi-layered illusion. Only 8 layers. The limit for this spell is 9. Without the 9th layer, this spell is incomplete. Wang Lin frowned. It looks like the complete version is on the 9th floor. Wang Lin pondered and looked at the 7th soul body. The aura from this soul body was as powerful as the multi-layered illusion. This 7th soul body contained the Soul Fantasy Origin Yen Lu had used, and this spell was complete on the 8th floor. Wang Lin pondered a bit and began to deliberate between these two. Even if I don't go to the 9th floor now, I will eventually go there. After all, the multi-layered illusion is something I absolutely must obtain. In this way, there is no need to choose it now, and with the Soul Gourd, the Soul Fantasy Origin is more suitable now. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made a decision. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change his mind. He walked to the 7th soul body and sat down. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the 7th soul body. The 7th soul body trembled and released a ghostly light that shrouded the whole 8th floor. It slowly drifted to above Wang Lin's head, making it look like he was cultivating. Waves of ghostly-like strands came from the 7th soul body and entered Wang Lin's body through his orifices. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and as the smoke-like strands entered his body, he could hear a voice murmuring in his ears. It slowly imprinted in his soul and became second nature to him. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin sat in the 8th floor for 3 days. During these 3 days, he didn't move at all as he absorbed the Soul Fantasy Origin from the 7-inch soul body. He didn't know that his figure had already been deeply imprinted in mind of every disciple and that Ha had almost become a legend. To break through the 7th and 8th floors at once, although it had been done before, very few had done it. The newly appointed Elder Wang's identity and origin were subjects of speculation among the disciples of the Great Soul Sect. There were many speculations, but none of them fitted the truth. The few people that knew the truth wouldn't easily reveal it. Whether it was the sisters Fan Shanmeng or Fan Shanlu, or old ancestor Green Bull, they wouldn't bring it up. Even Yen Lu wouldn't mention it after a crack had been left in her Dao heart by Wang Lin to make her fear him. As for his identity as an ancient country cultivator, this information had been sealed by old ancestor Green Bull. He sent out an order of silence. The 3 days of time wasn't enough for the speculations about Wang Lin to die down. As the sun shined on the 4th day, Wang Lin opened his eyes on the 8th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. His eyes seemed to be different from before. They now contained strands of smoke like a dream. As long as one took a look at them, they would be immersed in his gaze, finding themselves unable to escape. Soul fantasy origin. So it's like this? Wang Lin murmured and closed his eyes once more. After a long time, he let out a breath of foul air, got up, and walked down the stairs. Step by step, he walked down the stairs. He went down from the 8th floor directly to the 5th floor, the 3rd floor, until he reached the 1st floor. The spells of the Great Soul Sect, whether it is the Soul I Dao or Soul Fantasy origin, require one to split off a portion of their soul. That portion will communicate with the world to execute the series of spells. No wonder I couldn't study the multi-layered illusion spell inside the cave world and could only borrow the ghostly sail to use it. When I didn't have the ghostly sail, I lost the ability to use the spell. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he walked out from the Soul Scripture Pavilion. He flew out from the rift outside the Soul Scripture Pavilion, and the moment he went out, the rift outside the green heavenly peak closed. Old ancestor Green Bull inside the green heavenly peak watched Wang Lin leave and let out a sigh of relief. If Wang Lin had entered the 9th floor 300 years early, he really wouldn't know what to do. The first-generation ancestor divinated that Wang Lin would enter the 9th floor after being here for 300 years. Then, on the 9th day after he entered the 9th floor, the 3 major sects of the Green Devil continent would join forces to wipe out my Great Soul Sect and the Guei sect. Their goal is to obtain the suppressed Heavenly Bull soul under the Heavenly Bull continent. Esteemed Green Bull looked worried. Although he knew everything in advance and had made a series of preparations, the uncertainty Wang Lin had brought made him feel uneasy. The first-generation ancestor created the Great Soul Sect, and his background was extremely mysterious. Not even the later generation of ancestors knew who he was. There was a rumor that the Soul I Dao originally had 2 parts, and the other part was named Dao I Soul. Rumor has it that the first-generation ancestor was an extremely powerful Dao disciple of a hidden sect in the Immortal astral continent. But in his generation, there were 2. They inherited the Soul I Dao and the Dao I Soul. Then, for some reason, the old ancestor gave up the chance to obtain the complete Dao. He left by himself and came to the Heavenly Bull continent that had just been created by the celestial ancestor. Then he created the Great Soul Sect here. There were also rumors. Esteemed Green Bull thought about the final rumor and couldn't help but tremble. He looked into the far distance, toward where the center continent was. The last rumor was something that all the disciples the Great Soul Sect had gathered. This information was simply too terrifying and was called a rumor instead. Rumor has it that in the Imperial City, the Imperial Teacher's lineage's Dao art is called Dao I Soul. Esteemed Green Bull silently pondered and felt disturbed. After a long time, he let out a sigh and began to cultivate. Wang Lin flew through the Great Soul Sect. The Great Soul Sect was very large, so it was impossible to see the end at a glance. One could only see the mountains that pierced the heavens one after another. However, whenever Wang Lin passed one, divine senses would spread out to form figures that clasped their hands at him in a friendly manner. If others respected Wang Lin, then he would respect them back. Along the way, he smiled and clasped his hands back at his fellow sect members before returning to his burning peak. Fan Shanmeng was still outside the mountain. She was tired but wouldn't dare to leave. After closing in on the mountain, Wang Lin's gaze swept by Fan Shanmeng and his expression remained the same. When he stepped onto the mountain, his voice echoed. "Come inside. The cave is a bit messy. Clean it up and find a place to stay. Be ready to be called at any time." Fan Shanmeng lowered her head and nodded. She clenched her teeth and lightly walked toward the burning mountain. The heat wave made her sweat even more, and it took a long time before she could bear walking in. With an angry gaze, she looked at where Wang Lin went, before calming herself. She began cleaning up the caves according to Wang Lin's order. Wang Lin returned to the cave at the top and sat down. He waved his hand and 3 boxes appeared before him. These 3 boxes were the 3 gifts esteemed Green Bull had handed him. This great soul sect has been good to me, and I can consider staying here for some time before looking for teacher. I still don't understand the full situation of teacher's place. However, for me to suddenly appear, there must be some people that are not happy or want to cause a dispute. Therefore, I must increase my cultivation level before finding teacher. Someone at Wang Lin's cultivation level had a sense of dangers in the future. Although it was not as clear as those who could divinate the changes in the world, he still had some grasp of the situation. He vaguely had a feeling there was a great calamity gathering for him. As long as I have a high enough cultivation level, none of these calamities are a problem. Now I want to see what kind of gifts the person in the great soul sect that divinated I would appear left me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and landed on the first box. The box looked very ordinary, as if it was a mortal object, and was covered in dust. However, this box could prevent any divine sense from going inside, which was extraordinary. There was a withered, yellow seal that seemed to be sealing it. It gave off an ancient aura as if it had existed for far too long. It had been a long time, and no one had taken off the withered, yellow seal. Looking at the box, Wang Lin pondered. But then his eyes lit up and he tore off the yellow seal no one had taken off for countless years. The moment the seal was removed, Wang Lin clearly felt a strange force enter his body. It cycled once inside his body and quickly left as if it was judging if the right person had opened the box. The sealing paper seemed to age countless years in Wang Lin's hand, and it turned to dust before Wang Lin. Only the box floated motionlessly before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was serious. When the seal was released, he felt a fluctuation from the box. This fluctuation was difficult to detect and easy to miss. He raised his hand and waved at the box. The box opened, revealing what was inside. It was a fist-sized black rock. This rock had an irregular shape and looked no different from a normal rock. However, it was covered in small holes and emitted faint fluctuations that spread out, filling the cave. Looking at the rock, Wang Lin frowned. He didn't know what it was. His divine sense spread out and extended into the rock. However, when his divine sense got close, it was absorbed into the small holes. Wang Lin remained calm and allowed the rock to absorb his divine sense. He eventually saw what was inside, and his expression changed. Wang Lin saw that this small rock contained immeasurable space. It looked like every small hole was its own independent space. This is a piece of space stone. This is my first gift to you. I know you just came from the cave world to the immortal astral continent, so you will certainly have difficulty opening your storage space. At the cost of 1 pocket of space in the space stone, you can take out 1 item from your storage space without damage. However, not more than once. Otherwise, the cluster of space will become unstable and will then collapse. An ancient voice came out from the space stone. This is only one use of the space rock. It has another role, to nurture a heavenly Tao. I know you have an incomplete heavenly Tao with you. Nourish it here and it will slowly become complete. This is the first gift. I hope you like it. The ancient voice slowly winded down until it dissipated without a trace. No matter how much Wang Lin searched inside the space stone, he couldn't find a trace of that voice. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and his divine sense withdrew from the space stone. He stared at it and pondered. He didn't act recklessly but put the stone to the side. His gaze landed on the second box. The seal was still on the box. When Wang Lin waved his hand, the seal rolled off. With a bang, the box opened. Inside, there was only one thing. A jade surrounded by fog. It looked like the jade was entirely made of fog. When it appeared before Wang Lin, the fog moved strangely. Staring at the jade made of fog, Wang Lin frowned. His hand reached out and the jade flew into his grasp. The moment the jade touched his hand, that ancient voice appeared in his mind. "This is the second gift I prepared for you. This jade was formed by my lifetime of cultivating the soul I Tao. It can allow you to see the changes in the immortal astral continent once, or it can divinate one thing for you, but only once." The voice disappeared. Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the jade in his hand. He saw countless figures inside and felt like as long as he willed it, he could appoint a person to divinate with this jade. The first gift would allow Wang Lin to safely access his storage space and nourish his heavenly Tao. Although it was tempting, it wasn't necessary. However, the second gift was completely different and was several times more precious than the first gift. If what the voice had said was true and it could divinate the past and future of himself or someone else, then it was extremely valuable to Wang Lin. At a critical moment, this jade could save his life. Looking at the jade, Wang Lin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the third box. The first was already precious and the second was far more precious than the first. "I wonder what the third will be." Wang Lin put the jade to the side and his right hand grabbed the third box. The seal on the box disappeared and even the box itself seemed to decay. It turned into dust, revealing a drop of crystal clear water, the size of a fingernail. This drop of water seemed to be filled with fog and gaze off a dazzling light that could capture one's mind. When one saw it, they would be lost in the world of the drop of water. A powerful water essence aura spread from the drop of water and filled the cave. This aura diffused across the mountain and almost made the flaming mountain show signs of extinguishing. When Wang Lin saw this drop of water, his expression changed and his pupils shrank. He stared at the drop of water and a huge wave was set off in his heart. This third item was something Wang Lin needed far more than the previous two. This was something Wang Lin had dreamed of. His water essence had only reached small completion on Planet 5 elements and hadn't been able to progress. As a result, he was stuck at the late stage of spirit void. Even after his fire essence true body formed, it still didn't improve Wang Lin's cultivation level. It only made his spells more fierce. "I already have 7 essences. Once this water essence becomes complete, I'll have 8 essences and reach peak spirit void. If I can get a 9th essence after this, I can merge them into one to break through spirit void and become an arcane void cultivator. At that time, although I will only be at the arcane void stage with my 9 essences, I will be able to battle early stage void tribulent cultivators without the use of these grand spells. Once I reach the late stage of arcane void, I won't have to go through arcane tribulants one by one but all 9 in a row. Then I'll become a void tribulent cultivator." Wang Lin understood that his path of cultivation was completely different from others. He didn't have any Joss flames and relied purely on comprehension and plundering the heavens and earth. After he obtained 9 essence and entered arcane void, he would be vastly different from others. It could be said that the key to Wang Lin's cultivation was essences. Although essences sound simple, obtaining and completing them was very difficult. Looking at this drop of water essence, Wang Lin couldn't help but take a deep breath. This wasn't the first time he had obtained the water essence droplet in his life. It was the second time. The first time was from the mysterious All-Seer. It was with that water droplet and his luck on Planet 5 elements that his water essence had reached small completion. However, the water droplet in his hand was far beyond what the All-Seer had given him. It was impossible to compare the two, like the bright moon to the firefly. "This drop of water essence is the third gift I prepared for you. I refined 99 rivers in the heavenly river continent and also used a number of cultivators with water essences to nourish them. I don't know if your water essence will be complete after you absorb it, but even if it isn't, it should only be a sliver away. I hope you will like these 3 gifts. I hope you will shelter my great soul sect. Allow my descendants to return to the central continent." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After the ancient voice disappeared from his mind, he grasped the drop of water. This was simply too important to him. Holding the drop of water essence, Wang Lin's divine sense rushed inside. After carefully searching it, he was confident there was no problem. His eyes shined as he looked up, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the cave. If I have the ability to protect the Great Soul Sect in the future, I'll do it. As Wang Lin's words echoed, a bolt of thunder let out a thunderous rumble outside the Great Soul Sect. As the rumble echoed, many cultivators were shaken. Old Ancestor Green Bull sat up and his eyes opened. His heart was shaken and his pupils shrank as he stared at the rumbling thunder outside. First generation ancestor. As the thunder rumbled, Wang Lin raised his left hand and formed a seal. A powerful pressure spread out from his body and shrouded the mountain. Essence true body, protect me. Wang Lin's voice echoed in the Great Soul Sect. His right hand formed a seal and the fire from the burning mountain gathered outside his cave to form his essence true body. Then he sat down. At the same time, Fan Shanming's eyes lit up, and she looked up at the top of the mountain covered in fire. It was unknown what she was thinking. Wang Lin naturally wouldn't ignore Fan Shanming. If he dared to bring the woman here, then he naturally had a way of dealing with her. The moment he closed his eyes, his right hand grabbed the space stone. Wang Lin had too many things he wanted to take out of his storage space. However, he only had one chance to take something out without damaging his storage space. After pondering a bit, he made his decision. Right now, the puppet that was infinitely close to an early-stage void turbulent cultivator was most useful to him. The EC puppet he had obtained deep inside the ancient tomb appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Without hesitation, he reached toward the space stone and his divine sense went inside. He opened his storage space inside. The moment his storage space was opened, the space stone trembled. One of the spaces inside replaced Wang Lin's storage space and collapsed. The moment it collapsed, a monstrous killing intent charged out from Wang Lin's storage space. In a flash, a figure with long limbs, scarlet tongue, and thin body appeared next to Wang Lin. It was the EC puppet that looked like a thin monkey. Bursts of roars and a fierce aura came from the EC puppet. It stared at Wang Lin and slowly remembered who Wang Lin was. Only then did the ferociousness in its eyes lessen a bit. Wang Lin coldly looked at the fierce figure covered in killing intent and slowly said, "EC, guard me. Roar." The EC puppet's eyes became fierce as it stared at the entrance to the cave, and its scarlet tongue dragged on the ground. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, if anyone entered the cave, they would be attacked by the crazed EC puppet. Wang Lin was still worried and looked at the Mosquito King ink tattoo. The moment he looked down, the Mosquito King's eyes revealed a cold gaze and seemed to be looking at Wang Lin. The Mosquito King was the last layer of protection Wang Lin had prepared for his closed-door cultivation. Only now did Wang Lin relax a bit. He sat down in the cave and looked at the water droplet with excitement. He took a deep breath and pressed the water droplet between his eyebrows. The moment the water droplet touched the area between his eyebrows, the blood in his body seemed to boil. The water essence in his body immediately fused with the new water droplet and a shocking change took place. During this change, Wang Lin's body rapidly withered as if all water and blood in his body gathered at one point. His body rapidly withered. In just half an instant of time, he was like a skeleton. His hair was dried and his skin was covered in wrinkles. He was like a corpse that had been dried up for many years. The water essence droplet had absorbed all the water and blood inside Wang Lin. It was crystal clear, but it was hidden inside his body and couldn't be seen from the outside. The condensing and absorption of the water essence was like this. It looked terrifying. This was because a cultivator's body naturally contained water, and even blood contained water. As he condensed the water essence, his body would naturally be affected. It was why his body looked like dried-up corpse. Time slowly passed and 7 days went by. During these 7 days, Wang Lin remained motionless as if he was really dead. If not for the fact that his aura not only didn't disappear but got stronger, people would think something had happened to him. 2 days later, Wang Lin's dried body trembled and he opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy as if even the water in his eyes had disappeared. Scatter water essence. A hoarse voice came from Wang Lin's mouth and his dried-up hand formed a seal. The water essence droplet that had reached its limit suddenly exploded. Wang Lin's body trembled and he quickly recovered. This recovery happened in an instant. Wang Lin was no longer dried up and his skin was crystal clear. There seemed to be a light cycling inside and outside of his body. He remained in this state for 9 days. During these 9 days, the water droplet that had fused with him rapidly rotated, and it was obviously smaller than it was 18 days ago. It seemed like these 9 days of condensing and 9 days of scattering formed a cycle. After the first cycle ended, the second cycle immediately began. On the 19th day of Wang Lin's closed-door cultivation, his body changed and instantly withered into a dried-up body. The water droplet in his body flashed rapidly. This repeated many times. Wang Lin went through 7 cycles of being dried up and then saturated. After 7 cycles, the water droplet in Wang Lin was less than 20% of its original size. Several months passed. Wang Lin ignored everything outside during these several months and wholeheartedly immersed himself in absorbing the water essence. He understood that once he succeeded in forming the water essence, his cultivation level would immediately increase. And this water essence was a corporeal essence. It would have the same problem as his fire essence, the fusion and devouring of will. However, Wang Lin's water essence had only reached small completion before, and after fusing it with the water essence of the immortal astral continent, the rejection wasn't too great. He could endure it. Time passed once more and another 18 days went by. Wang Lin had gone through the 8th cycle. After 8 cycles, the water droplet was very small, and if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even see it. While Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation, his essence true body protected the cave outside. Inside the cave, the EC puppet guarded against everything. The EC puppet hadn't had blood for a long time and had become very irritated. It constantly roared and even sometimes looked at Wang Lin with a fierce gaze. However, it knew that Wang Lin was its master. And although this feeling wasn't strong, it did have some effect in helping it resist its urge to devour blood. The other most important thing was that the EC puppet felt that its master was different from before. He possessed an aura that terrified it. Although it was a faint connection, it had fused with its master's soul. This was the reason Wang Lin allowed it protect him. Although it was bloodthirsty, Wang Lin's will still had an effect. As long as it wasn't for too long, it would be no problem. As Wang Lin's cultivation improved, his will would become even stronger and be enough to control this bloodthirsty puppet. There was also that sliver of aura from his avatar inside his body. Others might find it difficult to detect, but the EC puppet could. Fan Shanmeng was also in the mountain and had observed the cave Wang Lin was in for a long time. It has been several months now, and the thought in her might had become intense to the point that she walked out of her cave and headed toward the top of the mountain. Fan Shanmen stopped 1,000 feet away when she spotted Wang Lin's fire essence true body. Fear appeared in her eyes. She wasn't bold enough to act against Wang Lin when he was in closed-door cultivation but wanted to closely observe him. Then she could complete her teacher's order to slowly curse Wang Lin to death. However, just as she stopped 1,000 feet away, Wang Lin's essence true body opened its eyes and glanced at Fan Shanmeng. Being looked at by the essence true body was the same as being looked at by Wang Lin. Fan Shanmeng trembled and lowered her head. She was about to retreat when a startling roar came from the cave. A thick, black mist came out of the cave and a pair of ferocious eyes appeared inside the fog. A scarlet tongue drooped down from the fog and swayed side to side. 'Twas a shocking sight. EC was inside the fog, and it had been without blood for months. It was very annoyed when it detected someone outside. It looked at Fan Shanmeng with bloodthirsty eyes and let out a roar before it charged at her. Fan Shanmeng was at the 7th arcane tribulant and was already incredible. However, when she met EC's gaze, she trembled. Adding this on to her fear of Wang Lin, Fan Shanmeng retreated without hesitation. However, she was obviously not as fast as EC. The puppet let out a roar and charged at Fan Shanmeng. Its huge tongue lashed out toward her and the black fog blocked her path of retreat. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the sect. Most of the people in the Great Soul sect had gotten the old ancestors' order to not get close to Wang Lin's mountain. When this occurred, they all looked over. Yen Lu was cultivating when she opened her eyes and her expression changed. She had almost forgotten she had sent Fan Shanmeng to curse Wang Lin to death. There was a trace of fear in her eyes as she charged toward Wang Lin's mountain. Inside the cave, Wang Lin was experiencing the 9th and final cycle. Once he succeeded, his water essence would be complete and his cultivation level would increase. However, the drop of water essence was completely used up and his body was withered. Wang Lin opened his eyes and a bright light shined from them. The water essence is not enough to complete the last cycle. I'm still missing a bit. I need a large amount of water. Wang Lin looked terrifying right now. His dried-up body was almost like a skeleton. As he pondered, he looked up and noticed the rumble outside the cave along with Yen Lu's aura closing in. EC, come back. As Yen Lu closed in on the fog where EC and Fan Shanmeng were fighting, Wang Lin's voice echoed. At the same time, Wang Lin left the cave and arrived outside. His dried body and terrifying appearance were seen by Yen Lu, and she let out a cry of shock. You! Yen Lu's pupils shrank. Wang Lin's appearance was simply too terrifying. His dried-up body looked like there was no blood left in him. Even if you were to open a wound on his body with a sword, no blood would come out. His hair was dried to the point that it looked like it was going to fall off. Wang Lin's withered body had no trace of water left inside. If not for his powerful origin soul, he would seem no different than a dead person. That white robe around him was very loose, as if it was wrapped around a corpse. The terrifying feeling coming from Wang Lin's body made Yen Lu retreat several steps. There was also Fan Shanmeng, who was fighting with the EC puppet. When she got a good look at Wang Lin, she also retreated and gasped. Her eyes were filled with fear. What is he cultivating? To end up like this? When Wang Lin's hoarse voice echoed, the EC puppet turned back into fog and flew back to him. Its ferocious eyes and scarlet tongue matched with Wang Lin's current appearance. It made Wang Lin look like a ferocious demonic cultivator. Yen Lu, I'm in closed-door cultivation. Why did you come here? Wang Lin was like a dead man after losing all the water in his body. Even his eyes had lost the ability to turn, so he had to turn his head to look at Yen Lu. However, not only did his action not lower his aura, it made it even stronger. Yen Lu's heart trembled and she retreated a few more steps. I didn't intend to disturb Alder Wang's closed-door cultivation. However, Shanmeng was being attacked by Elder Wang's strange puppet, so I came to save her. This woman is my maid. There's no need for Elder Yen Lu to worry about her on my behalf. Wang Lin smiled, but his smile was terrifying with that dried-up face. Fan Shanmeng trembled and retreated behind her teacher. This matter is not urgent at this moment. Elder Yen Lu, I have something I'd like to ask. Wang Lin turned his head and looked at Fan Shanmeng with his terrifying eyes before he spoke to Yen Lu. I wonder what Elder Wang wants to ask. Yen Lu's expression was rather solemn. She felt fear toward Wang Lin from the bottom of her heart. I'm not familiar with the Heavenly Bull continent. Do you know any place with a lot of water? It would be best if it was a giant ocean, Wang Lin said, and his voice was like two bones rubbing together. Water. He isn't cultivating a spell but absorbing water essence. Yen Lu's eyes lit up and she immediately saw the problem. She took a deep breath, and after a moment, she said, between the Heavenly Bull continent and the Green Devil continent, there is an endless inland sea. It is about 9 months away. How do I get there? There was a sliver of ghostly light in Wang Lin's eyes. Yen Lu didn't hesitate to wave her right hand. A jade appeared and her divine sense entered it to imprint a map going to that inland sea. She threw the jade toward Wang Lin. He caught it, and after scanning it with his divine sense, he nodded at Yen Lu. Elder Yen Lu, many thanks. With that, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and didn't even look at Fan Shanmeng again. He turned into a mass of fog and flew away. Roar! The EC puppet followed after Wang Lin, and after it fused with the fog, Wang Lin put it away. At the same time, Wang Lin's fire essence true body looked up. It followed Wang Lin and disappeared into the distance. It wasn't until Wang Lin was gone that Fan Shanmeng relaxed. The Wang Lin just now terrified her, and it was difficult to forget. Yen Lu stood there and pondered for a long time before letting out a sigh. She hadn't put any false information inside the jade and had given the correct information. She didn't pay any attention to Fan Shanmeng and flew back to her cave. As for Wang Lin, after he left the Great Soul Sect, he took a step and ripples echoed before he disappeared. He merged with the world and left without a trace. In a rare prairie in the Heavenly Bull continent, 100,000 kilometers away from the Great Soul Sect, ripples echoed in the sky and Wang Lin walked out. His body still looked like a dried-up corpse, and he looked at the earth. There were many caves inside this endless prairie. It was clear a lot of rogue cultivators lived here. The reason so many rogue cultivators lived here was because the grass here gave off dense celestial energy. Couldn't compare to some of the mountains, but it was not weak. Extreme Sky Prairie. According to Yen Lu's jade, after arriving here, it will take another 6 months to arrive at the inland sea that connects to the Green Devil continent. Wang Lin pondered as he quickly flew forward. On the Immortal astral continent, even with the power of Wang Lin's avatar in the void, he couldn't use spatial bending repeatedly if it was cross long distances. If it was short, like when he moved away from the Heavenly Mountain, it was fine, but now he had crossed 3 months of travel at once, so he needed some time before he could use it again. He raised his right hand as he flew and a roar came from the Mosquito King tattoo on his arm. The Mosquito King appeared like ink and carried Wang Lin. It let out a happy cry and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin sat on the back of the mosquito beast and closed his eyes. Although his current cultivation was at its peak, his divine sense powerful and origin soul full, his body was a hidden danger. He had to absorb a large amount of water essence to complete the 9th cycle. As the mosquito beast flew forward, it let out a roar that attracted a lot of divine senses to come out and check. When they saw Wang Lin and the mosquito beast, they all withdrew their divine senses and ignored them. However, a few divine senses followed Wang Lin as if they had other intentions. The prairie was endless and Wang Lin's mosquito beast flew far away. Most of the divine senses following them scattered, but 3 remained closely behind them. Among these 3 divine senses, 2 of them were mid-stage arcane void and 1 person was only at the late stage of spirit void. Their divine senses also dispelled many others from following. After 7 days, when the prairie was about to end, Wang Lin felt like he could use spatial bending for a large-scale movement again. As for the 3 divine senses behind him, he didn't even care at all. He stood up from the back of the mosquito beast. However, just at this moment, a gloomy voice came from behind him. "Fellow demonic cultivator, you came to my extreme sky prairie and just want to leave so casually? Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? We followed him all this way to see if he was just passing through or if he had friends here at the extreme sky prairie. Now we know he is just passing through. Leave your beast behind and this old man will spare you." Another voice filled with a domineering aura came from in front of Wang Lin. If Wang Lin rejected him, then the result would be miserable. As his words echoed, the world behind Wang Lin distorted and a giant, black arm appeared from the sky. It descended through the clouds and reached toward Wang Lin. The arm seemed to contain a powerful force, and it closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around. He originally didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, but someone had targeted him, so it was completely different. Wang Lin turned around and his eyes lit up. His dried-up right hand rose and ripped the sky. A huge rift appeared, seeming as if it was going to devour everything. It was as if the entire world had been split by that rift, and it charged toward the arm. This rift caused a thunderous rumble and the world changed colors. A giant ancient Tao arm appeared behind Wang Lin and ripped sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The black arm that reached toward Wang Lin collided with the rift and was torn apart. 3 muffled groans came from the collapsed black arm and 3 figures were knocked out. The 3 of them looked at Wang Lin and were terrified. They were shocked by the power of Wang Lin's attack. He isn't just a spirit void cultivator. Such a powerful physical body. This person is comparable to an ancient country cultivator. Their expressions changed greatly. As they were pushed back by the shockwave, they split in 3 different directions and quickly escaped. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Since he had acted, he wouldn't easily give up. He raised his right hand and waved. A roar echoed, and the EC puppet appeared with excited gaze and chased after one person. It instantly caught up, and the black fog surrounded the person. Miserable screams echoed and slowly dissipated. Shortly after, the Mosquito King below Wang Lin let out a roar and charged forward toward the late-stage Spirit Void Cultivator. Before the person could react, the Mosquito King closed in and its sharp mouth stabbed into him. The person tried to resist as the mosquito inhaled, but Wang Lin casually pointed forward. With one point, the cultivator stopped completely as he watched death closing in. As for Wang Lin, in a flash, he jumped off the Mosquito King and looked at the third person escaping. His fire essence true body turned into a seal of fire and rushed before burning the heavens and earth. It formed a giant mouth to devour the third person. This scene was extremely shocking. The fire connected the heavens and earth as it devoured everything in its path. It closed in on the third person, and just as the third person was about to be devoured, a burst of green light appeared to resist the fire. "Teacher, save me." The moment he spoke, the grasslands trembled and a muffled roar echoed through the earth. "Stop!"